Well, I'm away. I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their fourth generation trimmer features a cutting edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer.
Okay.
I
think it's about that time.
Oh,
No
yes,
person
I
wants to
think
end up
it is about
that
time. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the place, you know the time. Come on inside. I got a new wraparound sofa over there in the back. Plenty of room for y'all. Plenty of room for new people. Come aboard. Hop on in. Let's go. Let's get this cooking, shall we? Our Seattle Seahawks went far off into the east in those wintry Lambeau Field conditions. The ice blows like the wind swirls. You can't feel your fingers or kneecaps. You're just trying to get through. And our Seahawks fought, put up a good fight, battled their way through. The defense, especially throughout most of this game, shined. But it indeed looked like probably Russell Wilson probably came back from his injury a little bit early. We've said on this channel, I'm okay with Russell coming back at 90%. That's 90% of Russell Wilson is better than 100% of Geno Smith. But indeed, we probably don't quite have at 90% of Russell Wilson. At times, it seemed like in his ability to throw the football. Now, these are some of the more difficult conditions, and indeed, you'd say if he were coming off a real major, about as major a finger injury as you can come off of, throwing in blustery, cold, frigid, Arctic, and just increasingly kind of different conditions throughout the game, where it didn't just stay one way, but then it would go to this way, and then you get more of this. It's probably not the best conditions to be getting all that stuff put through. Can't say I was surprised necessarily we lost this game, of course, because I had his prediction. I didn't think the offense would not be able to do anything. And Russell Wilson, to quote the bad Nate Burleson joke he made at halftime, certainly indeed put the RUS in rust in this game. He was not sharp. It's hard not to kind of put a little bit of the quotient on him. Certainly Dwayne Brown wasn't good. Certainly the pass protection wasn't great throughout. But at the same point in time, he missed a lot of throws in this football game. Just didn't look comfortable. And again, I'm going more to the finger than I am to say that this is on Russ and him trying to overcome and play over the top this against a defense that was playing really pretty good football overall in this game. I think we've got to also give the defense a ton of credit in this football game. They had the Green Bay Packers down at 3 points in this game through three quarters. And this is going to get lost as the defense ends up giving up 17 points at the end of this game as they get wore out. The offense was three and out, couldn't do anything. I mean, when we talk about ineptitude offensively, it was very rare that they got anything done throughout the course of this football game. And time again, the defense answered the bell. And it wasn't necessarily just one guy, but again, as you need with this defense, the performance to come across the board. This is not a star-driven defense. This is a group-driven defense. And you need everybody to be able to be on their point. And when a couple guys aren't, or when one guy isn't, we saw in the early part of this year of how bad it could be. And this is where I'm not going to be as down in the dumps as maybe some of you might expect me to be in this particular game. I understand if you are, and I'll never say don't be for this particular game. I'm not going to be there quite there for this one. Certainly thought the offense could put more up from this, but really where I was going to take anything out of this game as we went forward onto this season and onto really being realistic about this year, because again, let's just come back to realisticness for a second. It's been 21 years since we've won in Green Bay. Okay, we've had some of the most miserable type of defeats you could imagine in that stadium. I don't know if it's haunted against our Hawks. I don't know if it's the spirit of Jim Zorn getting back at us for throwing him back out there at the end of his career. Could be. Could be. But whatever the reason may be, we don't do well over there. We just haven't done well. And while this could potentially be Russell Wilson's worst performance of his career as a quarterback, at least statistically speaking, you know what number 2 would be? Him playing at Green Bay in 2016, 2017, where he threw 5 interceptions, I think, in that game. It's a tough place to play. Tough place to play, especially when the conditions start to move in the direction of being very Wisconsin-y. Very, very much where we're getting more into the winter side of things rather than, we still got a little bit of the taste of the last of summer coming into play here a bit. That did absolutely affect things. I think there are a lot of fun performances to speak on in this game. Trey Brown continues his ascent. Samuel Gold, of course, did a great breakdown this past week. He's got an awesome channel out there on YouTube where he looks at these players very closely across the league of football, not just Seahawks players. And he really did a nice breakdown of Trey. I've been on, of course, this bandwagon going back to us drafting Trey because I really liked what I saw out of him in Oklahoma. He's performing beyond even what I thought, and I was very high on him. He has been rock solid over there. Jamal Adams finally made an interception for those folks out there that wondered if his hands were truly just stone and there weren't digits, that the whole dislocated finger thing was just a ruse, and that he's in actuality has had his hands replaced with stones. We found out today that no, that is not the case. He even high-pointed the ball. Okay, yeah, it fluttered. It was a flutter. Okay, it was a flutter. But hey, he still picked it off. That was really nice to see on his part. Not much to speak of offensively, but defensively, I thought Brian Monet was active. Al Woods continues to be active. Rasheem Green came in with a sack today. He showed you on that sack because he just kind of powers his way in there to get to Aaron. And then again, I think he was there on the tip pass to Jamal. He shows you what he could be if he could just tap into it consistently. You just don't see any kind of consistency across the board with Rasheem in that respect. Still, I thought he played pretty doggone good football here today. Again, I'm just going through a couple of names here defensively because this is what I want to kind of highlight on and how well they played. Now, why am I harping on this and why am I not getting lost up in the in how bad the offense was? Well, yeah, I thought maybe the offense could put up 20 points if Russell was at 90%. Russell at 70%, 75% with that finger, whatever it may be at. Okay, he couldn't put up any points in Lambeau. Give him another week to heal up. Let's get the rust off. RUS, let's get some of that stuff off the back of the shoulders a little bit. Let's see if maybe a little bit of this can kind of turn around as we go forward, because that's what we talked about a couple weeks ago with Jacksonville. If I look forward onto the schedule, I go, okay, Packer game's probably a loss. We'll accept that. That means you can only lose really one down the stretch from there. I mean, maybe you might be able to lose a little bit more if Vikings and Saints and some of these other teams just become that bad on that third rung of the playoff tier that would be out there in the NFC. But you probably are going to have to only be able to lose one game going forward. And that's really what we had to look at this through was, okay, you've got Washington coming up, couple with a game with the Rams, 2 with the Cardinals, a game with the 49ers, and then you got 3 that you should absolutely win, right? Even this offense where it's at right now should absolutely win those 3 games. So really this year does come down to beating Washington on the road. Hey, guess what? They just lost Chase Young. Beating the Rams on the road. But, they did sign Odell Beckham, but then, they did just release out the Robert Woods, a very, very important receiver to that offense, just went down to a torn ACL. Odell's not going to play like Robert Woods. Odell is not Robert Woods. Those are 2 different type of players. And then we also find out that the Rams are learning that Von Miller's ankle injury that he had sustained with the Broncos prior to the trade, that they were well aware of prior to the trade, is worse than they thought. Okay? Maybe there's an opening there. Cardinals got their doors blown off today by Carolina and Cam Newton. Maybe there's an opening there. I'm just saying it's not dead and shut. It hurts. I ain't going to tell anybody not to feel pain or to have this one hurt or to have said, man, I thought we could have gotten this one or that was really rough to watch. It wasn't a fun game to watch for the most part. It was one of those games where I didn't hate it probably as much as some of you guys are. I actually, through some of the game, was really just enjoying so much of how the defense was really playing and feeling like the offense was just really, really close to things clicking in. A lot like Romo said in the telecast, where you can almost feel like, well, this is about right about the time you kind of feel like maybe Russell will start to go, okay, taking a couple hits, got a couple of throws off. Let's get this rolling. Let's get this going. So a tough loss again today. Let's dive in over to you guys on the chat, see what you guys think on it. I still look at this as a good because of the fact that the defense was good against a very, very tough offense. That's an upper level offense. Even with Bakhtiari out of the action there, they've still been very good, still productive this season. You went into their house and shut them down. That means that's a defense to me that I can carry forward moving on, which is something that's been the thing I've been most suspicious about throughout this year. Oh, okay, you go with the Steelers. Okay, you take down the Jags. Okay, the Saints offense. All those offenses suck. They're awful. But now you go and you take on an offense at home that's as good as that offense is and basically hold them to 3 points through, hold them through 3 points through 3 quarters. That's again something I think you can carry forward just a little bit. So I'm not a positive Paul guy on this channel, but this is just one again that I didn't see as ever putting down as a W. I don't think there's any fan out there that looked at this game on the schedule in the offseason, even without the conditions we already knew at hand, being that we're going into Green Bay in November. That ends up being a little bit rough most of the time, right? That one ends up kind of going sideways for us for the most part. But let's see what you guys think. Let's see where you guys' head's at. I do appreciate you jumping in the channel. If you do like what you're listening to, please do hit the like button for me, please. And if you really like what you're listening to, please do hit the subscribe button. Both those things help this channel out considerably. I do really appreciate it, and I do thank you regardless of, even if you don't do those things, watching whether or not. Nick, yo, what's up, Nick? Merk, wow, what's up? How you doing, Merk? Luke Sims first. Luke technically third. Erismana, how you doing? Nick, Cap, Jason Voorhees, Pain. Well, that's saying something, Jason. You are after all, you're Friday the 13th, and you suffered more pain than most anybody, including being drowned for 15 years. So if you're saying it's painful, my goodness. Megan, what's up, Megan? You called it. Megan was our resident expert on this mallet finger, and she told us I'm very suspicious that Russell will be able to come back, and certainly indeed he was not able to come back. Merck, disappointing, very disappointing. Mirza, hi Brandon, congrats on the channel, amazing content. Mirza, thank you so much. You're awesome, man. I love it. I appreciate you, my guy. Luke Sims, dang, it's third. Good correction, Luke. Nick, that was fun. I didn't hate this game as much as it got painful near the end. It got painful in third quarter when you realized the offense was not going to be able to do nothing. But through at least the first half, where they were sort of sub-finding themselves, I actually was just so much more encouraged and surprised by the performance of the defense and how well they were holding up. The King, we're going to be okay, guys. I agree, King. We ain't dead yet. We ain't dead yet. We can go on a run, and I'm telling you, that defense was legitimately good today. Legitimately good. The King says we have 6 draft picks next year. That's true, we do. I think we actually have more, King. We have 2 fourth round picks, unless we're out of 6th or 7th one. Luke Sims, it's not our year. It might not be. I mean, it may not be in the cards this year, but we'll see. Merc, we're not going to be okay, bruh. Alex Braymeyer, we're going to be okay. We are 3-6. I don't think we're going to necessarily be okay. I think we're okay and that we've got a chance left for this season, but we've used up all of our room for error, no doubt about it. But if we're talking about beyond this point and what we're looking at beyond this season, no, we're not okay beyond this season. In whichever route this thing kind of goes, we can kind of see that there's going to be some kind of changes coming down the pike, some way, somehow, from some place or some other thing. I got a couple of donations here. Thank you, Megan, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Megan. Good to see you in the chat. It says Russ, don't like to say I told you so, but I kind of did. Good thing was he didn't hurt himself again. I guess. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. And yes, Russ indeed kind of maybe rushed it back just a hair trigger too fast this week. I mean, there's those throws that he's making where he's missing guys 10 feet on a 9-yard throw. And that's, you see that over and over a couple times. Seemed like, I don't know if he lost, there was a little velocity, or if it's just the swirling winds holding the ball up a little bit. There wasn't a lot of those balls that I saw Aaron necessarily making throws deep down the field either. I think that the wind was kind of holding things up a little bit, but yeah, just probably a little early on that one. Aiden with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Aiden. I said, would you rather trade Russ for 2 firsts or 10 3 through 6s? I would take 2 first-round picks, Aiden. If you're moving on from Russ, you're going to need to replace Russ with upper-level talent / need the ammunition to potentially trade up in a given draft to go back up and get that very talented quarterback that you're going to need to get in order to get that done. So, yeah, I would not do the Schneider old school approach on that one. But thank you for the donation. Brendan Nelson. What's up, my kind brother? He says, and who's been now a member for 3 months, by the way. So thank you so much. He says, take the red pill. Well, Brendan Nelson, of course, has a pill system approach of videos that he's put out on his channel. We do a lot of collaborating, and his 3-pill approach is, of course, based on a couple of different ways we can go this off season. One being we just blow the whole damn thing up, which, if I'm not mistaken, Seahawks, Brendan, that's what you are inferring. Which, look, it's getting harder not to point more into the direction of there's going to need to be kind of a full-scale change if this thing doesn't right itself, if this ship goes down into this direction of things. That it's not that the people at the helm of this stuff, being that you're Hall of Fame quarterbacks at play and that you have Hall of Fame head coaches here and that you have a lot of talent in the field and Hall of Fame middle linebacker. It's just that whatever reason the puzzle pieces aren't quite all going together to fit into a coherent picture. That's where it does look a little bit like that. Standard champion can't even celebrate D holding Green Bay to 3 points for 3/4 of the game and was keeping it under 20 because the offense was such trash. It does make it harder to celebrate it. Like I said, I was good through the first half going, yeah, okay. Hey, I know offense is tough, but they're getting the ball back at the half, right? We got this thing. They just need a couple of drives to get some momentum going, but there was just no signs of life. The offense, Alex Collins had a couple of nice runs. He got a few extra yards where it didn't look like those yards were there. Give him props. They tried a trick play that just didn't work. Lost 5 yards. Kind of indicative of the day on offense, I guess. What's up, D-Nugget? TJ, I'm tired of this damn offense. We had so many damn turns to go 30 yards. And we were in field goal range, but no, this defense held them to 3 points 90% of the game, and we can't do anything. Bro. I agree with you, man. It's it's a little bit why, again, I've harped on building a little bit towards offensive line. Tough days like this, when you need to have an offensive line that can move anybody off the ball. Now you've got an offensive line that can move anybody off the ball, rather than an offensive line that can sometimes get you holes, sometimes pass protect. Well, that's not going to work when your quarterback's less than 100, when the quarterback you're building around the offense that you need to be at kind of 100% for everything to kind of go right isn't. There's a lot there to unpack, though. It's probably not exactly the moment to unpack all that with it, but yeah, it was a frustrating one. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, why did the Packers get 18 players on the field? Why did 7 wear striped shirts? We lose anyway, but yeesh, that Fanning holding call on Lewis especially. I was going to say, there was a lot of line calls in this game where it was, I'm a guy that's very hard on officials when need to be. The calls were very close to the line. Where, man, like the block back on Ryan Neal where it's a cross block. The guy does get his shoulder. It's not the play where you typically have the offensive player in front of him, like the Golden Tate on Brian Lee play back about 10 years ago. It's a highlight on YouTube you can watch where you'll never see this kind of play on the football field again, so it's fun for watching for that reason. But Golden absolutely just destroys Sean Lee. I mean, probably, breaks his vertebrae from the bottom to the upper part and then snaps it at the top. And it's one of those plays that they've now put a foul in for that. The Neal plays right on the line. It's right there on the line, but that's where a lot of those were they're right there. Now, to your point on that, though, Washington Fish Quest, The Damian Lewis hold was egregious. That was the BS one. That was not there was no line there. That was Lewis got his butt beat. The lineman ran over him, and while the lineman's busy, mud stomping him, he trips over, stomping Lewis's chest and then falls on Lewis's body. Well, that's on the defensive lineman and on a very key play too. That was one that I did not like from the day, but it seemed like many of the other ones were kind of right there. It did seem like, to a degree to me, did seem like they were going to let the guys play for the most part too. But I appreciate your $5 donation. Thank you, my guy. You are awesome. You are awesome, my dude. Bear with me, folks, here. Well, I already got behind on the chat. Here we go. It says throughout all the complaining we're going to hear throughout this stream today, myself included, we should remember that we're still right there in the playoff race. That's exactly, Nas, why I'm leading with this. That's why I'm leading with positivity. I'm not a positive Paul type of dude. That's not my angle of things. That's not my role. I just ain't like that. But today I am, because I have a set of, despite what some may say about me with my whatever it been called, the entitled or spoiled fandom that I've had here as a Seahawks fan, I still have a element of realism here that I look on with this team. And going into Lambeau Field against a great team with though he didn't play like an MVP player today, and Aaron Rodgers like MVP caliber guy out there, you go, okay, it might be tough. Russell coming off his finger, you kind of set your expectations. I have a different set of expectations for this given game than I do for the year, and that's something to unpack when the year's done and all's is settled. All's not settled now. It will take a hell of a run at this point. A lot of things are going to have to line up in Seattle's direction right. It's going to be one of those Prometheus-like climbs, pushing this boulder up this particular hill. But it's possible. Maybe not realistic, but possible. Here's the best case scenario. This team goes to the playoffs and loses in the first round. Worst case, no playoffs. We can't be good teams, and good teams go to the playoffs. Were DK and Locke even in this game? Didn't see them. Indeed, you do feel far away. Green Bay comes in this game, no David Bakhtiari, no Jair Alexander. Those are two of their most 5 important players on their football field. Kenny Clark, maybe their top 6, if not top 5 most important player. I mean, realistically, could almost say in certain elements in this game with them that they were down 3 of their most 5 important players. Sean Gary went down at one point in this game. You look at it and you go, okay, and then we came into this game, relatively healthy at that point, and you still couldn't kind of muster much up there. You might be right. You get in the playoffs, you may be not able to get much done. I think, again, a lot of it does come down to health. Look at the Packers in this game. Okay, so they're at their spot where they're at right now. Looks like Aaron Jones is over there crying on the sidelines after his injury, maybe out for the year. Rashawn Gary has his arm twisted in a weird way. How long is he potentially out? Where's the Kenny Clark injury at? Like, guys, the teams start to lose. We're talking 8, 6, 7, 8 games down the line. It's almost like a different year at that point from where we kind of stand now, even though it's only a half a season. A lot of stuff can kind of happen between now and then. Again, I'm not projecting it. I'm not saying our Seahawks are going on that run. I wouldn't predict anything with this team right now. But yeah, that's the hope. And then when we look at this in retrospect, we'll unpack this whole season after it's all done with all of the losses put together and all of what we're seeing from the team. Lord Google says, would Rodgers get suspended? Why would Rodgers get suspended? Did I say he's getting suspended? Tobias, Pete throwing his phone as the challenge flag is the essential of this season and where Pete is as a coach. Can we get him out of here already? That was pretty funny. Pete reaches into his pocket instead of pulling out a challenge flag. He's like, he can't find it in there. He's fumbling around in there like a guy wearing a trench coat, and he comes out with the phone. He's like, "Here, is this a flag?" That was kind of funny. Nick, I'm actually leaning more on a 10-7 and 9-8 at this point. No way we don't get a winning record. Ooh, Nick coming positive. I love it, brother. I love it. I love the positivity. Merck, I don't even know if Pete really has his hands on this whole offensive scheme or Shane Waldron is just horrible. I would say Pete's got his hands a lot on this scheme, and we've got video evidence to back this up. There is the mic'd up sideline of Pete Carroll on the sideline with Waldron. If you guys have not watched it yet, go back and watch that after the stream. And check out what is said between Waldron and an exchange between him and Carroll, where you can exactly feel how much this offensive coordinator, who normally is there to call plays and have just be a normal offensive coordinator, right? It's hard enough to do that job, without the other guy in your ear. I've said it's a lot like I've relayed this to a conductor in the past. You're a conductor, you're giving this grand show in New York City, and you're up there and you're trying to flow and you're doing your deal, and then here comes this guy from off stage up in your ear and say, hey, can I get some more tuba? Can I get a little bit more of the Windworks? I don't have enough horn. I need a little more horn. Well, it's going to throw you off. It's going to throw the whole process off of what you're trying to do. Suddenly, like, you got this beautiful flow of a symphony going. All of a sudden, here's this, all these random sounds now coming into it, and it starts to look disjointed. It's a little bit like sometimes what I think our offense looks like on the football field. They did some good things in the short passing game. Some of the stuff just doesn't work at all, especially the screen game. Hasn't worked all year. Don't expect it to work going forward. But, yeah. Nas just saw a video of the holding call of Damian Lewis. It's crazy how many bad calls have went to the Packers' way in this one. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, wait. I know it was bad. It was bad for me, Nas. That was the worst of the worst on it. But most of them were on the line calls. They did go into the Packers' favor, and there was some bad timed ones. I'll give you that. No doubt about it. I don't know if I can completely blow this one on the officials. If we're putting just where the onus of blame needs to kind of go. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for your second donation tonight on the channel. Says, got my new DK jersey last Friday, along with the DK and Jamal Funko Pops. Was wearing it with some amount of pride today, but expected this result. Yeah, me as well, Megan. And hey, Jamal did you right. See, I told you create some mojo with that. You know what I mean? You created the interception mojo for Jamal Adams tonight. See, folks, that's how the energy in this universe works. It totally works like that. Like, it's scientifically proven. Thank you for the donation, Megan. You're awesome. Jacobson Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Says, tired of seeing Dwayne Brown look embarrassing on the field. I swear almost every play he was getting blown up on the line, looked more stable with the backup. Indeed, we may be approaching that time with Dwayne Brown at this point when you look at him and his performance throughout the year and then into this game where you go, it's getting a little rough here. So it's now far beyond a guy that was playing as a top 6 left tackle in the sport for the last couple of years. He's probably been playing more like a bottom 15 tackle in this sport over the course of the season. And in this game, it's not with him. You're not seeing one or two things getting him. Guy gets old, right? It's going to slow down on the edge. You just can't catch up to those speed rushers, let's say. You might start to see that jump out to you. Instead, here it's a variety of things, including, so he gets a hump move on one play they showed on the cut up early on where Russell just gets out of the sack on. And then on another one, he has the guy just bull rush him right up under him and push him right back into Russell Wilson. And so it is getting rough. They went out of this game with a hip injury. We'll see where he's at going forward. But, yeah, Jacob, we're going to definitely need to be looking at the left tackle position this offseason as one of the first and foremost things, regardless of whatever they decide to do with Russell, regardless of whatever Coach Carroll decides to do or what direction this team takes. That's got to sit at the head of the priority list at this point. And I'm not talking about going out and getting the next iteration of Walter Jones. Just we're going to need to get a true another franchise left tackle that's not 47 years old. Tobias says, get the rebuild going. Everybody out. I'm okay with it, Tobias. If it's time to get that done, it's time to get that done. Devin Schultz, I'm 100% ready for the rebuild of some sort. I think many people are at this point, Devin. Many people are going to be more and more okay with this. There's been a lot of people out there hesitant to embrace that as a process as we move forward. I do embrace it as a process as we move forward. Seahawks, Brendan Nelson, of course, have done a great video series breaking down each decision you could make on this. Do you want Russell and no Carroll? Carroll, no Russell. No Carroll, no Russell. How do you want to roll it? I enjoy the thought process on this of looking at having things fresh, start anew. I know there's a lot of risk that carries. I understand that we may not be as much ever the consistent winner as we've been now. I've got news for everyone on that. Doesn't matter whoever you bring in as the next head coach, you are probably never going to have that consistent winning ever again. It was as special a run in Seahawks history if you're ever going to see, but you're not probably going to see it duplicated. It's an outlier. It truly is a strange thing to see in the NFL when there's so much turnover. It's us and basically the Patriots over the last 20 years that have been the two teams that have really been able to do that. Maybe you could slide Baltimore in there, but they even had a couple of years of drop off. So we'll see how it goes, but I think there'll be a lot of people open to it. The Burger Show says we suck. We do, Burger Show. We're not good. We're not good. That's sure. Keith Good said, well, we need to fire Pete and trade Russ. I think those are seeing more and more folks on here. Keith, I think there's a couple folks up above you. That's what they're, I think, intimating here is that, hey, it's time to go. It's time to just take it down to the studs. You know, you got a structure, and we spent some time over in Hawaii this summer. And, you know, you get these buildings in Hawaii and the walls and all the plaster and everything just over time. You've got this salt, hot, sandy air that's just swirling around in humid conditions, and it just eats everything away. It eats at electronics. It eats at, the wood and all that. You, of course, got bugs there everywhere, too, that add another layer of it. And you eventually arrive at a point where you can try to patch up this wall or this hole in the floor, but they just raise stuff to the ground. Just raise it to the ground and build it back up anew. It's more cost efficient and effective to do it that way. And that's what we may need to just do here is to rather than try to build off of the studs of the old or what, just go down to the bare bones of this, take it down to that space of things, right? Make sure the foundation's okay, and then let's go back up anew. Tamara, I'm sorry, Tamara. Tamara's sad. Roxanne, how you doing, Roxanne? Good to see you on in here, celebrating 5 months as a member, and I thank you for that. Roxanne says, I hate the team losing any games, but at best, the team can get in the playoffs via the wild card and then have a perfect run to get to the promised land. I love it, Roxanne. I always love your optimism, and I'm with you on this. I've got optimism at least a little bit right now. I'm not to that. There's no chance of this. It would take a miracle from God. We need like the movie Angels of the Outfield applied to our Seattle Seahawks. I'm not saying that. It takes a strong turnaround run that has happened in NFL history. The nice signs of that are that you have a defense now that is showing itself to be pretty good against a good offense coming on the heels of 3.5 quarters of really good football over the course of the last 4 games. So if an offense can just find some damn sign of life, you know what I mean? If they can just pick their little bloody carcass up off the ground and like the Westworld robots where it's just like they're bleeding and all of a sudden they just hit the button or somebody says a phrase to them and it's like, and they're all back to new again. Like I know people have said Russell Wilson's or maybe a robot. I'm just saying, somebody say that magical word, somebody get Anthony Hopkins and say the phrase we need said here to get this going. Cause yeah, but thank you, Roxanne. Alex Bredmeyer, the king basically, our whole O-line needs to be rebuilt. We need another wide receiver. We need some running backs and corners and more. I think at this point we need at least one corner, Alex. I'd sure like Trey Brown. I don't care what scheme we try to change to 3-4-4-3. I mean, there's a couple guys on this team that I take with me going forward, regardless of the changes I make. But yeah, it's going to require a lot of changes. That's why I say it's raising it to the ground to build it all up anew. Is to understand that you need to do that. Now, raise it to the ground doesn't mean get rid of literally everyone, but it means everyone that's not part of a plan of you being a contender in 2 years, in 3 years. That absolutely. Jeffrey, I missed your. Jeez, sorry, Jeffrey, I missed your deal. My bad, Jeffrey. Totally missed a couple of chats on there. Jeffrey Huggins, thank you for the $5 donation. I've missed your chat down on the bottom, so sorry it took me a second to acknowledge on that. Says I don't want to hear any excuses. 4 years, no offensive line, no pass rush. Secondary is trash. Can't stop the run. Defense always on the field. Russ running for his life. No excuses here from me, Jeffrey. I mean, I'll excuse the fact I didn't expect this to be a win in this particular game, but there's no excuses for the team that we've seen on the football field this year. We have waited patiently for a couple of years for them to rebuild things. That team has given us a consistent winner to whatever measure of value that is for, I think, a certain segment of fans. I don't think it is for you, I would say, and it isn't for me. When you always know that being in that consistent winner means that you're one and done come playoff time. That makes little sense to any of us out there who really want to see you trying to push for the promised land, as somebody said earlier, for you to get to the mountaintop, for you to raise that Lombardi trophy. No, you're not expecting it every year. No, you're not expecting it every other year. You're expecting your team is driving towards that. And this team sometimes seems like it's hit the cruise control. It's on the open highway, and it's just going to let it keep it going till the gas runs out. And they got an electric, so this is going to go extra long. But no excuses, man. No excuses. There's people that are laymen and idiots like myself that when it gets down to this low level of things, of people that can say guys should really attack your offensive line this offseason. That's been the problem for 3 years during this defensive rebuild. Because make no mistake about it, we had a defensive rebuild that was undertaken in somewhere in about the neighborhood of about 2000, 2017, 2018. All of the LOB was moved on by that point, right? No Bennett, no Sherman, no Averill, Thomas gone, Chancellor gone, Brandon McBain gone. They had to do a lot of rebuilding at that time. Many people at that time were going, okay, this is going to take a little bit now. You got to rebuild that defense up. You still got Russ. And they poured a lot of resources into the defense while pouring some resources into the offense. But we saw their offensive mentality stagnate, or philosophy stagnate. The defense take time to find this new iteration to make it work. It seems to finally now start to work. But where does this leave this team now going forward, Jeffrey, as far as into the future? And I don't know. I don't know. And I could advocate and understand people saying, look, this isn't, whatever they're doing in the combination of things they're doing isn't the right chemistry involved. We no longer have lightning in the bottle. Lightning is out across the landscape everywhere else, but actually here in the Pacific Northwest. So we may need to try something else to go back and recapture that again, or recapture something like that again. And I'm not talking LOB greatness. I'm just talking about seeking out greatness instead of playing for something being a little bit better than mediocre. Megan, thank you Megan, you had like 3 donations out the top already. Thank you, Megan. You're awesome. With another $5 donation, all of you, I appreciate all of your donations. Thank you so much. It says, what the bloody hell was Rodgers playing? If anyone else did what he did, they would have been drawn, quartered, and tarred, and feathered. What the hell was Rodgers playing? Which one are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about stars in the NFL carry a lot more weight, Megan. You know what I mean? So they're going to get away. It depends on different levels, but I mean, yeah, we're not. I don't think that would happen here in this country. I think we put away tar and feathering. But thank you for the $5 donation. Jason Butler, good game, guys. Go Pack, go. Good game, Jason. Congrats to you guys. I hope your guys aren't too injured up. Looked like a few went out with some nasty injuries today, so I hope they're okay. Brian Koski says, "Woof, 2 interceptions in the end zone." Yeah, that was a little bit rough there with Russ, and some of those deep balls just sort of holding up there in the air, sort of like they're just being carried by doves. Come on, get there. Get there. You see Tyler breaking open, and you're going, okay, come on, get there. Just get it there. And it just sort of intercepted. Damn. And Megan, Jeffrey, just want to thank again. Wash Fist Quest. Thank you all. Roxanne, appreciate y'all. Appreciate you. Second says defense did their job. This offense needs to step it up. Well said, Second. Offense has got to give them something there. There's been too many times this year as they're trying to find their way in this new offense. Too many 3 and outs. The key with this new offensive system is supposed to be sustainability. You are supposed to find a lot of first downs. Maybe not always touchdowns and big plays within it, but you're supposed to find drives that you can sustain up the football field. We're getting into the second half of the schedule here. At some point or another, it's nice to see a little bit more consistency of that within this given offense. Anderson says, gotta be honest, I think we need to trade Russ for a boatload of picks this offseason before he loses value. We're going to get stuck in limbo of bad cap space due to his contract for years to come. I don't give him a pass for the finger. All of this woes are mental. I don't give a pass to the coaches either. Burn it all down. It's not an overreaction. It's just a fact. Russ isn't the same quarterback. I love Russ, but it's just time to move on. It's like time to move on from Pete. He isn't playing up to his contract. Well, thank you for being a member of the channel, Anderson, and well said on your point of view. I think I agree with pretty much most of it outside of the DK trade stuff. I know, again, DK is only going to give more fuel to the fire here from those who feel like he might be a diva or a problem child as we go forward. Has a couple of drops in this game. Also made a fantastic catch on the sideline in this game. In my opinion, where I stand at it, I don't land there, Anderson. He would be, if I've got a set couple of guys I look at when I go forward, I'd look at it like this. I'd put Damian Lewis back at right guard and move on from Gabe Jackson or do something there as far as that goes. I would look at Darrell Taylor. I would look at a DK Metcalf. I think Jamal Adams, because of the fact it's too much to get out from under that contract to this point. So he's got to be part of probably what you're doing going forward. And that would be about my only real, I think Tyler Lockett too, because you can't get out from under his contract yet either. So you're stuck with him whether you want to get out from under or not. But beyond that, I don't have any untouchables outside of that. And even those guys aren't untouchables necessarily, but it would have to take a mind-blowing offer for me to move off from them. And to me, I'm okay with paying DK. I think the thing you have to consider, Anderson, in your prediction for the salary cap is looking at where the salary cap currently is. Salary cap as it stands right now, as we stand right now today, up against the other teams in the NFL, we have the 9th most amount of cap space moving into this next offseason. Then in the year after that, you have the 10th most amount of cap space moving into that next offseason. That's with Bobby Wagner on the book. That's with Russell Wilson on the books. If either of those two guys aren't on the books anymore, you're now up into top 5 state as far as cap space goes in the entire NFL. Meaning you have plenty of ducats to get a deal done for DK and still get other work done across the board if you needed to. Just paying DK doesn't put you now into salary cap hell in itself. And there aren't a lot of other guys you're going to be out there rewarding at this point as we go forward past DK. Who are we paying a contract to at this point? Who's earning money by anybody's opinion? There's not a lot of guys out on this team that I would say I'm in favor of paying right now. So money's got to go somewhere. Might as well, to me, in my opinion, be to the guy that's produced well. Maxwell, age really got to Brown. Age catches, Maxwell, age catches up, and the thing about age catching up is that age catches up to you suddenly. You're in your late 30s. You're going, I feel as good as I ever do. What's this age thing? You know what I mean? 40 is going to be the new 30. Hell, 40 is going to be the new 20. Screw these young cats. And then you go from about 37 to 39, and you go, everything is always hurting. It always hurts. Not some of the time. And you go do a workout, and then you're sore for a week and a half, and you go, why? What, I can't bounce back from that no more? It sucks. That's why they say, though, it's the old cliche. Father Time is undefeated. TJ, I didn't expect us to win, but I thought we were going to lose. I thought this game was going to be close. They got it closer than I thought. No, they didn't. I thought it'd be closer than it was on this. I think a little bit of the lack of closeness is your defense just collapsed from exhaustion into the fourth quarter, and that's really how come the score got a little bit out of control as it did. They stopped the run throughout the most of the game when they were relatively fresh, but when you're going, 3-1 with the time of possession from your offense to your defense, it's like you're just, the defense is going to wear out. And that's just that we've seen that happen a couple times, I think, in this year a little bit. I think it did happen a bit in the Titans game, for instance, though at least the offense on that game was performing, was putting up points. Mirza says, we had this game in our hands. Defense kept us in the game as long as they could, but they're human, and they were on the field all game. Wow, Mirza, you just stole exactly my thoughts on this. It's a defense is going to wear down. It will. When they play what they did through that first 3 quarters, where if you look up and down, just stack the drive charts, where They'll give up a couple first down, stop them, keep them out from points, gets back to the offense, 3 and out, back to the defense. Defense is, just stopping some drives, hold them up as much as they can at the point, then they're finally a punt. Oh, God, it was tiring. Here, we'll get back to you, offense. Offense gets the ball back, gets one first down quickly, and then another 3 and out. Punt. Okay, we're back out here again. Think about that now over the course of like 7, 8, 9, 10 times happening in the course of the game. By the 11th time, you're worn down. Every time you're having to put up this amount of energy and effort. It's why, time of possession I don't think is the most important thing, but it's something that when it gets that egregiously out of skew, and as it's been, they brought the stat up in this game, we're 30th, 31st in this league right now in time of possession. I think that's part of what hurts your defense when you're not doing any kind of sustained drives, and that's what is happening in our offense right now. Ethan Tech says probably the worst decision-making filled game I've ever seen. Probably the worst decision-making filled game I've seen from Wilson. The defense played their best game of the year. What are they supposed to do with all those offensive failures? I agree with you, Ethan. Defense. This was the best defensive performance of the year. You got to consider the level of competition, and they were absolutely nails today. As far as I don't care about the late 17 points. Again, I just spoke about them being tired and wore down. It's going to happen it would happen to the best of any defense in this league. If their offenses, go show me a defensive performance this league if you disagree with me. Go check your box scores in the defensive column this year. Go find me a dominant defensive performance. Maybe you could do the Browns-Bills game from a week ago which was 9-6. But even in that one, we're going to have to look at the time of possession in that one and see if it was that egregiously askewed. Because it's not just a matter of your defense holding them down and then eventually failing. It's your defense holding them down and your offense doing nothing. Time of possession being totally tilted to the spot where now your defense is exhausted at the end of the game. Find me that in a box score somewhere in the NFL this year, and I don't think you will be able to. I think in those games like that 9-6 score last week, you'll actually be able to see a relative amount of balance in the time of possession between both the offense and the defenses in those football games. Tobias says, well, I'm afraid Russell's value is dropping to a single first-round pick. I don't know if people are going to hold Russell coming back this early from this major finger injury as a detriment to his overall value. So I would still think you're going to get 3, maybe 2 plus, but I would think still 3. Hard to say, though. We're going to have to see how the landscape of the NFL goes into this offseason, how many quarterbacks are available. There's usually never any Hall of Fame talented type quarterbacks available. You could have 3 of them on the market this offseason. That's going to depress the value of what you could get for all of them at that point, if that's the case. Seconds is 9-8, 7 seed, first round exit. That would be brutal. That would be awesome to get the playoffs, but then that would be brutal to face that again. GoHawks05 says, no joy, no fun, no points. Well said. Nas, that first pick Russ threw was absolutely a drop. He didn't survive the ground, and there's no way it should have been called otherwise. I'd be okay with it being overturned. It was close to me, but if it was overturned, I would have been like, that would have been the right call. It was a little bit to me, again, it's a tiny on the line, but because he does seem to get a couple feet down before he's taken down, but you could say he didn't have possession on that, and I wouldn't argue with you. You know what I mean? That's not one where I would say, no, there's no way. You may have a point. Elliot Clark with a $3 donation. Thank you, Elliot. You are awesome. Elliot, appreciate you. It says, Packers fans acting like they blew us out, laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, Packer fans have got to be a tiny bit worried. You know, we held you down into 3 points in your offense at home against a defense that's been prolifically pretty bad. Maybe they're turning it, or maybe we're turning it around that well. And so maybe in your celebration, it's you recognizing how awesome our defense is about to be now. But this isn't the kind of win I would necessarily say, oh my gosh, though it's good to see your defense finally starting to perform well. I got to give Green Bay some credit there. They needed to do a lot this offseason with what they brought in with that new defensive coordinator to turn around a defense that was really not good last year and was trending the opposite direction. So, but thank you for the $3 donation, Elliot. I'm sure somebody's down there. And I'm sure we're going to get a couple troll Packer fans coming in with some cheesehead emojis. Spectre7 with a $5 donation. Spectre7, thank you, sir. You are awesome. Says, I got to go to bed. But shit, what a rough game. What a rough game. Love you, dog, and love you, Spectre7. Thank you for the $5 donation. Have a good night of rest, man, and we still got a chance here, buddy. We got the puncher's chance. We got that Mike Tyson hook that we're just sitting on, and if we can just land it a couple times, a couple weeks in a row, there is a shot. There is a chance. But it's been a rough one to begin here this year, folks. I don't have to tell you that. We've been fighting through a little bit to start this year out. We've been trying to look for some silver linings, and it hasn't always been the case. But appreciate you jumping on the chat. You have a good night of rest out there for Spectre7, and I do thank you for your support in the channel. Watch Fizz Question with a $2 donation says, we need more DK mindsets. We must hate losing to win. Washington Fizz Quest, thank you for the $2 donation, and I'm with you. This is where I've landed on DK over and over again. I will, it's with the price of admission, I guess, the price of doing business. Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. I'm okay with adding more of these type of mindsets on my teams than the guys that just sort of have the placid faces of, well, broke that coverage. Golly, wish I would have tackled him. I'd rather have more hardened-edged dudes myself. And again, this is just maybe where I lean with a little bit of my old school approach to it, but I don't care if the guys play a little on the edgy line of things. I watched an edgy-ass football team in the Illusion of Boom era go out there and absolutely intimidate football teams on a weekly basis, get inside their heads. And I think it's not, now, is DK doing some of that? Yeah, some of that he just also just a wild man out there in the football field playing with the emotions. Yeah. But again, as I've said time and time again to these folks that push back on this, that is football. No, not every player can go out there and be that way. And yeah, the receivers allow it unto themselves, and they're a little bit of divas, and they're little special circumstances, but he's not the only one. Divas and receivers go together like cookies and milk. Right? So to expect it to be differently at this point is to be a little bit unrealistic. I think it's to be unrealistic, but I'm riding with him. I'm riding with him. And I'm paying him. And I'm going to be happy to do so. So I know that there are people who disagree, and those people that disagree, I do give ground in going, I get where your points are coming from. I understand where there is some worry about that. But even today, in whatever you could point to him as far as being at the problem at the end, he goes off at the end when he knows the game's far beyond gone, right? Does some crazy stuff when the game's we're not going down and winning that game at that point. There's 0% of 0% chance. So he goes in and he does some crazy stuff at that point. He's not going to be suspended for it. And he's a guy's in there woofing in his face, and he gives him a bit of the business on it. So, hey, so be it. He waited for the right moment to do that. It's like, you don't have the fight in the classroom. You wait till you're out there on the school ground, and then it's like, let's get this on. All right, let's go. So it ain't gonna bother me. I ain't gonna worry about it. It's not gonna get me up in a tither. Goax 2022 says, if I was Russ at season's end and he's still there, Carroll, he will demand a trade. I've long predicted. I think that's going to be the case right now. It's two trains going down the track, and who's going to blink first? They're coming right down the head at each other. Jace, we should have started Geno this week. I think he could have done better, but if Wilson can play, you play him. I don't think that they're going to sit Russell down at this point. I think he'll be back out there next week. So I think they're gonna ride with Russ at this point in time. B. Russ, how can Russ play so poorly in Green Bay when he literally played college football in Wisconsin? It's mind-boggled me as well. So I don't know. I don't get it as well. I go, why you played college there? And he threw the ball well in that weather. He threw the ball really well down the football field in this same kind of weather consistently in college in Wisconsin. Now, albeit for 1 year, but still it was there, right? Still it was good. And now suddenly whenever he goes into that stadium, it doesn't matter even when it's not cold. Remember, there's a couple years ago we played them, I think, in a September game in Lambeau. And Russ didn't play particularly well in that game either. He just doesn't seem very comfortable in that stadium to me. Could be just me, but that's just how it seems. Megan Gok Roger with $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says prediction for the Cards next week and why. I'm going to go with a win because Seattle is desperate, and the Cards are not desperate. And I don't think that Kyler Murray's ankle is going to be at 100% quite at that point. I think that they are trending a little bit backwards to a tiny degree. I got to watch the tape this week to see what I can take away from the Carolina game. Carolina's got a really good defense now, but I like where we're going defensively. I don't think our offense, this is the first time Russell's been shut out in his career. I don't think they're as bad next week. I think he gets a little bit more in his flow. The rust gets knocked off. I am going to predict a win next week. Again, as much as just desperate teams up against the wall. I've called it you know about this down in Australia, Megan, it's the cornered wild animal, Do you want to corner the wild animal? You want to get him up in that corner and take your chances? Technically he's got nowhere to go, Technically he's got nowhere to go. Technically. What happens when those claws come out? What happens when those teeth start biting? That's just what I'm hoping. Maybe I'm dreaming on this one, Megan. That's what I'm hoping for next week. Juice, I still don't know why Alton Robinson is not playing very much snaps. Now, they like themselves some Benson Mayowa. That's for sure. And he couldn't quite slide in there. He did come in later on this game, and again, as he had earlier on this year, showed a little bit more when he's in there on those limited snaps. I will say this, Juice, there were a segment of time during this year where he was getting some more significant snaps, and they were dialing them back. They were not. He was not doing as well in his performance. It was not carrying over from those sample size snaps onto the rest of the game. So he is playing back now into the sample size, and again now showing those flashes like he did before. He's a young player still, so it's kind of still coming together for him. There were rumors he was maybe fighting through a little bit of an injury early on this year, but if he can get better, we need some help in that pass rush. We saw that today. We had Darrell Taylor wasn't able to do much here since he's come back from the neck injury. Dunlap still kind of got nothing there for you. It's a little bit rough right now with the pass rush, Elliot with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. Says, not mad about the result because our defense was so good. Russ said post-game that he takes the blame for some poor decision-making. I think that was all it was. Well, thank you, Elliot, for the $5 donation. And I do think Russ had some poor decision-making. Some of it was just bad throws. I mean, he had one throw to Lockett on an out route where he whistled that ball 10 yards over Lockett's head. I mean, it's a very relatively simple throw. It's a wide open lane to him, and his view isn't being blocked. He doesn't have pressure up in his face. He just whistles that thing. And there were a couple of those throws in this game. The throw to Lockett deep, they showed the overhead shot of it, and he's got Gerald Everett curled over for a 3-yard play in the flat. He's got to take that play. And when he decides, and it's the thing, especially right now with his finger, where it seems to be where pushing the ball deep down the field with the accuracy and touch that he did before may not be there. You've got to lean on other elements of your game. And when it's there free to be taken, those free short throws, you've got to take them. Russ has got to do it. It's not only a part of indoctrinating himself into this new offense, it's also the way to overcome a little bit of this finger injury. Those are, what's an easier throw to make than the 50-yard hole shot, up the seam with a safety closing on your man who is not exactly super tall to go up there and high point a ball. Yeah, the 5-yard out route there to the running back, the half-yard swing, the swing route. Just anything, there's a couple of those things just hit it short, and he did at times in this game, to Russell's credit. There were some spots they did that just did not the consistency. Just stick with it consistently. Make the Packers truly come up. They never left their cover 2 shells this whole game. Never left it. And some of that needs to be done with the running game too, but they didn't run well enough to do that with the running game, but that's been the case throughout this whole year, and that part's not changing on this team anytime soon until they get better personnel in there as far as run blockers go. But thank you, Russ, Elliot, for the $5 donation, and I am encouraged by this defense as well. I take that as the number one thing away from this game, really above all else, is that I feel like, wow, this defense actually has some legitimate nature to it. I can't just say that they're just paper tigers, or if you give them crap teams, they'll beat up on them, which, look, there's a reason for this narrative. You go back to last season, that back 8 half games, didn't play against the toughest point in the competition, get some tough, offensive competition. You get some tough offensive competition to start things off this year. Oh, don't look as good. Then you play against the lesser folks for 3 games there. Oh, you look good again. So there was a little bit of a theme to this playing out, but they've gone against and broken that a little bit in this game to an encouraging degree. My man, big, big man, Randall McDaniel with the $20 donation. Randall, you are awesome, my brother. I appreciate you. It's good to see you in the chat, my guy. I'm sorry I wasn't on the text message thing. I have my phone on silent during the games because I'm just locked in. I zone in on that stuff. But thank you. I appreciate you, my guy. He says, it's time for Pete to go, regardless of what happens the rest of the year. I don't know what he's doing at this point. You know where I stand on this, Randall. Everyone knows where I stand on this. Where it's at this point, I'm ready for this to happen as well. I think it is encouraging. He's turned this defense around a little bit in how he has in these recent weeks. But at the same point in time, why do you have to turn things around? Why is it always in a state of it being broken and needing to be fixed? Why can't we get this thing fixed kind of from a little more of the jump? Why it is discouraging. And again, I think a little bit of what the problem is for people, or at least has been the problem. I don't want to speak for you, Randall, on this, but it's been the problem for me as far as the way we've seen this story play out recently is it's played out the same way too often, exactly the same, and feeling too much the same way. And while this week was different that the defense held the day and Russell didn't, okay, this is the one outlier week from sort of the difference of it when Russ is normally in. I don't know if that one thing is going to bring everybody back onto Carroll's trade of things. And again, too, I just can't help but, Randall, I go back and watch that mic'd up video, and I watched it like 10 times. I watched it way too many times. But you watch that mic'd up tape between Shane Waldron and Coach Carroll last week in Jacksonville, and Shane's like, Coach, should we run, pass, or pass, run, or what do you want to do? And Carroll goes, I like touchdowns. Now, some people will watch that clip and they'll laugh and they'll think it's funny and endearing. And if a younger self it would have been, but I don't take those same things away from that little bit of tape that I saw a couple weeks ago. I take from that you've got your coach with his fingers all over that offense, having an absolute say, play in and play out, literally play in and play out. Your defensive-minded coach, your coach with a defensive background strictly, is play in and play out, having a say on that offense. Yeah, it's a little discouraging on that stuff. GoHawks 2022 says, did DK Metcalf dislocate a finger? Yes. Yep. The guy's over there yanking and pulling on the finger like that. They're trying to put it back in its socket. So DK definitely did dislocate one poor guy on that one. Arismana says the Hawks held their own for most of the game. I agree. Anderson says CJ Stroud 2023 with a stout offensive line. I love it, Anderson. I'm with it. You say stout offensive line to me, and you've got me basically sold no matter what else you say at that point. I just want to see a great offensive line again. I believe in the value of that. The analytics are driving towards that. Analytics are going to continue to take over this sport in a lot of different respects. They're telling you get the offensive line. Go get the offensive line. Brian Koski, hey, don't forget that LJ got one tackle too, laughing out loud. How yeah, LJ got his one tackle. How about LJ getting back to active status in this football game? How about that, huh? How about LJ getting himself an active role, and then he actually gets a tackle, and then he almost caused the fumble there. Did you notice that? He did this little double thing I don't know what you even call the movie he was doing to Aaron Rodgers pre-snap, but he's like went over to this gap and then jumped over to this other gap. And Aaron's just like, what the hike, huh? What? And then dropped the ball. So props. That's probably the most impactful play LJ's had his entire career, and it was just what he did pre-snap. That's saying something, huh? But yeah, how about LJ? Merck says Russ won't even have rebuilding trade value if he continues to play like this. Yeah, most teams are going to realize he's trying to throw with a broken finger. You know, like he's come back too fast. It's an 8-week injury. He's back in 4 weeks, as they said on the telecast. Teams will give him some slack for that. They'll look at more of what he did, in my opinion, Merck, the prior 10 years than they're going to look at what happens here post-surgery for an 8-game period. That would be my opinion on it. And understanding again with this on the value guys that think that this won't be any value with Russell Wilson. Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. In the modern NFL era, there has never been a Hall of Fame quarterback traded essentially, we can say he's at the end of his prime, but at any point in his prime. Russell's not his early prime. He's not his midpoint. He's at the nearing the end of his prime, right? But there's never been that trade happening in the NFL. Which one are we going to point to? We're going to point to 35-year-old Joe Montana with a broken up back going to the Chiefs? That's not really a good example. There's none other that you can really point to. And so to believe that in a trade that's never happened within the course of NFL history, that then we are going to get depressed value for that said player because of an 8-game stretch that he doesn't play as well as he played the prior 10 years due to the fact that his finger nearly tore off its hinges by Aaron Donald, I don't think that that's going to depress his value like that. I think you guys are overplaying a little bit of the impact of his play over the course of these next 8 games. Especially for those teams that are going to do their research on this where they're going, okay, he's got a new offensive scheme. They have an offensive line not built to pass protect. They can't run the ball very well. There's so many things that go into that decision-making for organizations to look at it. On top of, let's not undersell the fact that number one reason of why somebody would look to trade for Russ is what? Above all else, a desperation. New York Giants come calling because nothing has worked for years now since Eli's moved on, and they don't have any sort of trajectory on the onwards. Russell turns that around overnight. Whatever he does on the football field, what that does as far as galvanizing a city around it to bring in a star like that. The Philadelphia Eagles with Jalen Hurts right now and how he's playing. They trade for Russell Wilson tomorrow. Where's that organization at? There will be plenty of suitors who will come a-calling. Trust me on this. If you trust me on one thing. Right, Russ, is it time to admit Waldron is not the answer at OC? I can't admit that the guy's not the answer at OC. This is where it comes hard in the place. This is a little bit of where my issue becomes with a little bit of Coach Carroll on this, is that it becomes harder to distinguish who has what fault when you have a micromanager turning it every direction. When your head coach can overrule your general manager, how do you hold your general manager accountable? When your head coach has a say and an active word and active directions on both of your defensive coordinator and your offensive coordinator, how can you individually then hold them accountable? Is Waldron doing a great job? No. But do I know him to have done doing a horrible bad job? I don't know. Because when I see that tape from a couple weeks ago with the Jags, I go, maybe Carroll's got as much to do with it as anything else. Obi-Wan, the issue wasn't Russ's finger. It was his decision-making. Defense played great, and I got hyped when Jamal got a pick. We definitely have a decent chance at the 7, but Russ has to turn it up. I love it, Obi-Wan. Russ has got to play better. He's going to be out on the football field. He can't be looking like a 75% Russ. He's got to be 100% Russ. I would counter. I do think that the finger was a little bit of it. When you're watching certain throws where he's got guys wide open and he's missing, there's one where Lockett's running he's running a little, not a curl route, but I'm trying to like a little drag route around the edge, and Russell overthrows him by 10 yards as Russell's broke the pocket. He's got him wide view of him. He hits those throws. The out route to Tyler there, he hits those throws. He doesn't miss those by 10 yards. There was at least about 5 or 6 throws legitimately that he normally, would hit. Now, on the deep throws and stuff, that is decision making. On the interceptions, that is decision making. But that isn't all of what the problem was on the day for Russ either. But I do like your optimism, Obi-Wan. We got a chance, man. We do have a chance that last spot. If we can just get on a run, get things going, get both sides of the ball cooking at once. Both stoves. AI says we won't beat any team with a winning record. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Jace, I was happy with Trey Brown. DK needs to cool a little. I wanted to keep him. He inched a little closer to diva status. Al Woods was good, and D got tired at the end of the game with offense not being good. Yeah. I'm okay with DK, Jace, at this point myself, but I understand not everybody is going to be in that same place. Jay says, don't give Jamal too much credit for that pick. It was probably the easiest pick that Aaron Rodgers has ever thrown in his career. Yeah, maybe. It was definitely fluttering. B-Russ, I think Pete throwing a phone instead of a challenge flag is pretty indicative of his mental state. Probably. Brian Koski said Michael Dixon had way more yards kicking than total Hawks offense. Ugh. Yeah, it's not a good stat. Dixon was out there kicking a lot. He's going to be icing that leg down tonight. Big time. Devin Schultz, I just watched the Red Pill video by Brendan Nelson and is sounding much and much better every day. I could go with the Red Pill myself, man. The Red Pill's got a lot of direction to it. And look, the thing you always like about the thought process of the Red Pill is you don't try to hold on to the old and make it work. You just try to look all new and get this thing fully going from the start, which gives you a lot of resources to get that done, which doesn't get you held up on things like being sentimental, which just has you purely making decisions of what is best for the club moving forward. And that's to me an exciting place a little bit to be when you have a team that's been on the opposite end of the spectrum in a little bit of more of a muddling mode in the way that they're going about their business, if not just by the results in their general strategy of things. Patrick Cano, was Waldron really calling the plays in LA? No, this is the first Patrick that Waldron's ever called offensive plays in the NFL. Merck, now everybody wants to panic and say rebuild, but when I was saying that after the horrid offseason and seeing the rest of the division get a lot better, Pete has to go, and I don't know who would replace him. I don't know who's going to be the active choice either. A lot of that depends on if Russell Wilson's here, I think, for sure. But, you know, it was going to take time for a lot of folks to get on board with moving on from Coach Carroll, possibly even after this game. You're going to see people, Merck, that are going to be very resistant to it. I ran up against this even going last year as we started to sort of talk about the Miz this time. Is this in the spot? And people really bristled. There's a lot of respect in this city, in this region, for what Coach Carroll has done for this football team, and rightfully so. He's earned that respect. So it's going to take a little bit of time for those folks to kind of, I think, come around to that point of view. I think they'll arrive there sooner than later, and I think more with every one of these kind of losses, as it stacks and stacks, more and more start to fold over into it, which is what you sort of need as a point of putting pressure to actually enact change. Nas says, I'm really tired of Chris Carson's whole glass bones thing. Yeah, I think they're probably getting close to thinking about just IRing him at this point if he's not able to get out there and just fully shut it down for the year. Merck, everybody except me and some others thought this team could be the best in the NFC West. What a joke the Seahawks have become, an incompetent franchise and outdated. Well, Merck, a lot of people nationally thought they weren't going to be good. Certainly locally, we thought they were going to be good, and we, came off of it looking at the team going, okay, last year you won a division in the toughest division in football with the 5th most injured football team. And in the offseason's moves you made, while you didn't do a lot of what we necessarily wanted, what a lot of us were calling and asking for at the same point in time, you did, at least on paper, improve your football team over what they were the prior year. You put those elements together, I think it's pretty rational for fans to look at that and go, well, they should be a little bit better than they were last year. And, they won the division last year. They came out and fell on their face, and Russell Wilson got injured for the first time in his career. These are the things that, are I think were a little bit harder to predict in mass and weren't as like smacking people in the face. Certainly the ineptitude of drafting in recent years, the weirdness of how they approach the trade market at times, their aggressive to passive approach in the way that they team build. These are things that we can always kind of ding them for in recent years, but to get to the full-on state of knowing that they weren't going to be a team that was pressing for this even division title, much less even the first round bye, I don't know. I think there's a lot of reason to have that optimism early on this offseason, after this offseason. JDM, hey Brandon, that was a piss po showing by the offense. The silver lining is that the defense held its own, and Jamal finally came down with an interception for the Hawks. He finally got himself one, didn't he, JDM? Welcome on in, and yeah, I take the silver lining. The defense actually pretty nicely. Nas, those bad calls really ruined the momentum we could have had. A terrible call right before half makes it 0-3 instead of a tie game where we get the ball coming out of half. Yeah. Nas, I'm with you. I get where you're going on the officials, man. I do. I do think you lost this game beyond the officials a little bit, and it's where I stand on it. I don't think you played well enough to win this football game. Sergio says, let Dave Craig play is better than Russ. Well, Better than Russ with a broken finger, maybe. Spencer Smith, hey fellas, sorry to be MIA these last few weeks. Don't worry, Spencer. Glad to have you back in. Says, been planning for a while to make my return on the same week as Russ. As far as takeaways from the game go, at least the defense is showing growth. That's my good takeaway. I'm with it. It's good to see you on in here. MSR Rook, the defense was insane, but the offense was terrible. I think Geno at least gets a touchdown in this game. Russ was trying to hit the home run too much, but why no Eskridge makes no sense. I was 3/4 the way through this game thinking, okay, another week where Eskridge is out the whole football game. Great. All right. Awesome. And then they put him in there and Alex Collins blows a block on the fly sweep. And then that's about all they had planned for him. Again, you just continue to go, why did you put a second-round pick on this kid? There was times in this game that you had, I think I was counting up, there was about 3 or 4 targets of throws that were an impactful receiver down the football field could have helped, where you're trying to throw to Penny Hart and Freddie Swain. And you wonder in those moments when those throws went off, like, man, if you had I'm not going to say an Odell, God forbid, or an Eskridge, if that's what you're going to do, but just something a little bit better than what you had is that third receiver option that Russ likes to throw to. You do wonder in those moments. You do wonder, but yeah, I don't know what the plan is with Eskridge at this point. I guess a fly sweep a game is kind of that's the role for the second round pick, I suppose. Brandon says, Brandon, that was my feeling throughout the game. Was enjoying the D, felt Russ was not ready. Yeah, I was enjoying the game too. Yeah, Russ just you could tell he's a little tough on Russ right now. He's not quite there yet. Gosh 22, Brandon, Taps is playing. The movie Taps? B-Russ, defense did play well, but you got to factor in the fact that Rodgers didn't practice for over a week and the conditions weren't ideal for throwing. Very true, B-Russ. I agree. I think that was very much the case. And Rodgers is probably a little more used to throwing in those exact kind of conditions rather than Russ is, for sure. Nas says, I can't put this game on Russ at all. He made 1 bad or 2 bad decisions, and 1 was a bad call that should have been ruled a pick. I can't put this game on Russ at all. You got to put this game on Russ. There's some you got to put. Not all of this game goes on Russ. Don't get me wrong, Nas, but you've got to put the game on Russ. I think if you're not putting this game on Russ, you're not looking at it realistically speaking. Inarguably, he had probably what would be a top 3, top 4 level of bad performance for his career. Is there a reason for that? Yeah, he's playing with a bad finger, but he was 20 of 40 for 160 yards and 2 interceptions. His QBR was 12.9. His quarterback rating was 39.7. He averaged 4 yards a throw. Healthy Russ prior to his injury was averaging almost like 11 yards a throw. It's a monumentally bad performance. It's excused by the injury. It's excused by the fact he's rusty coming back off the injury. But let's not excuse or gloss over what it is nonetheless, being that he didn't play a good football game and he's got a big hand as to why that offense wasn't able to get anything done today. I mean, Nas, you're pointing to calls in this game that happened. You could point and sell me on like 3 to 4 calls in this game that didn't go in our favor that you felt should have. But there's tons of more of those. There's 40 throws of Russ there. There's 40 throws of Russ there. There's so many more plays of Russ there not doing something good on other plays outside of those terrible calls. That's why I will always lean more to that than I will the officials unless I see it like a 2005 Super Bowl game where it's just like absurd, I don't think this was that absurd a game refereed wise. Here's said Taylor was getting held a lot in this game, and the refs didn't do nothing. Lewis got bull rushed and fell over and got penalized for holding. What did DK do to get ejected? DK grabbed the guy's mask, and then after the officials had kind of separated, went back in and grabbed his mask again. I don't, it was whatever. It was yeah. I will say this on the officials too. I thought the thing was silly with Carlos Dunlap throwing the shoe. Like, you're gonna call that a penalty now? Really? They do sometimes invent every week new stuff that they're gonna call. You stared at the other sideline, penalty. You stood up and showed the guy your butt as you were rolling to show up. That's a penalty. There are some times where there is a little bit of that. And again, I'm not gonna say they didn't have the calls break in their favor in this game. They did. I just don't know if I could put it all full on that is the reason. Jessica Merkelife says, hey, game was rough. What's up, Jessica? Good to see you on in here. That was a rough game. Bad. That was tough offensive performance. It's a little rough. A little bit rough. Sam Dog, the Infamous, embrace for the rebuild this offseason. I think we're going to have to start getting ready for the rebuild. I think it is. I think it's coming. Brace yourself. Winter is coming. Mirza, I think we need to seriously consider bringing Watson to Seattle. Straight up trade with Houston. You would have to move Russ somewhere else and get picks and then use those picks to trade to Houston. Russ is not going to want to go to Houston and himself. That's not going to appeal to him. So it would need to work that way. I've long thought that this wouldn't work with him coming to Seattle, Mirza. I don't know if the demographics or the element at play. Every part of this country's got a little bit of different stuff of that going on, and the Pacific Northwest has its own unique brand and view of things. And I don't know if a guy like that's necessarily with the baggage he's bringing, not the background, but the baggage he's bringing. I don't know if Seattle would embrace that, but we'll see, man. All those guys are probably moving at this point. I mean, maybe Rodgers stays just because Love looks so bad. Bruce Clevenger says goodbye, Carroll and Russ. Goodbye, Carroll and Russ. Yeah, maybe it may be both. I agree with you, Bruce. It may be both, my guy. Megan with the $5 another $5 donation. Megan, you're always so kind on the chat. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. She says, we need to win big against the Cards so my brother doesn't give me crap for the rest of the year. That's right. Your brother is a Cards fan, so he's going to be trying. I'm sure he's going to let you hear it all week. Oh, couldn't beat the Packers when we earned at the vid. How's that work? Hopefully you can wipe that smile right off his face this week, Megan. Hopefully they can surprise some folks and go out there and get it done. I'm still hopeful, but you're going to hear it if they don't. Luckily, no matter what happens, Megan, there's at least one more game left against them this year, no matter what happens. Megan says, heading out. I have a bit to do. Catch you soon. Well, thank you, Megan. And thank you for all your donations to the channel. I always do appreciate it. And tell your brother he's going to have to earn it this week. No free rides this week. We're going to make them earn it on that football field. No blowouts. Don't expect them to shut us out. We're going to come out there like a bat out of hell. You let them know. John says, Russ rushing for his life with the F. You want them to block for 12 seconds. I'm sorry, I missed an argument happen above. I know you guys sometimes go back and forth. Mike P says, defense was encouraging, but low IQ and no discipline will get them. A little bit, Mike. I think they wore down, don't you? You feel like they just kind of got tired where they're just on the football field for 3 straight quarters, basically, and then by the 4th, they just got tired? I felt like that to me. Jeffrey says, offensive line has been a problem for half a decade, actually. It has, if not a little bit more. I'd probably say 6 or 7 years in there. Jaboy Michael says trade for Fields. That would be nice. I don't think Chicago's going to look to move on from Fields. I think that they're pretty happy with him as a franchise quarterback, and they're going to look to build around him. They're surprised. I think they were shocked to land him in the first place. Patrick says rebuild may be a waste of time when injuries dictate everything, no matter how old or good you are. Rebuild may be a waste of time when injuries dictate everything, no matter how good or old you are. A little bit, Patrick, because, of course, older football teams are more injured, historically speaking, in the NFL. And when you've been carrying around older guys, you got Dwayne Brown. Dwayne Brown's going to get injured. The more older guys you got running, you're gonna run into that a little bit. So if you run with a younger crew, theoretically, you're going to be a little more healthier. But I will give you this, Patrick, injuries tend to be pretty random in the NFL. And if it's you draw the short end of the stick on a given season and you are that team that's just getting sort of, snake bit, there's not a lot you can do, not a lot you can do with it. Now it says, I want to trade Russ and blow it up, but I think this season has made it abundantly clear. As long as Carroll is still in Seattle, we aren't going far. I'm not a believer in him, Nas. I'm not a believer. I'd like to see, the only real 2 measures going forward, I'd really prefer to see myself at this point, if we're just taking my opinion, which I know you guys aren't, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. I'm open to keeping Russ here, but that's with certain caveats moving forward. So I would like to, above all, hold on to Russ. I know bad he looked today, but I would like to. But there would be a few things I'd like to ascribe with that, which we can get into, but I don't want to get too long in my answer on this. But the full rebuild is also something I would be in favor, not in favor, but I would be on board with as well. I would not look at that as going, no, I have to mourn and freak out and lose my stuff. I'd be actually kind of encouraged a little bit like that, because I think it's more of a step in the right direction, where we've been taking some little hitches in the wrong direction here recently at times. Seahawks Gaming says, man, I just got a DK jersey. I don't want to rebuild because that would mean trading him. I hope they can maybe just keep DK and work around to rebuild within him. I don't think that just moving him makes you have to be stuck on that necessarily. He can be a rebuild does not mean everybody's got to go all the time. That's not always what a rebuild means. You know, even the Cowboy teams that came in there off their 1-15 season in 1990, the year after didn't get rid of everybody. There are people that do remain. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that just to give you that Cowboys as a comparison, I believe Michael Irvin was already there when Jimmy Johnson arrived. And Jimmy Johnson coached Michael Irvin in Miami, but I believe Irvin was already there with the Cowboys when he walked in the door. So, you know, if you wanted kind of another comparison, there you go. Hold on to that DK jersey yet. Watch Miss Quest. Our secondary looked great, especially given Rodgers could take a nap back there. I agree. I love what I saw out of our secondary today. Tough on DJ Reed came out, made a great play to start things out there, and then you saw him slip and get beat on the big play, but they cleaned it all up. I mean, they did a great job. And I love the overhead shot that they showed in this game of there's an all-22 shot early on in this game on actually, I think, Rasheem Green's sack, where you see Seattle do the thing that I've called on them to do at times. You got an opposition, and opposition's got that one great player. Do this. This is what Belichick's done for years. Take away that great player. Make them play left-handed. Make them not allow them to go to the guy they want to go to over and over again. So you bring Jamal Adams down as a double team to one side, and so it's basically man on one side of the football field, and then you have zone over on the other half. You got your safety dropping deep, you got your corner dropping deep in a zone. And so Rodgers looks at that, and he's looking at two different things on each side of the field, which makes it harder to read as a quarterback. It's not so simple. I can't just look to one side, see a zone defender, and go, oh, it's zone backside without me having to look. Now I have to look my ass over there and see that it's actually zone on the backside. Oh, it's man here, so it's man there. Oh, it's not man there. Oh, sacked. That's how that kind of works in quick, simple terms. The NFL goes that fast, where it's that quick. You got to snap. Oh, it's man. Damn, they're not in zone. It's got to be man back here. I'll hit my hot route on the man back here. Oh, damn, it's zone over here too. Or it's zone here. It's man there, it goes to zone. It's a lot for them to, I think, process on the fly at times. I love those split field looks that the defense is doing this day and age, where it's not universal across the board. Everybody could be doing something a little bit different. Alex Duong says Seahawks are just overrated. IMO. I don't know if they're overrated right now. I don't know if anyone's rating them super high right now, Alex. MSR Rook, I'm not in with the full rebuild. I feel like the only person who wants to keep Jamal is 26. And on a Hall of Fame career path and playing in a scheme that he doesn't even fit in. But what do I know? I'm on board with keeping him MSR Rook. And again, I don't think folks that hear rebuild, I think that means everybody's got to go. It does not mean everybody's got to go. You can keep the valuable young parts that you have that are in their prime. It just means that you rebuild out the stuff that no longer works and you look to try to improve the rest across the board. So I don't think it's a death knell one way or another with that. Mirza says, bro, 4 years now. The story in Seattle has not changed. Offensive line woes, Russ decision-making, holding the ball too long, offensive philosophy. Pete, this is why I think so many land in that rebuild side of things. They're just tired of that same story playing out. Alex says, John Robinson says, what Rodgers did, why keep his medical history private? Laughing out loud. Isn't that protected with HIPAA laws anyway? Yeah, I'm not really, I don't, with Rodgers' whole thing, guys, I don't care with it. I know some folks do, some don't, some get really, I don't, I really honestly don't. It has nothing to do with football for me, so I just kind of go, Alex Duong, they have not beat a good playoff team since 2018 when they beat the Chiefs. Well said, Alex. It has been a little bit of time since they've had a really good quality win like that. You're right. You're right. I mean, they did beat the Rams last year, who, took the Packers pretty far in Lambeau last season after beating us. But, your point still stands. Kay, how's it going, Kay? Good to see you on in here. It says, love seeing Jamal at or near the line of scrimmage. Another good game by our D, other than a few runs. Me too, Cape. That's my number one takeaway from this game was encouragement by what I saw in the D in the hopes that we can still find a little bit of magic left in the season. It does become a long shot at this point, no doubt about that. But that is the thing that you would have needed for this thing to go forward beyond this game, which we all marked, I think, Kay, at the beginning of this offseason is probably an L. The one thing you needed to go forward off this was to know, okay, can the defense at least hold up enough to know that once we get back against the Rams, once we get back against the Cardinals, that they're going to be able to give those teams a true fight, that those offenses aren't just going to run up and down the football field on you. And I think today gave you a little bit of indication that they have maybe that in them, if they can keep going on this current trajectory of things. But good to see you, Kay. Chris Smith, running game looks good, and then it vaporizes, and Russ throws a pick. Blow it up. I know where you're coming from, Russ, and you're not alone on this. There's a lot of folks in the chat right now that are on this same point, that stand in the same lane. And I'm not going to dissuade you. I understand where you're coming from on it, and I'm okay with it. If they go in that direction, I'm okay with it. And if we go further into this year and we miss the playoffs this season, I'll really be okay with it. But I'm already on board with it now where you guys are at with it. I think it's time enough. We've seen enough of the same. I'm okay with I'm okay with big change. Alex, every time I hear the Seahawks are being hyped as Super Bowl contenders when they haven't really been it at all. Yeah, I don't know, man, Alex. There was a lot of people nationally that were actually, to their credit, and I don't like to give these national media types a lot of credit, but we were nationally looked at this year, coming into this year, with a lot of people not having faith in us, that basically where we sit now is where a lot of people thought we were going to be. I wasn't one of these people. I'm not taking that kind of credit for it. I certainly thought we'd be a lot better than we are. But there was, it certainly wasn't unanimous out there that this team was going to be a Super Bowl contending team or one of the best of the best. I didn't hear any of that talk of our team, at least nationally speaking, goes. Shane Hafner says DK and Dunlap get the dumbass award. Yeah, the throw in the shoe thing by Dunlap was silly. I still think it shouldn't be called a foul. It's like, come on, guys. We're playing a grown man sport. Maybe he should just tie his shoe tighter. And the DK, it didn't really, if you look at the end of the day, the DK thing didn't really cost the team anything. You're out of the game. If anything, DK got himself off the field and protected himself when none of those guys should have been on the field at that point. We should have been basically just downing the football because there was really no chance for us to come back. That part was silly. That was the more silly part. But, guy was chatting. Guy was talking to him. He had to let him know. Alex says Seattle has talent. They just need to get rid of Carroll. I'm okay with that, Alex. I think many are as well. Mike P says Aaron has been immune from AIDS. No worries. So trustworthy, smug. In utero, anyone knows Russ' touchdown interception ratio in Green Bay? It's got to be horrible. Oh, it is. It's got to be something like, I don't know. He's got the 5 interceptions in the other game too, and that's 7. He had to at least have 1 or 2 in the one I'm thinking of. So, yeah, it's got to be something like 3 and 9 or something. 3 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. We factor in the playoff game, probably. It's not good. It's not with his career marks. Mark says it's just sad to see Russ and the coaches waste his career. It is, guys. I think most coaches would have made the decision back a couple of years ago, having a Hall of Fame coach to build a Hall of Fame quarterback to build around a Hall of Fame quarterback. And this team didn't exactly do that. They were more interested in somewhat building around their Hall of Fame quarterback and then trying to rebuild the defense. They have a defensive-minded coach. That's where he put his priorities. They're paying for that a little bit right now. Alex says then they need better management by John Schneider. I don't think he's as good of a general manager as people like to say he is. Hasn't drafted well in recent years, and it's not the best signings too. I'm okay at this point with getting rid of John Schneider. I was on the fence for this even up to a couple weeks ago. The part that's throwing me over the other side of the fence to this and being ready to move on from John Schneider is sitting on $13 million of cap money this year. Because let's remember this, folks, and I'm going to say this until I'm blue in the face and you guys get tired of hearing it. The salary cap for the first time in 10 years went down this season. For every year, you could like death and taxes, you could mark on your calendar that the NFL salary cap was going to increase by 10% every year going back like 15 years. This is the first year in that time frame where it went down. This season, this year, right now. Goes from $200 million last year to $182 million. And in this year, when the salary cap depresses somewhat, 12, 13, 14% there, this season, our Seattle Seahawks decided they were going to hold out some money. That they built such a great roster they can still hold on to that $13.3 million. They don't got to spend that money. Silly. You silly guys. Why would we do that? While other teams like the Saints and the Eagles are like $100 million over the cap, we'll sit on our 13.3. We're going to roll that over to next year. We're so good, we're going to roll that over to next year. That's poor general managership, in my opinion. That's poor planning, in my opinion. And absolutely, I'm kind of done with it on that. To me, I'm done with it from that standpoint of it. And I haven't been. I've been one of the people backing Schneider up in a lot of respects. But that one comes down to you at that, buddy. You use up the money. Use up the money. You've never done this in 10 years with Russ and Carroll here, where you didn't use up every last inch of basic salary cap space you possibly could have. This is the year you choose to do it in the make or break Russell year. Something is afoot, I say. Something is afoot. Jaden Watts. Russ needs a go. Just so tired of watching this offense fail. I am too, Jaden. The offense, this is an offensive-driven league. This is not a defensive-driven league. There's some good defensive teams, but at the end of the day, you're as good as your offense takes you. It's pretty much that's the bottom line. So, we want to fix it, want to get better, we just want to keep doing this. Alex says, yeah, he's been able to work some magic to get more draft picks, but trading to get more draft picks doesn't mean anything if those picks don't turn anything good. Well said, Alex. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with moving on from John, too. No sacred calves at this point. Stuart Michael Balbler says, go Pack Go. Nice try, Seagulls. Bye. Well, nice to see you're bringing the comma from Rogers. Hashtag Air12. Well, always bringing the good punctuation and well-written stuff. Can always get the good drippings of good coherent thought in these kind of woo, Anderson, Packers, good, Seagulls, bye. Are you speaking in haiku, Stuart? We'll see you again. Ride high right now, Stuart. We'll see you again. Patrick says OBJ thinking he made the right choice now. Probably, man. Probably. John says DK needs to get in rhythm. You got to go to him early and often. How do you not give him 12 targets a game? I don't know, John. They seem to not, and again, this game, just targeting Lockett over and over at times where there's a double team on him, or at least a safety over the top on him. Wasn't a lot of targeting DK in this game. He had the one drop, which wasn't good. But then you had the other one where it was a slant route where Russell threw it behind him on that play. And some people go, well, that's he can't catch the ball. It's a bad drop. But in actuality there, it's a slant route and Russell's humming that ball. He's throwing it really hard. You've got to put that on the receiver. You can't put that behind the receiver away from where their body's taking them and where, your whole body to come back and catch. Some receivers can catch that pass, but it's a high difficulty catch to make. I'd love to see DK to make a few more of those at times, but again, I would have tried to have worked him a little bit more early and often with the ball like you would, John. Agreed. Anderson, I definitely agree. We need to keep some players like DK, Jamal, and Taylor. When I say burn it down, I mean take advantage of the picks we can get from Russ, fire coaches, and build the offensive line. Well, then we're 100% on the same page, Anderson. One honey. We're one honey then. Alex, the Jamal Adams trade wasn't that great. They didn't need Jamal, and it shows. It's a trade that's not been the greatest for them, and certainly a guy that they've moved into a scheme that doesn't always work for him and his skill set, Alex. But the trade's made. There's other things for us that we got to turn over because he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Alex says they could have traded for an O lineman or a D lineman, but they got Jamal, which wasn't good. I think they needed to concentrate on the O-line. I don't know whether it was a trade for. They just need to concentrate on it, which has been the problem is they just haven't looked at it as close. Shane, Seattle is always getting screwed over by officiating Lambeau. What the F? I don't know, man. I don't know. I thought there were more, Shane. You're not the only one who's mentioned this. We had someone else. Nas was mentioning this above. I think there were a lot of line calls. I think there were a lot of stuff that was in the gray area of things. It was neither black nor white, but kind of right there in that could have gone either way type calls that just didn't happen to go in our favor. But I don't know that those in themselves were the difference in this game. I think that it was more of this was still solved on the football field and not by the officials. But it would be great to get a couple calls in Lambeau. I agree with you there. Merck says, do y'all really think any teams are trading 3 first for Russ? Oh, my goodness. I guess, Merck, again, the things I always like to get into these debates on, because I do like these debates, Merck, but I always hate when the debates get to more of a simplistic range of things, and then the people that I debate back and forth with don't back anything up past with like just a grandized statement that is all encompassing but doesn't have any details with it. So do y'all really think Russ is going to get 3 first-round picks? You ain't getting 3 first-round picks for Russ. Those are 2 statements you kind of made. I get where you're coming from. Now you got to back it up. Okay? So I back it up from my stance of this, right? I say, if you look at NFL history, Hall of Fame quarterbacks don't get traded. When teams have them, they tend to hold on to them like gold, right? That's my point on this. So counter this part of it, okay, Mark? Teams do that. Hall of Fame quarterbacks never traded. Teams hold on to them. So now when you have an offseason of a Hall of Fame quarterback being traded, you think he's going to get depressed value? A quarterback, Merck, who before he went down to injury was on career highs for efficiency, completion percentage, quarterback rating, touchdown to interception ratio. Do you think the teams are going to concentrate on this back 8 games with the bad finger, or do you think they'll look at the first 8 games, the first 4 games before he went down, and then all the rest of his career up until this point? I again, don't think of this in such simple terms of like, no, Russ looked bad today. No one will want that. Think of it more in grander, far-reaching terms from back of this. Look at this further out. Just look at it from further out a little bit. Look at it in the context of historically speaking in the sport of football. And I think you'll come to find that, yeah, he indeed is worth that. If Matt Stafford's worth 2 first-round picks this offseason, Russ isn't worth 3. Russ is way more accomplished going into this offseason, what he'd be available, where he's at versus where Stafford was at, who hadn't even won a damn playoff game prior coming to the Rams. Mike Melda, what quarterback would they get, though, that would be as good as Russ? Like, even drafting doesn't give me any confidence. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence either, Mike, but I think it comes down to what we're looking at is the future of who's here. Who's our general manager? Who's our coach? Is it Carroll? Is it somebody else? Again, I've at the top of things, I've said, Mike, with conditions, there's about 6 conditions I want with this, but I would like to keep Russ above all else. If we were to go in a direction of looking to quarterback of the future, I would probably wait a year down the line to get the offensive line right before I'd get that quarterback of the future. But you can find other quarterbacks. We're seeing right now with the guys coming in this league, this draft, it's not going to be this way, but recent drafts, there's been a lot of very talented guys coming back into this league. Quarterbacks are playing in more advanced systems coming up through the Pee Wee leagues and junior high and high school, which is making them more advanced now when they arrive on the pros, i.e. you're able to get a guy that's able to hit the ground running a little bit earlier on if you select and pick well. There's a lot you've got to do in tandem with this. It's not all about just picking the right quarterback, but we would be back in that stance of having to find that guy, and it's not necessarily easy to do. Shane Hafner, keep Trey Brown. Haha, he's a rookie. No crap. Oh, sorry. Terrence Barbie, people saying trade Russ are losing it mentally. Yeah, Terrence, just to reiterate this, the number one place I'd be if I'm running the organization is to keep Russ, find an offensive-minded coach, build the offense around him first and foremost. That would be my first approach to this. That's where I stand at the front. Jeffrey says, pretty standard. We lose a game we all know we'd lose in a way that made it look winnable. Well said. Well said. I agree. Very much agree. Alex says, Russ isn't the problem. They could have been a top NFC team in recent seasons if they had actually drafted well and made sensible offseason moves. Agreed, Alex. I mean, some of this comes down to me building around your most important player, Hall of Fame quarterback, the player you're spending the most amount of money on. Maybe build around that asset first and foremost, rather than look at that asset of, hey, because we're spending that much money on you, overcome this bad offensive line, overcome not having a real deep stable of running backs that have got very much talent, overcome. No, that should not be the way it works. You should be trying to build around that asset first and foremost. But some of this is driven from the fact that Coach Carroll cannot stand having a defense that's just getting by, that's just doing just enough. He's going to want to try and build a dominant defense, which means that you have to put an utmost of amount of resources into that side of the football to make it that way. And you've seen the Kansas City Chiefs make their peace with this. They're struggling a little bit with this methodology this season, but they've, the past 2 years to get to the Super Bowl, they've done it on the back of building that offense as big and strong as they possibly can while putting just enough on the defensive side of the ball. That's been their approach, and they've had some success with it. I think Seattle would have had more success than they've experienced over the last 4 or 5 years if they had taken that same approach, especially as it concerns the offensive line. The Way Prince says, just Packer fans here. Y'all are delusional if you think the refs are the reasons we won. I don't think that, Wavy Prince. Mike, what young quarterback would they get? And I don't think he can develop a quarterback at this point. I don't know if he can develop or can develop a quarterback at this point, Mike. I think if they had a rookie quarterback, the thing that's nice about that, Mike, is he can work in the simplified offensive approach that Carroll's going to want to take in the game managership for which he wants out of the quarterback position, and then he can go and put all the resources into the side of the defensive side of the football. That's what I think he would do on the other side of that. I think he just try to build a super defense up and roll with it like that, so that he needs to get a very minimal amount of play then from the starting quarterback. I don't agree with it, Mike, but I think that would be his approach. Randall, we're going to talk about the refs. Took 6 points off the scoreboard on the pick that wasn't, and the holding call. Offense was certainly bad, but refs were worse. And again, maybe I need to go back and watch some of these plays on this, Randall. I mean, there's a couple. The Damian Lewis one stands out. There was one other one that I didn't like as well, I think. But like the Ugo Amadi hold. It was an Ugo Amadi was hold on that 1 third down call that went against him. On the interception with Kevin King over there, it was really close. But again, what does look like to me, Randall, and I could be off on this, they look like gray liners to me. Looked like it was on the gray line, could have gone either way, and we just didn't have any that broke in our way that were on the gray line, and usually you get 50-50s on those, It should almost be like if you get gray line calls in the NFL, they should do it like they do in basketball, where you have, or in college basketball, where instead of when ball players get their hand on the ball, instead of you having a tip, they just go possession. Like if it's your turn to get a possession, you get the possession. And if it's the other team, then they get the possession. That's how they should do with those calls. Like if the call goes against, just to make it fair. Megan, yeah, we do have the Cards next week. That's correct. Shane says, the shutout really hurts. It does hurt. Hurts bad. Mirza says delaying the inevitable is futile. This team needs to be rebuilt. From then, we have some good youngins. I'm okay with it. Like I said, Russ would be my starting point. Russ, create an offense, build a nice, big, fat defensive line around him, get a nice 3-4 team in here that just attacks coming downhill defensively. That would be my first, foremost plan. But behind that would be a full rebuild. Patrick, in a perfect world, Russ would rather finish his career here, but it hasn't been perfect since the Legion of Boom. No, it's been a splintering. It's been a crack that's been ever growing. And certainly you could say it's almost been happening to a small degree since that final Super Bowl play in 2014. And things just haven't been quite right since then. They've been close. They've been so damn close, but never quite getting there, have they? And it's tough to watch because it has been so close. It'd be almost easier if it just went to full bad state, but it was never at full bad state here. It's just been not quite enough. It's been tough, but yeah, it doesn't look like it at this rate of things, I would say. Anderson says, if we move on from Russ, I like C.J. Stroud in 2023. There's something about Malik Willis in this coming draft, too. Wouldn't mind a Lamar Jackson, Raven-esque offense. Malik is got a big arm and is very mobile. Anderson, I do like Malik. I think he is probably the best, the best combination of wow factor talent in this draft of any of the other quarterbacks. There's other quarterbacks you might lean a little bit more towards. I'm hesitant almost just explicitly because of his size, the 6-foot size of it, having the smaller quarterback and understanding the restrictions that brings to an offense. it makes me reticent at this point to lean back in the direction of a guy with only, it's only about 6 foot. I think Lamar is legitimately like a 6'2" type guy out there, if not even maybe a shade above 6'2", which is just enough to get. It's only 2 inches, but it's a couple inches enough to get you an ability, it seems like, to hit over the middle. As you've seen with Lamar, he's able to attack with his tight end, especially over the middle of the defense. And that's been the part short and over the middle that Russ with a shorter quarterback has tended to struggle in. And frankly, it's a little bit of the struggle I see with the times with Kyler Murray, where when he's got it spread out and he can hit his stuff out to the outside, it's all well and good. When you've got to have him try to hit routes to the inside, it's not as good. Just can't see it. Mirza says he doesn't care where he plays as long as he's winning and gets moolah of Russell Wilson. Maybe. Definitely wants to win. Jaden says we're going to lose the Lions. Jaden, we're not going to lose the Lions. Take my word for it, man. That's a W. That's a W. Merck says Mike White, 2023 Super Bowl MVP with the Seahawks. in some alternate universe. Shane Hafter says Pete not challenging the measurement placement on our first drive was BS. It looked like I at first was like challenge, and they showed the final shot from the sideline, and it looked like the knee had come down a hair short of it, at least close enough to where, it's got to be absolutely clear cut for them to overturn it in the booth. Was it clear cut at that point? I don't know. And maybe it was close, but it didn't look. It looked a little bit to me like it could have been just me, but it looked to me like it was probably a little short. Dunkin' Donuts says Seahawks, Russell Wilson should leave Seattle, go Pack, go. No, he shouldn't. No. Merck says, I think the Cards beat us 69-0 next week. Anybody agree? I don't think. Randall says Pete not calling a timeout at end was cowardly. The end of the game? CWE Bed-Stuy. Rodgers is old. Packers can't beat Bucks. I think the NFC is pretty wide open at this point. Packers say 69-3. Here's that was a slap in the face, bruise your soul type of game. It hurt. There's been some other ones that have hurt more than this. And Costa Rica sports fans that says, is this a drunk stream? No, this is not a drunk stream, folks. Don't get too excited on that. My expectation just wasn't for a win. This isn't a soul wrecking game for me because I thought this could be a loss. It'll be maybe a bit of a soul wrecker if we get to the end of the season and we miss the playoffs, and knowing what that brings and knowing the change that's coming and knowing that all that entails. But as it stands right now, there's still a chance. Yeah, I'm the fat, pimply kid in the back of the dance and all the other girls are dancing, right? But maybe that one cutie comes swinging on in here and there ain't no more dudes. I'm it. All right. So I just got to hope that one more, she's coming in hoping to be fashionably late, and she's going to be fashionably late for my fat, pimply ass. But that's where we do stand right now. Yeah. And Costa Rica not quite yet on the drunken stream. I gotta work tomorrow. I got things to do. The King, Chris Romo, the King says, I do agree with the pick call. Yeah, I do too. Chris Romo loves seeing the Hawks lose. I don't blame him. Ha ha ha. The field goal hole drop and us ending his career in preseason. Yeah, you can't hold it against him for Averill broke his neck and then the slippery fingers on the field goal hole against us in the playoffs with Holmgren here. Yeah, he's got a right to have a bone to pick. I give him that. Randall says, why not give DJ Dallas some play? Pete pisses me off. I don't know, Randall. I'd be okay giving him some touches. How about just a few swing routes to him or something out of the backfield a little bit? He's a former wide receiver convert. You think he'd be able to give you that? Kay says, are you worried about the Panthers, Vikings? I guess the Panthers worry me a little bit with Cam coming back there because you can tap into a little bit of that old-timey magic, as one Mr. Niehaus used to say. So there's a little bit of that scares me versus having Sam Darnold or the backup quarterback in there. And boy, they looked energized having him on that field going against the Cardinals today. I do think that they eventually probably fall off because I don't think they have enough offensively to get it done. That's my read on it. With the Vikings, too, I think that they eventually become a team that falls back where there's just not enough there. I think when they lost to Neil Hunter, who was really the main and most important part of their pass rush, they lost him for the season. I think at that point in time, it kind of lowered them down a mark to where they could get. Merck says, yeah, DK goes out there and wants to strike fear. That's why I can't hate on it, right, Merck? That's why I like it. Elliot, if anyone should be suspended, it's Elliot. Jose, offseason is coming in a few months. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Ow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Megan says, we need to win big against the Cards so my brother doesn't give me crap for the rest of the year. Well, Megan, there is one more game. We got 2 games against the Cards this year, so we got 2 matchups. Hopefully we don't lose twice because then that'd be real brutal for you, Megan. Not only have you about once, but then multiple times. Especially if they went and, God forbid, went and did something silly like won a Super Bowl. Consumer 114, need more DK mentality, not like 98% who are robots getting a check. Thank you, consumer. I'm glad some folks are on board with me on this one. I figured I'd get a little bit of, in this age, we've got a little bit of, can't have any edge, can't do anything on the line, got every toe the line. I kind of like, I like that edge on a football field. I wouldn't like it in all sports. Wouldn't want to like it on a baseball field, baseball diamond. Wouldn't like it on a basketball court. But on a football field, yeah, I'll take it out there. Jeff Rhines, how you doing, my guy? Good to see you. He says, what's happening, Brandon? Missed the past week with being sick. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. Goodness. But I I was at least happy with our defense today. Now it's time to kick this bug and get the Hawks going. Hashtag go Hawks. Go Hawks, Jeff Rhines. And yeah, let's get this thing going now, offense. Defense has got themselves right. Defense is figuring it out. Now you guys need to start going here. Let's roll, Washington Visco says, why do you think we didn't run more? Seemed to be going up the gut well. All 3 backs looked good. I don't know, to be honest with you, Washington Fistquest, because I think a lot of what Carroll's looked at and pointed to with the guidance of this is the 2 safety high looks. And when you have 2 safeties that are going to stay back, that removes one less man out of the box who can help in the run game. And especially having a banged up, Kenny Clark in there a little bit throughout this game, not at his full bearing, that you would try to go after that a little bit. But they didn't really stick with it all that much. Some of it had a little bit to do with they would run, they'd get 6 yards, they run again, they get a yard, or they'd run, get 6 yards, and they pass and be pass incompletion. Then you're in 3rd and 4. You have to throw it at that point, and then it was an incompletion. And so there was just no efficiency to the passing game at all, which you've got to do some passing even within the running to keep the chains moving. And they weren't doing that. They weren't completing 3rd downs. And I think that was a little bit of it. But some of it also was, to your point, them just leaning away from it oddly. I was expecting way more run in this game to protect Russ. Shade Apex, do the Seahawks have a chance at the playoffs? Shade Apex, you better believe the Seahawks have a chance. I ain't losing the faith here, brother. Oh, no, I will not lose the faith in these darkened times, for those skies may be black, the winds may be a-howling, the snow may be a-falling, but can I get an amen? We are still alive today. We may still come back alive. We may still come back into Lumen Field and provide to our people a winning structure, a winning program, and get ourselves to the playoffs. For I say to you, my friend, where there is a will, there is a way. Hallelujah. And we are still alive today. We are not mathematically out of it. We get to play the Lions. We get to play the Chicago Bears. We get to play the Houston Texans. We get to play the San Francisco 49ers. And I tell you now, brother, those are going to be wins. This season comes down to one thing and one thing only. Can you go 2 of 3? 2 of 3. Can you find, brothers, 2 wins against those mighty Cardinals with their silly-ass mascot that's the Cardinal from the East, which is actually the Cardinal in the West, so it doesn't make any sense, but can you get a win from there? Can you beat the Rams at home? That prideful Ram team, I tell you. That indignant Ram team, I tell you. Yes, sir, brothers. Yes, sir, sisters. We're going to go get that win. So when you ask me, is there hope? When you ask me, is there a chance, Apex? I say to you, is there a chance? Oh, yes, there's a chance. Jose Garcia. Was it the weather or was Russ playing scared? Russ was rusty. Yes, it's Dangerous, but the other people that don't know the other part of that nickname is it's Dangerusty Wilson. People never listen to the phonetically how it actually sounds coming out, that's usually how it sounds. So yeah, I don't think it's scared. Just he's rusty, finger hurts. If any of you ever broken anything or had something, tear like that, you get into cold weather and even if it's healing, it's going to get stiffer. It's going to hurt a little bit more than it would even in weather that's like 38, 39, 40 degree weather, typical weather that you would see up in the Pacific Northwest. Terrence Barbie says, what does college have to do with the NFL? Huh? I don't know. Chris, Collins was our best offense and we didn't use it when it worked. Agreed. Underused Collins today. And that's saying so. I usually don't like to see us running the ball at all, but yeah, that was could have leaned on that a little bit more. I could have leaned on it a little more. Ellie Clark, I'm glad Jamal Adams mocked the belt thing. The belt thing is lame, and Rodgers is an effing idiot. I hate the Packers. I don't like the Packers anymore, and my hatred's starting to grow, Elliot, over the years with them and Aaron. And I know he hates Seattle, which just makes me hate him that much more. I can appreciate more if I know he hate us. Like he's still bringing up Fail Mary in the interviews here. The broadcast talked about it in this game about him still talking about it now. Let it go. Let it go, Aaron. It was a long time ago, man. Roxanne, hello, Roxanne, coming in with a hot $20 donation. Thank you, Roxanne. She says, not giving up. No. The Hawks can still make the playoffs. I don't think the sky is falling. Russ will be better. The D will be good. And Coach will continue to baffle us all. But there is always a chance. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Roxanne. And thank you for the $20 donation. Longtime member, one of my OGs on the channel. My damn, I appreciate you very much. And thank you so much. I love your spirit. I ain't giving up yet. I can look like we talk about with the multiple hats. I can look with hope. I can look with wonder. I can look with that childlike gleam in my eye to the future of a season where we do make the playoffs, while still at the same time acknowledging it's not likely to happen. We are looking at maybe a rebuild this offseason. But I still got the hope. Brothers and sisters, I still got the hope. Can I get an amen? In Nichols, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Says, preach. Shout out the Sonics. That's right, got my Sonics shirt going here. Get our Sonics back. F the Cards. F the 40 Winers. F the Rams. 12s. Faux Def Do. Let's go, man. Let's go, Nichols. Thank you for the $5 donations. You're right. F the Cardinals. F the 40 Winers. F the Rams. I don't care about you. You're all about to fall off. Yeah, I said it. You're getting feisty 2 hours in the stream. Getting feisty. Thank you for the donations, though, folks. You're awesome. I appreciate you. And if you do like what you're listening to, please do, hit the like button for me. Just lean up there and just a little clicker, little. Help me out. Help me out on that. Kay says, just seems so hard for our offense the past couple of years and this year to move the ball and find rhythm and play together. Gerald is a good player. Glad he's on our team and glad he's playing. Well, thanks for, it's been 2 hours and I haven't even mentioned Gerald Everett's performance in this game, Kay. Thanks for reminding me of that. Gerald played great in this game. Really great. They found a way to really try to get him and feed him the football. I thought he did the most with his targets. If there was a yard to get, he got every inch he could. In fact, he probably should have on one play gotten out of bounds to save some clock there at the end of the half. But with that said, this guy has been a steady dude throughout this year in the times he's had opportunities. And he's not had a lot of opportunities. And the more that you give this guy touches, I think good things happen. But you got to, it's a little bit like DK Metcalf. You got to work into your game plan the way to manufacture some touches to these guys. Routes where they are the prime receiver, and sometimes just on short routes in space to get him the ball and let him get up the football field. Glad to see them start to do that this week. Disley also, I think, had a couple catches, so it was great, Kay, just to see them use the tight ends. Many of the folks in the chat have been telling me that they were out on OBJ because they really wanted to see Seattle go more towards focusing on the tight ends in the passing game. It's just unfortunate that it seemed like they focused on it's like they can do one thing or the other, right, Kay? So they can chew gum or rub their tummy. They can't seem to do both. So they can either throw to their wide receivers and not their tight ends, or they can throw to their tight ends, but then not their wide receivers. It's an odd dichotomy, but one that seems to be at play. Washington Fisk West says, cake or pie? I'm a cake guy. But some of this is built out of my pure pickiness as an eater, and there's far too many pies where I've got a pretty solid footing on saying, for the most part, fruit should not be going with bread. Those two things should be pretty much always separated, in my opinion. There are times you make exceptions. I'm not saying all times, but cake's almost always good. Almost always. Merck says we're going to sign someone random, 45-year-old, for $1 million, $8 million contract, and then have $50 million cap spare dollars walking into the season. Patrick Mahomes will win a $1 deal and say no. Maybe Merck. That gets pretty dark. Randall says, I bet Kyler doesn't play by the following week. He might not. I wonder where that ankle is at. I mean, it's if it's a high ankle roll, high ankle sprain, those tend to take 4 weekers, Randall, which would put that right in your timetable. So it's possible. Certainly the game looks a lot winnable, I'd say, though. Then, Randall, we're back in that Colt McCoy. He's in that Nick Mullins mode, man. He's in that Nick Mullins mode. Nick Mullins would just tear us apart. The second you saw Jimmy go off the game, and then comes Nick Mullins in recent years, you're like, oh hell, it's about to go to trash. Same thing I feel like a little bit with Colt McCoy. Does he just go out there and just hand it to our defense like he did last year with the Giants? Thank you again, Roxanne and Nichols. You're awesome. I appreciate you too, and very kind. Mirza says Russ is getting out of Seattle. He wanted AB, didn't get him. He wanted a better offensive line, didn't get it. He wanted OBJ, they could get him, but failed to do so. Pete doesn't care about Russ, and Russ knows it. Well said, Mirza, and I can't argue with any of that. I cannot go against anything you just said, because it's the truth. You want to keep a guy, you want to show a guy's valuable. Look at the backers this offseason. They had cap space, they were trying to save for something else. Roger said, go make this trade for Cobb. Texans knew that they had the Packers over the barrel a little bit, got a little bit extra draft capital for it to give up Cobb at that point. Cobb does carry a decent base salary on the Packers' books this year, but Aaron wanted it, so Aaron got it. Tom Brady last year asked for AB, asked for the Buccaneers to beat Seattle's offer that was on the table. The Buccaneers beat the offer on the table. Tom Brady got it. Which one of these does not look like the other? And whether or not you feel like Russ is in the same place from a talent, production, player standpoint as those other two players, or near where those players are at, you can at least agree that he's not been given that same kind of support other great players have in their position in the same way. It's not that he's not being given any support. He has been given some. That's just not the full backing of, you're the guy, give it to you all, let you go here with it. There are things with that you go, no. Travel inlands. Got that right, Lance. It took me 3 times. I bet we can beat the Cards. I really doubt it, though. I think we can beat it. I'm going to say I think we win. They're not desperate. They don't need this win this week. We need this win this week. Joe Momo, can you all send us Bobby Wagner over? No. Bobby's ours. You guys need to start drafting linebackers rather than ignoring the position year in, year out. Or trying to make Jalen Smith work. Jeffrey Thistle, I just want to spoil the party for our NFC West friends and I'll be happy. I'm with that. I'm good with it. Mirza says Benson is crap. Well, Mayowa has gotten a lot of snaps this year, and not always easy to understand exactly why. So, Sam linebacker is one of those positions they just try to get by at, it seems like, but not a whole lot of impact there out of Benson this season. Not that he's ever been very impactful as a player, so not super surprising either. Joe Momo, Russell Jesus Wilson will move to a team in the Bible Belt, so Saints or the Falcons. I think the Saints are a possibility. The Falcons aren't, Joe, because they've married themselves to Matt Ryan for the next 2 seasons, no matter what. But the Saints are definitely in play. Chris, I'm ready to see Stone play on the line. Brown is just so old and weak and slow. It seems that, Chris, they feel like Jamarco Jones is ahead of Stone Forsythe. He's been here for a couple more years than Stone. They like where he is at ahead of him, so you're going to get Jamarco before that. But at this point in time, it's especially if Brown's fighting through an injury, then it's probably time to try somebody else. If he's healthy, he's probably still a little bit better than what Jamarco Jones is, because I just don't have a real good high side on Jamarco. I just don't think Stone's going to be quite ready to roll right now. Seahawks fan 900 says, this team is starting to give me a headache this year. Also, hi, everyone. Hey, how's it going, Seahawks fan 900? And I think I'm with you, man. It's been we've had some frustrating seasons in recent years, some years that have tested our patience, even as we've won. Even in the winning, it's been hard on some of these games to watch. You come away winning a game and you go, man, I know we got a W, but why did that feel like a loss? And then you come into it this year where it's been even tougher, where you're not getting the wins now, and you're just getting even worse play across the board. And it's been tough, man. It's a tough pill to swallow. I've got to give Seahawks fans credit. You guys are hanging in there. Nobody's bandwagoning off. And people are maybe asking for a rebuild, but that's not bandwagoning. That's saying I want to make this team better. I want to improve. I don't want to stand pat and stay with what I am today. I want us to get back to a place of where we are truly contending. Patrick, we could win it all. Most or none of the remaining games, I would not be surprised. Me neither, Patrick. Nas, they're still dropping Mayo into coverage a scary amount. Today was the first time I've seen it make an impact where Rodgers wanted Adams immediately, but saw Mayo there and left it. Yeah, they're going to play. You're going to see him dropping a lot, though, now to a degree, though, because he's playing the Sam linebacker role. So they've got a defensive end playing Sam, and the Sam linebacker is at times going to drop into coverage. So that's why you're seeing him out there as much into coverage. That's normal for the position he's playing. Berg Show, I think we should have gone with the hot hand, Gino. Should have kept Russ out till next week. Do you think Chris Carson will ever play again? I think he'll play again. I don't know how effective he's going to be when he gets back, or how much you really can rely on him to give you too many carries going forward. So I'd say some of that's a little bit suspect. Would have been hard to keep Russ off the field if he says he's ready to go, Berg Show. He's your captain. He's the guy you put your resources behind. If he says I can play, I'm ready to go, then as a coach, it's a tough decision to come in there and say, no, we're going to sit you and we're going to go with Gino. So that's a tough one. It might be the right decision to make, but it's just a hard one to force the line on. Joe Momo, bro, but the news this offseason was the Saints were trying to make a move for Wilson. Yeah, I'm saying they may. They may be one of those teams. Travel and Lance says Russ's deep balls really floated. Gave time for D to close in. Yeah, I don't know if it's the finger travel and Lance, but there was definitely a lack of pop on the balls when he was pushing them out there in space. They were hanging up there today. He usually has a little bit more, I think, to get it down there. Some of it is in the trajectory of how he throws it, but today there was definitely some that were just, man, it was you could have played a jamboree in the time that ball was up in the air. Kay says, need a pass rush like Clowney and need a better offensive line. Even Pete criticized them, which was nice to see, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's fine. He did kind of go after him a little bit. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen Clowney here, Kay. I was big on the Clowney boat. He's doing pretty good this year with Cleveland. He's being a very effective pass rusher for them over there. It was about finding the right spot for him. I never understood why they traded the assets they did for him. He performed in the first year he was here, and then you didn't want to pay him. I always thought that was a little silly on their part to do that. But we can go out there and find somebody else. They're going to have to address the pass rush from somewhere else. It can't just be Darrell Taylor going forward. Dunlap looks done. Alton Robinson's not giving you quite enough to really rely on. Rasheem Green will be a free agent after this year. You're going to need to find some other pass rush. Mark says, I guess Trey Flowers is really the problem. I guess so. Traveling Lance says, so true, Hawks Nest. When D gives you the short pass, you dink and dunk. Yeah. You've got it. This is what it is last year over and over again, and a little bit of why people, there's a little bit of I got a debate with this last week in comment section on my videos where somebody goes, in last week's video, I was a proponent of saying maybe we should throw a little bit more than we should run the ball, that we should try to get that in more, and then people go, we tried that last year, it didn't work. Cover 2 shut it down. And my point on that was like, well, cover 2 shouldn't be the end-all be-all to shut you down from a passing offensive standpoint. There are still holes within a cover 2 defense, specifically in the short passing game, but it does require the offensive coordinator and the quarterback to buy into that and to throw to those routes. And we don't see enough of that final element at play, the commitment element. The plays are there, like on the Lockett deep ball, where Russ insists on throwing it into basically double coverage. He's got Gerald Everett over there in the flat. 3 yards, minimum 3 yards plus, just sitting there waiting to be taken. But it's very hard to get quarterbacks at times, especially when they get too obsessed with hitting those deep shots, to dial it back and just take what the defense gives you. Jazz Star says it's time to let Russell go. It may be that time, Chase. I think he's going to want to go at this point, whether we want to let him go or not. I think he's going to want to drive to want to be letting go if it goes in this same direction. Chase says it's either Pete or Russ out, or maybe both, man. Maybe both. But I do think it's going to be one or the other minimum at this point. Joe Momo says Seattle defense is legit. Maybe you should have let Smith play and let Wilson fully recover. Plus, Packers have no answer against Geno Smith when he was in the Jets. Well, it worked when he was at the Jets. I don't know. The having Geno in there and you're gonna have this moment where Coach Carroll's gonna sit and stand in front of Russ and say, I'm ready. I've been training 20 hours a day to get back here as fast as I can get back here. Fingers ready. I've been performing okay in practice. Let me play. And Carroll's just going to go from a gut instinct in that moment and say, no, let's go Geno. Or he's going to pull Russ off halfway into the game and say, you don't look good enough to me. I'm taking you off the field. I think it's good in theory, but it's really hard to make that play in practice. Joe Mova says, doubt Russell will want to stay. He has a better chance with the Saints. Plus, that's in the Bible Belt, and he's all about that. He's not about the free-thinking life in Washington. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not sure on that. Travel Land says Carroll's telling Waldron that's his job. He's the OC. Yeah, Carroll is the OC. Jay says it's all about pass run. DK can't be running 80% of the offense. Can't be running 80% of the offensive. Good things happen when we throw it to our tight ends. Keep up the good work, the Hawks Nest. Thank you, Chase Star. Appreciate that. And yeah, it's definitely like seeing the tight ends. We're getting worked in today. That was one encouraging thing I think from the offense that you can take away. Joe Moba says get Nathaniel Hackett, the offensive coordinator for the Packers, as a head coach. I want to go maybe something a little more maybe bigger than that if we're going with a new coach. Chase Star defense is holding the end of the bargain, but the offense didn't. Facts, Chase. Facts. Kay says, don't know why our screens are so embarrassed. Waldron and Russ need to have more say. My theory on this, Kay, of why our screen game doesn't work as well is that we don't have the mobile linemen to get out in space. And that when you watch it more often than not, you see the linemen very late to get out and lay their blocks on those second-level defenders coming down to make the tackle. And it seems like this is going to be a little bit of a thing we have to address in the offseason with getting less of the man-mountain types, less of the people mover types, less of the 330, 340-pound types, and get more of the sub-300-pound types that can actually move in space a little bit easier. I do think that's going to be a transition you see as we move forward. Shade Apex says maybe we should pick up Mitchell Shorts. Shade, I don't know if Mitchell is ready to roll. I think he's still working through a really tough injury from last year with that back. Is Trey Brown playing great, but I'd love to have Creed Humphreys right now. You and me both, my guy. You and me both. Gary Schneider, Russell is great and the best quarterback in Seattle history, but even without the injury, he can't throw over the middle of the field, and he is so reluctant to take a check down. Very well said, Gary. Very well said. And as I've pointed out too with this, is that he's got to, in this make or break year as well, to keep him here going forward, you've got to see him be able to work within this offense. And indeed, up until this point, there's still time on the board for this to get right, but Russell has yet to show you that he can embrace running this new model of offense that he's got to run. It's the first new offense in his career. I'm willing to give him time for that transition to take place, but we should see more consistent elements of it throughout a football game. It shouldn't see 4 quarters of bad offense from him and seeing him struggle to kind of adapt into this offensive things at times. That is discouraging, in my opinion, and it's the point where you eventually can land at the end of the year, where if he's not able to be productive within it, he was very efficient to start the year out. I'll say that. He was being very efficient within it. But then it's efficiency with productivity. It's not just having a quarterback rating and a good yard per attempt. It's also about moving the football up the football field and moving the chains up the football field. So those are the things we're going to need to see with Russ. And if he's going to remain here in the long term, he's going to have to show it out in the next 8 games or whatever we got left here, 9 games, even with that dodgy finger. The Berg Show, Stafford was traded in his prime. Joe Flacco also, both franchise quarterbacks. I didn't say franchise quarterbacks, Berg. Don't change the argument. Don't change the argument. I don't like moving the goal. Don't move goalposts on me. I didn't say franchise quarterback. I never said franchise quarterback. Never, never, never did I say those words, Berg Show. I said Hall of Fame quarterback in their prime. I was very specific in my wording. So that's why I'm pressing you on that. Joe Flacco is never getting to the Hall of Fame. He ain't getting one Hall of Fame vote ever, never, nada. Matt Stafford maybe get a Hall of Fame vote, but unless he goes out there and wins a Super Bowl, he ain't going to the Hall of Fame, and he certainly wasn't a Hall of Fame talent when the Rams traded for him. He certainly wasn't considered that by the league or where he was at with his career. So I'm talking about a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime, and to notice that's as close as you can get as far as comparative wise. And this is why Russell would still be worth 3 first-round picks in a trade. So this is why. Chase, our offensive line needs to be better. We have a bunch of fat offensive line players. Dwayne Brown, Posick. We need athletic offensive line players. Sometimes you guys read my mind in the chat. Maybe I'm like reading your comments somehow, but not yet have read it. I don't know how it is. We just... Chris Mess says, oh God, please don't let us get Danny Dimes. Danny no dimes. Oh, we're getting Danny Dimes. Danny Dimes for a year, Chris. You're going to get to watch Danny Dimes for a year. Nas, maybe you can even say Brady was traded in his prime. Maybe you can even say Brady was traded in his prime. Brady was a free agent, so I don't know how you land on that. Again, I'm very specific in my wording. Let's let's not keep our eye on the ball here. The wording was very specific. Find me an example outside within the specificity of what I just spoke on. Anthony Davis, Green Bay is Green Bay, Super Bowl 2021, 2022. Huh? Fender Bands, Green Bay. Oh, sorry. Aiden Simmons, would you take Tua, Xavier, and 2 firsts for Russ? Probably, I guess. Probably. But I would be trying to look to probably move Tua for other assets, I guess. Maybe. Aiden, that's a tough one. I'm right on the line with that one. I hate Tua. So I am not a Tua guy at all. Xavier and 2 firsts is pretty close to 3 firsts as far as equivalent value. So you're right near it. You're right near it. And if it sort of depends, Aiden, on where the Dolphins' first-round pick I'm getting lands at this year. If they turn it around and become a middle-of-the-road team this year, and I'm getting the 13th overall first-round selection versus getting, let's say, the 3rd overall selection in this upcoming draft, that would probably make a difference for me. But I'd lean probably. I'd want to see if there's equivalent value out there, Aiden. If I've got some team out there offering just 3 straight across the board, I take 3 straight across the board. Now, as I think about Aiden, I want the 3 straight. If there's no 3 straight trade, if that's my best of my 2s on the second half, I got no 3 first-round picks, but this is all I got is 2 first-round picks plus, and this is the best of what I got, then okay. But I'd seek out the 3 ones. Hazik says Russ should have sat this one out. You're not alone, Hazik. There's a lot of people out there that feel the same on this one. I think it would have been hard to talk him off the football field, though. Hawks 3 and 6. Seahawks should be more careful about letting Russ go in. Could take years and years to replace him. Careful letting him go. Sorry, not let him go in, but letting him go. Could, man. It could. Took us 40 years to find a Hall of Fame quarterback before Russ, right? So it took a long time beforehand. And we see teams throughout the league scuffle for years looking for that guy. There is no certainty in going out there and having to find a new quarterback. That is for sure. Jay Star says Russell's just collecting paychecks, no hunger. Maybe. I don't know if it's no hunger. I think he's just got an injury. Hazik, if Russ goes, we're going to be terrible for a decade. But at this point, it would almost be worth it to see Pete gone. I don't understand that mentality of things, Hazik, from fans who say that if Pete Russ goes or if Coach Carroll goes, then that immediately absolutely means 10 years of losing football. Maybe. The NFL, though, you turn things around very quickly. It's not like baseball or basketball where you get stuck in a hole and it takes you years to carve your way out of it. It's just a different sport in that realm of things. So it all depends on the hires and the moves you make. But Hazik, think of it like this. Again, this is my main thing I relate this to. The Niners were the worst team in the football. They got the number 1 overall pick. They got Nick Bosa. Then the very next year, they got to the Super Bowl. Right? So that's the way it goes. And again, don't forget, I know you younger fans who've just kind of come into your fandom in the last 10 years, sometimes kind of don't know as much about the previous history of Seahawks and football and all that. But guess what? You went to a Super Bowl only a couple years prior to Coach Carroll coming here and Russell Wilson coming here. Matt Hasselbeck got you to a Super Bowl. So let's not overstate things too harshly on if one of these guys goes or the other guy goes, then that absolutely means nothing but misery for a decade and 20 years or the next half century. I mean, let's keep it real with that just a little bit. Zoran76 says Russell Wilson will choose to leave, folks. I agree. I think if we go on this current path, that's where it's going. Patrick says, remember what Pete said last week about if Russ had not been here this long, neither of them could have. Well, the quote is Patrick actually. He said, "I've been here a long time, and if Russell Wilson wasn't here, I wouldn't have been here for as long." So he wasn't as putting Russell wouldn't have been there either for long. He was putting it as he wouldn't have been there for as long. Yeah, we would trade Russ for something if he has to move. Kay says, I take Watson if everything clears, but not looking to trade our quarterback. Agreed, Kay. We'd see how it plays out. Certainly, look, Watson's an awesome talent. He's much younger than Russ, more mobile than Russ, bigger than Russ. But, there is that off-the-field quotient that would be the bridge everyone would have to cross in order to embrace him. Juice, I'm not mad at Russ. He isn't 100%. I figured he'd come back too early. Probably going to be hard for him the next few weeks. Probably. I'd say so. I would say so. Zoran76 is bringing a new general manager. Well, 9. I'm okay with that too. Anderson says, if anything, forget the argument of sticking with our core or rebuilding. Do we as fans just crave something new? Being a Hawks fan is tiring, laughing out loud. I want something to look forward to, a young team. I think you're a little onto something to a degree on this, Anderson, and the things are always weighted a little bit on that makes sense on somebody saying that. And this comes a little bit, I think, of the argument that's made to me about when I criticize this team as I have in the past from some folks, and they say, you're so entitled. You're so spoiled by what you have. You could be the Lions. You could be the Bengals. What I tend to counter on this, Anderson, is I say that we're not a franchise that is... franchises across the NFL come in all shapes and sizes. They all have different histories. Histories of winning, histories of losing, histories of recently being winners, histories of being in contention and of truly going for it, not just being those teams that are middling. When teams look at me, when fans mention to me teams like the Cincinnati Bengals or the Detroit Lions, teams in this lane of things that are just these just poor, horrific organizations and how they run things, I don't think we're equivalent to them. Are we the blue blood organizations that have been around forever and who draft phenomenally and make so much more better decisions than we made recently? Your Steeler teams, your Raven teams, Green Bay Packer teams. No, we're not maybe into that stance of things, but then are we maybe just the next rung below that, being a very consistent winner in the last 20 years in establishing a level of play? Yeah, we are. So it's not as much for me about craving something new as keeping the established position that you have created. You've created this winning culture, so don't come to accept mediocrity. Don't come to accept being just semi-good, on the edge of semi-good and mediocre. That's as more for where I land with it. And again, too, the final point on this I'll put, Anderson, is that you have a team that has not shown you the signs of fixing things that are broken, and of the things that used to be strengths become weaknesses. And those are the things that also lend you towards seeking change, seeking new. because the old seems to be degenerating. It seems to be crumbling from what it used to be before. And that's, I think, a little bit of what drives that want for change. Don't want to speak for everybody on that, but that's at least from my standpoint of it where I sit. Zorn76 says Russell Wilson's best years are behind him. Very well, maybe. Washington Quest Jamal Adams was all over the field. That was cool. 11 tackles. He was Washington Quest. I thought he played really well. Provided pressure, got an interception, level tackles. But probably was you made an argument in this game. This was Jamal Adams' best game as a Seattle Seahawk. It's going to get lost in the shuffle a little bit because of the nature of how this game played out. But he was awesome in this game. Really, really well played game by Jamal. Randall says the thing about Pete is if something isn't working, he has no problem to just keep doing it. Alex Collins. Yeah, you've got to be a little more willing to change on stuff, and he's more, we're going to stick to our plan, stick to our guns. Sometimes you need to try new guns. and that's, I agree there. Traveling Lance, Russ himself took the blame in his presser. That's good. And again, he's hurt. He's coming back off his thing. He played really bad, but he's coming off the finger thing. It's understandable. Zorn76, Carroll's problem is believing his own press. Could be. Alex Collins will run the ball 100 times for 1 yard, and Pete would be smiling, calling up a halfback dive. Well, Merck, he's going to call halfback dives forever and ever. He loves halfback dives. He loves his A-gap runs. Let me just go right up that center's butt and just run right behind him all day. I don't know why Carroll gets a southern accent when he's thinking about running up the butt. That's just the way it is, though. He gets southern. He gets that deep with it. Shade Apex says, watching Jaron Reed get sacks in the Chiefs game. Jaron Reed has not played great for the Saints this year. That was a smart move by Seattle, moving off from him. He's not been good for the Chiefs. It's good he's finally getting a sack. I think that's his first sack of the year here now in week 7 or 8. So that's okay. Zoran says Pete is stuck on stupid, thinking he can make chicken salad out of chicken shit. Agreed, man. Well, and the thing that I said with this Zorn is that they're sitting on $13 million of cap space that they had the audacity to believe that they didn't have to use because they had drafted and spent their money so well this offseason. They'll just leave that in the kitty to roll that over next year. That's the most inexcusable when looking at this current team and where they sit. Okay, there will now be 3 teams outside the division winners that make it in, correct? Yep, okay. So one last bye team means one more team in the playoffs, which means one more chance and opportunity for us to get in, which helps us in our chances this year out tremendously. Traveling Land says DK's response to the media after the game, I started to fight. Press Y. DK tired of losing. I'm okay with it. Again, I'm fine with it. I don't want my players. The thing you hate above all else from any NFL player that you get on a football field is the guy collecting checks who might not even love the football game, but who's getting paid a tremendous amount of money and who's got no spirit or will in the game, who's just going about the motions to get his job done, just doing just enough on there to stay out on the football field. First, the guy who truly cares, who wants to win, who's not just out there just going through the motions. I'll take the latter, even if it brings some problems with it. Randall says, I think it's premature to say Russ is on the downside. I see in the comments. Was he rusty, Russ? Yes. But look at where he played after missing 4 games. Look at him before the injury. 10 touchdowns, 1 pick. Well said, Randall. That's where I land too. I don't think it's indicative that this is the Russell Wilson we see moving forward. I think the conditions will change. Another week of that finger getting maybe a chance to improve and heal. Let's see where this goes going forward. Randall, the refs were really bad. Took 6 points off the board plus the fumble. And they weren't good in this game, but I wouldn't blame it on them. That's all I'm saying. DK did have the one big drop. The slant route, I can't put as much on him, Randall. I mean, it's maybe technically a drop, but Russ puts that ball behind him as he's running full speed in the opposite direction. It's a tough catch to make, especially when Wilson's humming it with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball in it. Russ has got to put that ball out on his body. It's more of a 50-50 there, where DK gets 50% of the blame for the drop, Russ gets 50% of the blame for the throw. Randall says, Alex Collins the worst running back to start a game this week. I didn't think Alex looked that bad, Randall. I thought he looked all right. He wasn't like setting the world on fire, but he wasn't horrible. AI says hard to rebuild with no draft picks and an idiot general manager and coach. Kay says, shout out to Alex Collins. He does have sweet feet. See, I'm with you. I think he's got some sweet feet too. AJ Johnson, Seahawks need to rebuild the Hawks. AJ, I'm with you. I think there's a lot of people with you on this. Let's get this thing going and let's put this down, take it down to the studs, rebuild it from scratch, raise that building down. AJ says DK's tired of losing. Time to rebuild. Time to rebuild, man. Watch VisQuest. Go DK. Drag him. Not really, but glad you're pissed. I'm glad he's pissed too. I don't want our players happy or okay with being, well, we lost this one, on to the next. Whatever. I want them in it. I want them engaged. I want them to care. It's the thing we ask most of these guys, and one guy's showing it, and we're going to have people that tear him down for it. Not me. Not me, I tell you. Alex Lansky, how about Trey Brown? He made a huge play today. He made a couple of plays, Alex. A couple of plays today. Made the great stop on the third down. There's also a play where Rodgers is going early on deep over the top on him. He does his technique, which if you want to watch him close, Trey Brown's got this technique on deep balls where to keep it clear, he stays back on the receiver and just impedes the receiver's progress to the ball. So he's not trying to even really run step for step. He's just trying to get in front of the guy and then have the guy try to run up his back to get to the ball, which is, of course, impossible at that point. It's why I called him the face hugger in the college breakdown tape I did of him. But he's just a guy who's really on the rise right now. Really excited about what we're seeing out of him as a player. I'm going to go get some more coffee, folks. I'm just going to run my little mid-ad sequence here as I go and get my coffee, so I'm going to be right back. It's about 60 seconds long. I want to thank the sponsor of the show, manscaped.com, for this. So just really quickly, be right back with you guys here in about 60 seconds. So bear with me for just 1 second here. Tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. All right, we are back. Thank you for hanging on with me, folks. Jack Meridew says that offensive line needs multiple early picks. Jack, I agree. You're going to need to get a left tackle, you're going to need a center, and you're going to need a right tackle. That's what we know they need to address right off the top. So you're going to need to put some resources in this offseason, whether those are good resources, whether they get really talented guys, or they just try to get by at the position, which they've been doing pretty often here as of recent. So we'll see how they go with it, but they're going to have to address it one way or another. Kay says, have not capitalized on any of our picks. Offense being left behind in this league, whereas our identity on offense needs to be looked at. Hope Chris Carson is back soon. Well, we can use all the reserves we can get at this point, Kay. No doubt about that. It's a bit about investment. I think that they've tried to split a little bit of the difference and be good on both the offensive ball and be good on the defensive side of the ball. And they've gone right down the middle and trying to kind of allocate the resources as they have. It hasn't really worked that way. And the offense is definitely not really coming together with this new offensive scheme like we kind of hoped that they would at the start of the year. It's taking a long time, and it's being a bumpy road to get there, a really, really bumpy road, which is tough to watch. I'd hoped we were going to get a lot more early returns from this offense than we have. Alex says, if I'm the front office, I'm spending lots of money and picks on the line, even if it means Diggs is gone, sadly. Well, I think that's what you've got to do to me, in my opinion on this, Alex. I love Quandre Diggs. He's been a phenomenal safety. In his short time here, he's been one of the more effective safeties we've had in Seattle Seahawks history. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day, the impact of a free safety versus the impact of a good left tackle versus a good right tackle versus a good center, which is more important to a football team? Which is more impactful to a football team? That is the question, in my opinion. And where I land on it, I say the offensive lineman. I say the guy that is impacting the play in and play out. There's sometimes with a free safety, center field safety, all he's doing is keeping things clean over the top, and he has almost no impact on the play happening at all, outside of keeping things clean over the top. And if the offense is doing nothing but dink and dunk all day, that free safety is not really doing anything as far as impacting the football game almost at all. Whereas, again, on the offensive line side of it, the offensive lineman is hitting a guy every single play. He's either trying to drive him off the ball and create space, or he's trying to protect your quarterback. Every single play. So which do you want to spend on? Which is a more valuable way to disperse the assets? Randy Miller says, Russ, 1, 2, 3, 4, start running to the right. 5, 6, 7, throw. D-Nugget, I'm good for whatever. Hawks fan for life. New fan as of 2014. Now I'm ready to be a fan of a bad team. Well, it's no guarantee we're going to be a bad team yet, but yay. Ride or die, buddy. Ride or die with me, man. Watch VizQuest. If Pete left and Russ stayed, absolutely do not blow it up. We need a couple of linemen on both sides, and we're back in the mix. Just a new leader. Agreed. I don't think you fully go to a full-on blow-up state if Russ stays. You definitely are still trying to be a competitive team moving forward in the near future. It's only full rebuild at that point is if both are going. Jay says, I don't care about the national media. I don't care about the national media saying we weren't going to be that good this year. They've been saying that exact same thing for the past 7 years if they're bound to get it right at some point. Yeah, I agree. I'm not trying to give the national media credit saying that they're super smart, but just on this point, somebody said above, nobody was calling this to happen, Jay, so I was just responding to that. Somebody was saying that. Evo Stevo, I feel bad for our defense. Can't even get a damn field goal. Jesus Christ. It is rough to watch. In Nichols says, shout out to my broski in the nest 112s and still full for the 41ers and cheeseheads. Hey, shout out in Nichols. Good to see you out here, man. Brian Nichols, after the second quarter, I threw in my cards, gave my wife the remote, and we watched the Hallmark Channel. I can't blame you, Brian. I can't blame you for it. It's been rough watching some of this football on the football field. The Colts game, the Titans game. There's been some rough moments, and you go back to last year, there was just some real rough football. Some just rough football that you have to watch where you're like, man, this is just, moments of cringe, that's for sure. Washington Visquest says, I hope DK eats a cornerback this year. Yeah, me too. JJ Epperly says, trade Russ and Bobby this offseason and use the picks to build around our young talent like DK, Jamal, and Brooks. I'm okay with it as a method of approach this offseason, JJ. So I'm not against it. I think many people are going to be on board with you on that too. You might be surprised by how many are like, yeah, I'm good with it. Traveling Lance, I've been a Seahawks fan since the 1980s. I remember the struggles to get to 8-8 each year. This team is still so much better than back then. Yeah, I mean, we definitely had some ups and downs a little bit in the 80s. Again, this is where and I'm not trying to disagree with you, Traveling Lance, that there's been worse times in Seahawks history. 90s was the dark ages, for instance. But again, it comes back to different eras and who's your ownership. And to me, when you have ownership that's willing to spend money, ownership that supports the front office and the head coaching, you get a good training facility that's brand new and it's big, and a new stadium, and you got a fan base. Like, there's some things that help to create a winning culture there, to where I don't think you slide back into the 80s, where again, the 80s, you're just a team that's just barely been created. You were just born in 1976. It's going to take you time as a team to find some identity. And even in the 80s, you still got to a conference championship game as that fledgling team. You still won a couple of division titles throughout the 80s. There's these teams out there that have been bad for going on decades and decades. Your like I said, Bengals, Lions, Dolphins. Hell, the Raiders haven't been good for how long? I mean, that is dark age time. Raiders went to the Super Bowl in 2000, and I don't think they've been good since. Jake Johnson, stop the Pete Carroll firing. It's offensive line. That's the problem. Well, it is a problem with it. I think a little bit of this you have to acknowledge with this, Jake, is the fact that the offensive line's not good does have something to do with Coach Carroll. He is a guy that sits above even Schneider in allocating how things are picked and put. And if he wanted to make building a great offensive line a priority, he could have done so. They didn't make that a priority at any point in time. So the failing of that does go back to Carroll, even though he is a defensive-minded coach on this. This will divide the fan base. That's the thing about this. There are people that are Russ people. There are people that are Coach Carroll people. There are people that are just Seahawks people that want to see that only concentrate on this from the organizational standpoint. There's a lot of different camps on this one. So I get where whichever camp you lie on, I get where you're coming from. I don't say you're absolutely out of pocket to think where you think on it, but I think everybody's got a sound reason for being where they are as far as where they want to go with this team in the future and how they want to go with it in the future. Evo Stevo says Chris Carson's got to go, Pete's got to go, Ken Norton's got to go, Dwayne Brown's got to go, Dunlap's got to go, Russ needs to sit out at least another 3 games and fully recover. You might be seeing something like, I don't think he's going to sit out. Russell Wilson's he's going to play through. If he can play, he's going to play, Evo, and I don't think they're going to overrule him on that, whether or not it's the right decision to make or the wrong decision to make. It could be going that route with things. I've long said I'm not as worried about Evo Ken Norton with this because I think this is Coach Carroll's defense above all. And to blame it on Ken Norton is sort of just to sort of make him the whipping boy for something that kind of does go a little bit beyond him. But no, I think we're seeing Russ for the rest of this year going forward. I don't think he wants to sit out as any interest in sitting out, even if it is the right thing to do. It's not something I think Russell Wilson's willing to do. And they're going to be done with Carson after this year, I guarantee you. They only brought him back this year because nobody else in the NFL was going to pay him a big contract as a running back. They were able to get him down at a heavy, heavy, heavy discount. And that was enough to make them like, all right, it's at such a depressed point of price to get Carson back that we'll make the move at this point. But he'll be out. The deal with that and signing to the contract like you did this last offseason was that you made it very easy to get out from under Carson's deal after this year. So I would expect them to do that. John Roy says the refs were bastards. They were a little bastard-like today, yep. HB, I'm getting tired of seeing Russ not take what's open underneath. It's like he was trying to make up for lost time with his stats, but it's just not his game. It's not just this game. It's not just this game. Sorry, HB, I spelled that a little weird. Yeah, look, the not taking the underneath stuff or committing to taking it is stuff that we've seen throughout this year, throughout his time in recent years. It's the thing we've gone over to again and again on this channel, at least something I've harped on over and over again. If Russell wants to take the next step in his greatness, if he wants to continue to ascend through his mid and late 30s and to be still this player that is one of the best quarterbacks in the sport, he's got to master the short and intermediate game to some degree. Maybe not to the level of other Hall of Fame quarterbacks have in that respect, like a Drew Brees, for instance, but he's got to some level. And it's got to be beyond this bottom floor level where he's kind of at with it, where he just sort of will begrudgingly, through clenched teeth, white knuckling it, throw a halfback pass, right? Where it's fine. No, it's got to be more of the commitment of on your back step. You land on your back step. And rather than you doing that normal thing, which you're looking deep down the field to make sure you don't have a deep shot, you're looking just short. You're looking right from the jump to just attack on that short stuff. And it takes a mentality change, I would offer, even above transitioning to a new offense, learning the routes, learning the timing of it. It takes him actually, okay, I've got to just bring this into my game and accept this is now the new Russ type of my game. I can still go for that deep stuff later on, but I got to pick and choose my moments rather than just leaning on it whole hog, as they kind of do. Jake Johnson says, blowing up the team is not the right approach. We got a good quarterback. Knock it off, Fairweather fans. I don't think we got to call people Fairweather fans for wanting to see that approach go that other way. And again, Jake, I got to say this every time because people will not hear me say this prior. I would rather stick with Russell and maybe look to go with a new quarterback myself personally. So that would be my number one approach to going at this. But I can't harp or knock people, Jake, who see this and go, this isn't working and we want to do something else new. I don't think that makes them fair weather fans. And I think that to have a side of a debate on something and to think this is what I think and believe, if you believe and think something, you don't have to do name calling. You don't have to throw people under the bus. You don't have to straw man somebody. You can just win with sound arguments. You can back it up with data. You can put a statistics out front. You can do a lot of different things that doesn't require you having to put it in. And it's the place I draw a little line on things because I don't understand why do we have to put the name call on it? Why, if your point stands so strongly, then let your point stand on its own. Let that be what carries the day for your point of view and thinking of it. We've watched over the last couple of years, Jake. There's been a lot of elements of this team that look broken. They're currently sitting 3-6, Jake, sitting on $13.3 million of cap space. They could have also have created $10 million of cap space by converting Russell Wilson's base to bonus this prior offseason. That points directly back to your management, your front office, your head coach, the way you team build. How can a team that's sitting here right now 3-6 with sitting on a de facto $23 million of cap space? How does that not in itself reflect back on them in what they're doing as far as their processes and their building and how they're going about their business? That's a black mark on them. And there's a variety of those things you can point to on this team. Again and again, Jake, and I'm saying this, I agree with you, Jake. Okay, so I'm saying this in agreement with you, but I'm sort of standing up for those folks that are calling for a little bit of the rebuild here. They're not crazy to do that. They're not fair weather fans in doing that. They're not entitled to believe that. They're thinking of it from the standpoint of, I want to compete, right? That's the mantra of this team. Always compete. Ain't that one of the mantras of Coach Carroll? Always compete. Does always compete mean always be a little bit better than average? Or does always compete mean we're competing for Super Bowls? We're competing to try to be the best of the best. Which does it mean? It means one of the two things. You can't split the difference on this with me. You got to pick one or two ways you want to go. A little bit better than good, or you're going for Super Bowls. And if you're in the mode of being a little bit better than good, then you're not always competing. You're always trying to be good. That's a different thing. That's a different methodology and a different approach. And I would offer you, if in this league you're going for more of a methodology of approach to be very good, and that to be basically the cap of the top of where you can get, it's probably easier to hit that mark rather than knowing that you're never trying to get above that mark. You're just trying to make sure you're at least at that minimum ceiling level, that you're minimal hitting at least right. At least we're kind of hitting about right there every year. But again, I don't understand that. It would back up your argument with actual takes and stuff that you can back it up with. What is Coach Carroll doing right now to show you that his team building process, his player development process, isn't at least been somewhat broken, Jake? At least been somewhat broken. I don't say it's wholly broken, but at least showing you some signs of some cracks there, right? We're seeing some crumbling there. William Leonard says, keep Trey Brown for the rebuild too. I'd keep him, William. He can play in both zone and man. That's what's nice about him. So no matter what new scheme you transition to, he'll work in both. Jaboy Michael, when Jamal got the INT, I never got so happy and excited. Me too, man. I was stoked. It was good to see Jamal. He needed that. John Ruiz, the D has talent. The big problem is the defensive coordinator, inconsistent. The offensive line needs draft picks. Wondering about Russ. I don't know. I think Russ probably ends up moving on when it's all said and done. I would have liked to see the offensive line be addressed above all myself at this point going forward. Cases, I will say it was nice towards the end of the game. Seems Russ had some pass pro. What did you see? Yeah, a little bit near the end of the game, Kay, but that had to do with the fact that the Packers were up by over one score. So from their standpoint, they're going to drop a lot of soft zone coverage almost into a near prevent type of a defense, which at that point in time, you're not going to have as much of the blitz heavy looks. They're not going to do very exotic stuff up front. It's i.e. going to make it easier to pass protect in those moments. So the pass protection wasn't god awful in this game, but wasn't good. Yeah, I don't think that they cleaned anything up as the game went on necessarily either, which I think was what your point was on it. Who do we want to win tonight tomorrow? I don't know. Rams losing is always good. I don't know if they're playing tonight or tomorrow. I forget. Devin Schultz says, what do you think the chances of us getting 3 firsts and Daniel Jones for Russ are? Very good. If I'm putting the Vegas odds on this, I would say Russ's first destination, the lead dog, would be the New York Jets or New York Giants, not Jets, but the New York Giants. And if you're moving Giants, they got to move Daniel Jones at that point. They're not keeping him if Russ is coming in there, and that would be about appropriate value, I would think. Devin is the 3 firsts and Daniel, because he's going into essentially a contract year at that point from the Giants' perspective. So whoever trades for Daniel is going to have to either pay him or let him move on very quickly, which means that does reduce his value in a trade, and that's how you would be able to essentially maybe get him on top of the 3 first-round picks. Anderson says the league isn't the same today as it was in the 80s. Way more players come in league-ready today than ever, especially the upper-level quarterbacks. A full contending rebuild may only take a year or two now. yeah, that's why I think people need to not necessarily be as hesitant to reel away from a rebuild, and that you get a lot of people that recoil and go, we're going to lose for 10 years. We're never going to be good again. We're going to be horrible forever now. No, you want that? You want that? That's what you want? Don't you remember what it was like back in the 90s? Yeah, chill out. Stuff can turn around very fast in the NFL, to your point, Anderson. And yeah, I think you can see a quick turn. It just takes the right mentality, the right kind of rebuild. Do you have to make a lot of right decisions to get there? You do. But if you have a philosophy in place that's smart, if your schematics are smart, if you're drafting smart, if you're spending your money smart, guess what? You improve your odds and chances of getting to that winning status that much quicker. Good point, Anderson. Jeffrey says, I hope Russ is successful where he goes. Me too. Kay says, yes, Russ usually doesn't miss those. Agree, short throws, screens, running back catches, etc. Only saw one of each of those. Yeah, not a lot on the running back stuff. But yeah, Kay, I think he hits those throws most of the time on that he missed today. Sorry, I missed a couple of super chats. Spud Homer, thank you for the $5 donation. You are awesome. I do appreciate it. You are a long time, I think, a supporter on the channel. And so I do appreciate you, sir, and salute you, my guy. He says that arrogant little hobbit Schneider needs to go for how badly he's drafted. Nice, Bud. He's a little shorter guy, Schneider, on that. Hey, he's going to have to be held accountable on this along with everybody else. And if you're going to draft as badly as you have, if you're going to miss draft after draft, if you're going to struggle to team build to the tune of having to make then desperate trades to fix your bad drafting, you sure as hell better not leave $13.3 million in the kitty. You sure better not act like you're walking around like the best drafting person ever, because that's what the best drafting teams would do. Any contending team out there sitting on that kind of cap space, that's what they'd be doing. They go, we don't need it. We're drafting so well. We're team building so well. We'll roll it over. We're good. Nobody thought that this team was in good enough shape to be sitting on $13 million of cap space. If I told any of you that in the chat at the start of this offseason, said, yeah, okay, we're going this offseason, right? You all went, yeah. I go, okay, they've got about $25 million of cap space. And you all went, okay, yeah, they do. I said, okay, we're going to sit on $13 million of that cap space this year. You guys would have freaked out. Been like, what? How do they, what? Why? They want to roll it over next year, so when they trade Russ, then they can more easier swallow the dead money hit that he'll incur. And I think rightfully so, y'all would have freaked out. And that's one reason, that's one thing that's going to get most stuck in my craw about this season, I'll tell you. Merck says, Russ has problems that we cannot cover up. His decision-making, his height is affecting him greatly. He seems like he refuses to take the shorter passes, and I'm not a team executive, and I can see those. I agree. He's not taking the shorter passes. I don't know if it's because he's short or because he's just refusing to and he's trying to just do the old that's always worked. Whatever the reason is, they're not incorporating enough into this offense. Coax 2022 says, could be a vicious circle when rebuilding. It's a vicious circle when you put when you grab a bad coach, when you don't have a sound strategy, when you don't have proper leadership, But look, I mean, we've had three different eras here in football, right? You've got the Holmgren era, you got the Mora era for 1 year, and you got the Carroll era. 2 out of your 3 eras alone, you've gotten to the Super Bowl. So yes, maybe. Again, though, the thing with this has got to be understood with this is that because we had Paul Allen here by this team in the last 22 years, people just have gotten used to having an organization that's all in, that is willing to spend the money, that has the new facilities, playing in the new stadium, backs up the coaches, very team-friendly, very player-friendly environment. But, there's places like Cincinnati that you pay for a can of Coke in the locker room, right? They're trying to drive to earn a profit every year, that are running their football teams like businesses, that are oftentimes having an owner in the ear of the front office to make stupid calls on the team, to do stupid moves. You don't have that there. And so when those things are missing, you have more baselines to then create success going forward because you're doing things properly and appropriately. It doesn't guarantee success, but it also doesn't guarantee you're in a black hole either if you go in that direction. Mr. Turtle Dank says, can we come back from this and still make the playoffs? Yeah, Mr. Turtle Dank, we can. You've got a defense that's starting to come together and looking better than it has all year. It just played its best football game against really the toughest offensive test that they've faced yet this season, and that's even factoring in the Tennessee Titans, because you got to consider you're doing it on the road. You look forward in the schedule, you've got to go 7-1 down the stretch. That's basically where we're at. You can lose one game going forward, and you've got a tough games up. You got one against the Rams, two against the Cardinals, Washington football team in Washington. There's some tough games still left, but yes, you absolutely can still get into the playoffs. It's a long shot, but it's not absolutely like you need everything to go right in your favor, and you need this team to lose and that team to lose. In a lot of respects here, you still do control your own fate. You go 7-1, and to my opinion, regardless of what's happening with the Vikings or Saints, you will get in. You will get in. Ben Goss says the Seahawks suck. I don't know if we suck, but we're not good. Spencer Williamson subscribed. Great stuff here, man. Oh, Spencer, you're awesome for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, brother. Hell yeah. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. He says, Russ needs to change his mentality. Also, screens. Do we not acknowledge they exist? Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Elliot. And yeah, he does need to change his mentality on how he approaches playing the quarterback position a little bit, in my opinion. The deep down the field stuff used to work so well because it was also meshed together with Russ's ability to scramble. Russ has lost a step or two, not as quick. He's still a guy mobile in the pocket. He's not a statue back there, but he's not as mobile as he once was. As well, we've had 10 years of the evolution of defensive linemen come into play where they're growing more athletic, they're growing faster, they're growing quicker. This has come at the same point as Russell losing that step or two. So the deep plays now aren't able to happen as much because he can't create as much time to allow for the deeper routes to develop. So hence, he's got to then build in more of the short and intermediate passing game to take that next step in his development. Now, he's not up until this point because he's not had to, because he's had that athleticism, and they've made so many big plays. But now he does, and now he has the offense for it. But he's got to embrace that process, and it's not an easy one. I understand that in him. A lot of first-time new offensive coordinators coming to the team takes a whole year a lot of times. But for the sake of this year, for the sake of the hope of this year, he's got to start embracing it like right now. Because if he's just leaned on this deep shot stuff through the rest of the season, that's not going to bear out to us getting to the playoffs. Not with this team. Not with the way they've been going. But thank you, Elliot. You're awesome for donating on the channel. Always a lot of money you put on the channel. I appreciate it, my guy. Traveling Lance, in order to win, you have to be better than all the other teams. Regardless of the talent pool coming into the league, all teams compete for them. Yeah, very well said. Brian says, I think if they gave him the option to build like Brady, we might be a lot better. But Pete has touch feedback on what happens. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen us build around like you see with Brady and Tampa Bay with Russ. I'd love to see that, but I don't know that Pete was unwilling to do that. We can pretty much surmise that at this point. He's just not willing to go in that direction. Merck says, I'm not saying Russ is bad, but if I was in control of a team with those problems and now seeing his injury and how he's rushed back from it, no chance in hell I'm giving up 3 firsts. But if I was in control of the team with those problems and now seeing his injury and how he was rushed back from it, no chance in hell. Why would how he's been rushed back from the injury impact whether or not you'd give up the 3 first-round picks? Unless you think his finger is not going to be 100% moving forward. And then that means, Merck, what you would do as an owner or a general manager is you'd go to your team doctors and you'd say, he had this finger in this injury. If he continues to play through it this year, does that mean it's long-term damaged? And if the doctors came to you, Merck, at that point, they said, no, he's probably fighting through injury. It's hurting right now, but as soon as he gets the pin out of his finger, there's no more long-term damage at that point to the finger. It's never maybe going to be 100%, but he should still be able to play at a high level with that finger going forward. That shouldn't hold him back. So if the doctors tell, let's say, the New York Giants that, Merck, and you take a New York Giant team, for instance, that hasn't had good, even when Eli Manning there, they weren't really having good quarterback play. A team that's really kind of gets into a desperate state, and this is the part you got to include into your evaluation on this, Merck, is that no team will be willing to give up 3 first-round picks. Teams get desperate. General managers get desperate. Take a guy like Howie Roseman with the Philadelphia Eagles. He creates a salary cap mess there. He pushes out Carson Wentz, eats a bunch of dead money. He really needs a win. He really needs a win to keep his job. If he's able to bring in Russell Wilson, do you think anybody in that town is blowing back on him about the 3 first-round picks? That's maybe the key to your question there, Merck, is what general manager in any city, in any place in the United States who trades for Russell Wilson, the day after trading for Russell Wilson is going to get an inch of blowback for trading 3 first-round picks? Name that general manager who's going to feel that heat. It isn't going to happen. He's going to have those fans are going to be celebrating in the streets. You know? That's how that plays out. And that's the part I think you're not factoring in, is the sense of desperation out there that exists in the league at certain positions where you have guys that are literally trying to keep their job, and that can drive them to sometimes make decisions that you yourself, if it was made in a vacuum of, do I just trade for a 33-year-old Russ who looks like maybe he's topped out, who's not quite as athletic as he once was, who's now sustained an injury for the first time in his career? Maybe I'd be hesitant on that to do 3 first-round picks, but that's not it. Nothing just happens in just the vacuum of just that decision-making. There are other factors that come into play. Avex Clan says 0 points. Yeah, Avex, we didn't score. And Nichols, it's also the run-first mentality that's limited Russ's success. Agreed. You can point to a lot of games early on this year in Nichols where they've not tried to just open up and throw early short throws and lean on that and get Russell throwing those short throws. Instead, they're trying to hammer the run game to little to no success, and then there's just no rhythm. That's a little bit to the rhythm thing of what I'd speak on that. Mr. Turtle Dank, where am I reading these questions? So to anybody that's new on this chat, I take a little bit of time to respond to questions when we get a lot of people in the chat, because I try to respond to all the comments. That puts me far behind the chat, especially as we're growing now up over 150. We get in the chat live now. A lot of folks in here. So I do fall behind, but the upside on this Turtle Dank is that I read everybody's comment. And I try to get to everybody. Everybody's got a voice on this. I try to, that's part of what I want to have with this channel. It means that I go 5, 6, 7 hours on my streams, but I'm doing it for you. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for you. Kay says Russ deserves an offensive-minded coach. I agree with you, Kay. He does. We'll always wonder, Kay, if we don't. We end up moving on from him. You may end up sitting there going, but what if? What if we had done this? What if we'd done that for Russ? You might always end up wondering why. Wisher Visquest says, per field goals, Twitter, we ran the ball twice in a row. We ran the ball twice in a row 2 times. 1 for 10 yards, then 6. Once for 4, then 7. Packers are weak up the middle. We should have hammered the rock. I don't get it. I don't either. On that Wash Face Quest. Anderson says Malik Willis is 6'1", 215, but I see your point. And Anderson, let's wait on this one too, because this in evaluating this over recent years in the college draft, I've seen this play out over and over again. The college teams across the board always increase the height of guys. Height, size, they increase it. So, if it's 6'1", they're going to get to the combine and it's going to be 5'11 and a half. If it's 5'10", they're going to get to the combine and it's going to be 5'8 and 3/4. But they always add a little bit of extra in college. So I would, and maybe I'll be wrong on this, Anderson. We'll see. But when we get to the pro day for him, or when he gets to the combine, I'm guessing he's going to be sub 6 foot when he's really measured out. Kay says, thanks, B. You're speaking 100% facts on Russ. Oh, thanks, Kay. I appreciate that. I try to stay on point. You know me. I'm trying to just try to keep it real and as close to the truth as I'm going to be able to land on this. Comcast Hawks, please stop talking playoffs. This team is bad. I won't get on it too much. We got to see some good to be able to draw away from believing we are going to see the playoffs. But people are asking me if there's a chance, Comcast. Some, there's still a chance. But yeah, the team's not good right now. It's not in a good functional state. I will say the defense is playing better. Your boy Michael says, I love this team and I'm young. I'm not really used to losing, but I'm still sticking with the Hawks through thick and thin. I'm here. We will be back. I'm telling you guys. I love it, your boy Michael. I love your confidence. And keep that confidence, man. It doesn't matter young or old, but keep the confidence. Keep the hope. We're about hope here. Your boy says we really just have to make a couple of moves, and I truly believe we're back in Super Bowl contention. Well, some of it, your boy Michael, is going to be based upon, of course, Russell remaining, right? Of course, him staying here will be a big part of that. But if that is the case and we can get there with it, then that's an easier, quicker turnaround, I would say. Oh, here we go. Koi Matai, all these bandwagon fans calling for Pete's job. Do we want to go back before the Holmgren era? Koi, you're being sarcastic, I'm guessing, on that one. That's funny. So I'm going to take it as sarcasm, Koi. If you were being not sarcastic there, then let me know in the chat. But I won't respond to that like you're being serious on that, but because it was funny the way you put that. Okay, didn't like to see D get tackled like that. Still proud of Jamal. Yeah, me too. Yeah, K got blown up there. Mr. Collins missed his block. Robert and my brother Pennington said the defense did great, holding Green Bay to 3 points for 3 quarters. Russ wasn't ready. Go Brandon. Go Hawks. We're on to Arizona. On to Arizona, Rob. Good, well played, well played. And I'm with you, man. I'm glad to hear my brother is on the same page as me, man. I'm actually not as maybe negative as I've been on certain losses this year as this particular one. I was really encouraged, Rob, by what I saw of the defense today. I think it's a performance worth exalting. You're going into Green Bay and Lambeau, where Rodgers, even in the bad conditions, he's played in those bad conditions a lot and been very productive in those bad conditions, put up some very prolific numbers in those conditions, and he didn't today. You got to give that defense credit, and we're going to need that defense coming together to some degree if we got any hope this year. I'm encouraged by it. I am encouraged by it. MSR Rook, I think the Seahawks already started the rebuild, extending Jamal, Puna, Ford, and not extending older players like Diggs, Dwayne, KJ, also drafting Trey Brown, Brooks, Stone. It's going to be a quick rebuild. I don't know if they were fully in on doing that stuff from the standpoint of looking at it in a rebuild. You know, you had to make a decision on Puna Ford being it was time to pay him or not, one way or another with that. And when it comes to Diggs, for instance, and paying him, you don't see any NFL team, Rook, in the league paying 2 safeties big time money in the NFL. You just don't. You can't really team build that way. You can pay 1 safety, but you can't pay them both, in my opinion. I'm not sure that Stone Forsythe is in the long-term plans for them at the left tackle position, as evidenced by the fact Jamarco Jones came off the bench today to play. It wasn't Stone, but Jamarco's the first guy off to get in there and take over at the left tackle when Dwayne Brown gets out, as well as I think the team had pretty good understanding with both Dwayne and KJ that these guys are getting a little long in the tooth. And, let's not pay guys that are getting long in the tooth. With Trey, I think they just liked him, and that's right around the place they like to pick those corners is in that 4th, 5th round range, late 3rd, 4th, 5th round range. Depressed Jets fan says Adams looked good. Kind of missed him. Now, that's the first time I've had a Jets fans come in here and actually miss having him on the team. We've had a lot of folks in the Jets fans, depressed Jets fan, who come in and love to beat their chest when he doesn't play well. So glad you came in and we're willing to give a little bit of props and respect to him. He probably played his best game as a Seahawk here. It's going to get lost, but man, I thought he looked really good in this football game. Encouraging to see. Maybe they're starting to kind of figure out the way to use him right. I loved the in-depth little bit of knowledge that Romo dropped about how they were using him, where you've seen the transition of him, where Adams early on would be blitzing so heavily when he would come down the line of scrimmage. Coaching staff realized that the offensive lines were then sliding their protection towards Jamal Adams. So now what the coaching staff's doing instead is that they're bringing Adams down to the line of scrimmage, offensive line slides their protection, and then they'll bring a blitzer through on the other side. And it's causing some issues against opposing offenses, which is good on our coaching staff, who hasn't always showed a lot of intelligent wrinkles. That's an intelligent wrinkle. Ian Nichols, great comment. DK sets the tone. Without him, we look like the lingerie team. Lingerie league. There you go, Ed Nichols. Yeah, I think you've got to have a mix on this, right? You can't have all Boy Scouts. You can't have all these back alley brawler types. But you've got to have a nice mix between them, I think, to foster together the right type of team or even a championship level of team. And I think that it's all a balance a little bit, but you need a few of them. And we don't have a lot of them on this football team. I don't see a lot of guys in with that sort of fire and just that edge. And the more you add, the merrier, as far as I'm concerned, to a certain degree, where we sit right now with this team. But glad we're on the same page. Jaboy Michael says Dwayne Brown's been rough. I mean, rough. Yeah, it's been tough watching him, Jaboy Michael. You're watching a guy literally kind of sport passing him by here on the fly as we go through this. And it's tough. He's getting older. There's 3 tackles in this sport this year past the age of 35 still playing right now. Dwayne Brown, Jason Peters, and Whitworth. And Whitworth's the only one of them that's, I think, still playing at a really good level. So, it's hard to play past 35, and probably the rule of thumb here we learned from this is that you shouldn't pay left tackles beyond the age of 35 years old. That's the line where you want to put your line in the sand and say not up to here. Claude Monster says Green Bay all the way, go Pack go. Well, thanks for hopping in here, Claude Monster, and best of luck to you guys going forward. Kay says credit the Packers, but we do truly have a great team. Every single position except for offensive line and defensive line, I think, is fine. We are lucky to have Russ and lucky to have the receivers we have. Very well said. I agree. Jeffrey at Thistle, we're boned. Cases, we don't have a star running back technically right now, but I think we will be okay. Really lucky to have Diggs Reed, Jamal, Brown, etc. As a unit, Bobby, etc. We have a good team from Myers and Dixon. Well, we got Myers has struggled a little bit this year, Kay. He's been a bit up and down. And Diggs is moving on after this year because he is a free agent. But everybody else there, yes. I think we're having some guys underperform, like Dwayne Brown's a little underperforming, Kay, but yeah. Brad Roberts says, preach on Padre Brandon. Case has just got to put everything together, like you said, consistently on the offense. Includes O-line, and we need more pass rush, like how we went out and got Clowney and reaped the bennies that year. We did. Would have been great to maybe have seen a trade deadline move like they've done prior. K, you can tend to find guys at the trade deadline that are okay pass rushers at least. They can give you a little bit of juice there. And they didn't make a move this year. I mean, not even a big move. Just like, hell, you give a 7th-round pick last year for Dunlap. Was there not a move like that available on the market this year? I guess not. Or they like their guys they got. They're going to try to ride with what they got. But things just need to really at the end of the day come together. You've got the parts and pieces there to make it go. It's going to take some big adjustments. Like I said, it's going to take Russell Wilson embracing the short and intermediate game. It's going to take them probably throwing a little bit more than running, because I don't think they're going to be as effective running. They should have ran the ball more in this particular game, but I think going forward, it's going to be on Russell's arm. GoX05 says he's Russell Wilson. MSR Rook, if the Seahawks miss the playoffs, I'm rooting for Cam and the Panthers. They are the feel-good story, and I'm also rooting for Lamar Jackson. He is must-see TV. I love the Hawks, but they are so dumb. I understand where you're coming from, man, and it has been awesome to watch Lamar Jackson develop that component of his game I didn't know if he'd have, which is really developing more as a passer and being efficient, effective, not turning it over as he becomes a better passer, because the running game is really not that good. It's good from the standpoint of Lamar Jackson makes it good, but it's not good as it's been recently in recent history, where their offensive line was better and they could really drive guys off the ball. So props to Lamar. He's playing fantastic football. I can't root for anybody else but my Seahawks. I shut down a little bit when my team is out of it, so it's hard for me to make that move to another team. Okay, says no targets almost ever for Colby. No legit targets for Eskridge. Swain shouldn't be on this team. At least DJ had a good day. He should have gotten some more offensive snaps. Not a huge fan of Homer. Yeah, Homer had that tough drop. I do wonder, Kay, you got a 2nd-round pick you put for a guy like Eskridge. You'd think, okay, do we got a plan for this guy? Nope, we don't have any plan for him. We'll try a fly sweep, and that's all we're going to do with the game when we get him back. Nothing else. On a day where your offense can do nothing, you don't have anything in your playbook to drop to try to get out of your 2nd-round pick. Why draft a guy in the 2nd-round pick if he's not going to bring you any return on the football field? Past the whole injury thing. Just now he's on the football field. Now he's healthy. Why aren't you utilizing him? You passed on Creed Humphrey, who would have been a lock solid center, saying nothing of the fact that he's been the highest rated rookie in Pro Football Focus's history, just as a solid center in there to help your offensive line. You passed on that, which would have helped you play in, play out for a oft-broken receiver who is a gadget guy who then you don't try to really work in there. Sometimes it's that type of stuff that you take your head and you kind of just bang your head into the wall and go, why? And Nickel says Cheeseheads are still mad about the 16 points we dropped on them in 2 minutes back in the NFC Conference Championship in 2014. Very well said. Very well said. Spud Homer says, laughing out loud, Roxanne looks hot. Roxanne, you got a admirer here in the chat. Look out. Look out, Roxanne. Okay, I can't throw picks in the end zone like that. He said 2 mistakes. He missed Tyler and believe DK. Missed Tyler on a touchdown. Good play by their defense. DK was open at 1 point for a touchdown, seems like. Yeah, excuse me. DK had a stop and go route where Russ had the pass protection break down a little bit. That is one of those throws that I sometimes say throw with anticipation. DK is going to get back up to speed, throw it with some air underneath it, and let DK run underneath that football. You've got a lot of open space to the back end of the field at that point, but it requires Russell to essentially throw that ball about a half second earlier than he really wants to throw it. He wants to see it open. He wants to make sure that safety's not going to crash in away on DK if he throws it deep. To me, throw it up to DK at that point. Let him go run underneath the ball. He's a 4.33 guy. He's got the speed to do it at that point. Take advantage of that. That one was tough. And yeah, on the interception, same kind of thing a little bit, not in the same way, but on that deep play, you got DK Metcalf. Throw it deep and into the back of the end zone. Let DK be the only guy to have a chance of that at the back of the end zone. Get his feet down. Don't put it up on the front face of the end zone like Russell threw it. Get it into the deep part of it, with a little bit of air underneath it. That would be the way you want to throw that ball, in my opinion. And both those two plays kind of stand out amongst a day where he struggled as two of kind of the prime, these are really the bad part of Russ's tape there. Your boy Michael says, I don't know about you guys, but I love Trey Brown. I love me some Trey Brown too, man. I'm a big Trey Brown believer. You better believe it. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Another donation from you, Charles. I appreciate you, my guy, and I salute you, sir. He says, the combo of the Hawks and the incredible downpour of rain in the Blaine, Washington area is super depressing. I'll only survive by the roast beef sliders I threw in the oven to melt over Havarti cheese. You're making me hungry, Charles. Don't make me hungry, man. Don't make me hungry. That sounds good. That sounds real good. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. It is a little depressing when your team loses on a Sunday evening and you got the work week facing you the next week and you're just looking at the rain falling and you just kind of sigh. And you look wistfully out the window wondering what could have been. I feel you, man. It hits right there. It does hit right there on these weeks, these kind of seasons like this, as we're just heading into winter. Please, God, Seahawks, turn this around. Give me some sunshine. Give me some sunshine. Steve-O says, do we even make the playoffs, or we're going to get destroyed by every other team there? I don't think, I'm not just providing false hope here. You can go on a run, and the teams up ahead of you, look, you're going to beat the Bears. You're going to beat the Texans. You're going to beat the Lions. That's 3 wins right there. Boom. 3 wins out the door. Right? All right. We're all agreed there. So that leaves us 5 more games left. Okay. Washington football team, which has not been good this year. And that's with Chase Young, who it looks like they just lost to an ACL injury. Okay. So you got Washington. You got San Francisco 49ers that you play at home. I don't think that they're beating you at home. So that's another win there, right? So we got 5 wins off the top right there. Okay. Again, even the most downtrodden of Seahawks fan right now who has no hope for this team, that is 5 wins. You cannot argue with me on that. Those are 5 wins. So this comes down to 3 games. This really does come down to 3 games. Cardinals twice, Rams once. Can you go 2 of 3? Not perfect. 2 of 3 against those teams. And while it is a tough battle to do that, while those are 2 of the better teams in the NFL this year, while all that's 100% the truth, it is not out of the bounds of reason to say it's possible, is all I'm saying. It is not like I'm saying, hey, we got a guy that just lost his legs. Do you think he's going to be able to win the marathon? I'm not saying that, right? So I'm just putting in the context of, there is a feasible chance here. Absolutely. Kay says Gerald had some chemistry with Russ, which was cool to see. He was really our only successful pass catcher today. Yeah, agreed. It was nice to see, Kay, because we've been begging him to utilize those tight ends. You paid this guy $5 million. Come on, work it to him. Get him the ball. Kay says Russ missed Swain or Penny, can't remember. Kind of crazy. So we saw the no Rashad today, not complaining. Would have liked to see DJ Dallas. He had some nice returns today, almost broke one. He did almost break one. He looked good. I like him on the kick returns. I really do, which I don't like Freddie Swain on the punt returns. Freddie is scared. He had a couple of moments today where he had some room up ahead of him. It was well blocked, and he called a fair catch. Dude, you got to return it, man. If it's there to return, take the ball back. Help this offense out. Do something. I'm getting more and more down on Freddie Swain as we go forward. A lot of people were really hyped up on that guy. He's a guy that I've been always a little bit lukewarm on, and I'm getting a little colder on that guy. Hey, Nichols, when will we win the Super Bowl? I'm getting Brandon a stripper. Oh, dude. I'll put that one on the live stream for you guys to give you guys a little bit of the added benefit of that too, I guess. Kay says, love Watson and never heard a bad thing about the guy. So all the accusations surprised me, but Watson before all this crap was absolutely a star. No doubt about it, Kay. I would not, there's no argument to be made with Watson as far as him as a player on the football field. And to be able to move on from Russ and put Watson in as a replacement would be a phenomenal get as far as the player on the field. I'm not speaking to anything off the field or what any of that stuff goes, but as a player on the football field, you'd be hard pressed to do better. Can't argue with that at all. He is legitimately that good. Coax05 says, if Dwayne is out for a little bit, should we go after Okung? Yeah, go get Russell. Absolutely. You got to pay him like $2 million in Bitcoin probably to get it done, but go for it. Yeah. Good idea. Do it. Go Hawks. I love it, man. I love where your head's at with that. Hell yeah. Nitro Hawk, I just want to get a win in Green Bay. It's been a while. And will there be a day when we never have to hear about the fail Mary? No, though, I as long as Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of the Packers, you're going to have to hear about the fail Mary, because he's the guy who over and over again, whenever Seattle plays the Packers, he brings it up to whoever the color analysts are every single week, and then they bring it back up on the telecast. So it's Rodgers that's driving this. It's him in the background who continues to have this thing stuck that we like cost him his Super Bowl or something by that fail Mary play. A regular season game back 9 years ago that he just cannot get over. I think it says something about him a little bit that it's still so stuck in his head. Kay says, only other running and throwing threat I felt is out there other than Cam used to bring and what Kyler brings, but what Watson was. Especially he had the juice and playmaking abilities to stand. I agree with you. I'd throw Josh Allen in there too, Kay. Stand out. Josh Allen I'd put in that same realm. Kyler Murray I'd put in that realm too, Kay. I think he's in that same kind of deserves to be in that same grouping. Jose Garcia, might be an unpopular opinion, but maybe we should have brought Cassius Marsh back. Justin Britt would have been cool also, and released Penny and gone after Peterson. I think Peterson's been injured most of the year, Jose. Cassius Marsh has not been a very good pass rusher for years. Even the sack he got this last week, it wasn't like he busted his man off the line of scrimmage, beat him across his face, and then got a quick sack. Like, the quarterback sitting in the pocket for 10 minutes, and he gets no pressure, no push in the pocket, and then the quarterback runs up into the front of the pocket, and Marsh basically then sacks him. Marsh never showed much to me as really a pass rusher, in my opinion. Now, the Justin Britt thing, I'm with you on that. I would have been okay with bringing back Justin Britt in, especially if we're talking about Justin Britt or Kyle Fuller. Justin Britt, Kyle Fuller. Justin Britt, Kyle Fuller. I'm going to go Justin Britt. Nikki Lai says, if we had gotten Odell, would he have even made a difference in this game? Yeah, potentially. I mean, we're talking about a game that was very close throughout most of this game until we got into the fourth quarter. There's 3 plays in particular where there's a play you throw deep down to DJ Dallas. There's a play you throw deep down to Freddie Swain. I mean, between the two of those guys, they must have been targeted 4, 5, 6 times in this football game. What if those 4 or 5 targets you have to them instead are going to Odell Beckham, an actually talented receiver out there, rather than guys that are fringe NFL players? There is a talent between an NFL fringe player and a talent like Odell. And I'm not talking about Odell being in the same talent level of what he was in his first couple of years. Odell right now. That was always the key with me, Nick, on understanding this, whether to sign Odell or not. It was not a matter of whether or not Odell Beckham was the sensational talent of old. It was the question of, is Odell Beckham better than Freddie Swain, who's getting a lot of snaps out there right now throughout this season, a lot of snaps last season? Is he better than him? And Nick, coming into this game, Freddie Swain was ranked 110 out of 120 wide receivers by Pro Football Focus. So the answer is pretty universally, yeah. Is it enough to win this football game? I don't know. Do you maybe get more points than 0 in this particular game with Odell out there versus Freddie Swain? I think maybe. Much better chance than Swain. Spud Homer, and I appreciate you watching though, Nick. Spud Homer, since we have to go to Green Bay every year, you think the NFL is punishing us for the fail Mary? No, it's just one of those weird things. You just end up playing a team every year, and you're both been very consistently good, and better teams play against each other because it's really driven. The schedule's basically automatic, Spud. You know what I mean? It's driven by automatic. So you have, every year you're playing a certain division in the AFC and a certain division in the NFC, and then you have 2 to 3 games that now it's 3 games. It used to be 2 games. But you have 3 games then that are basically then dictated as a general opponent. But that opponent is then determined by the prior record from the prior season. So it's not really, maybe us playing in Lambeau, they don't want to make the Green Bay Packers play in Seattle anymore because they didn't have any luck there. Maybe that's it a bit. But I don't know if it's really anything from the NFL punishing us or anything like that. Daniel W., can we be honest? Outside of his deep ball, what else does Russell Wilson do well? Pocket awareness, running, short passing, throwing a receiver open. What else is he above average at outside of deep? I do think that he's still an upper level scrambler in the pocket, in his navigation of the pocket, which is no small skill. I think he can layer throws and throw with touch. I think he can throw with relative good velocity. Maybe not the best, but upper level velocity. All of the things that you point to, though, as far as pocket awareness, throwing with anticipation, having ultimate control at the line of scrimmage at all times. Yeah, those things are definitely missing in his game. And frankly, Daniel, he's going to, for the long-term future of this and remaining in Seattle, he's got to show some of this as we go forward through the rest of this year. It will not be enough for it to remain a question mark as we go through the season, entering into this offseason with all of the turnover that threatens to occur. Okay, I would want no other quarterback other than maybe Dak or Watson, just speaking in terms of talent. No other quarterback would get us wins. A rookie is not guaranteed talent. Russ is special. Agreed, Kay. And part of the reason why, Kay, if we do move on from Russ, and that does occur this offseason, I would lean more towards looking for more of a stopgap quarterback this upcoming year to build up the offense, to build up the offensive line appropriately for the next quarterback you're looking to bring in. I think some of the success of young quarterbacks coming in is driven by having a good, talented offensive line. Kay says, agree, was cool to see from our defense. Is that Ken or Pete? That was cool. I probably missed it. It's probably responding to one of my previous comments. Kay says, for all this sway the announcers seem to have for Green Bay, it was nice of Tony to say the Seahawks will be okay. I believe that. I do too. I think Romo was that bad. I thought he pointed out well that the defense is statistically, though it gives up a lot of yards, has done well at keeping the team from scoring points. I think that they were overtly on the Green Bay side of things in this game, and again, nowhere near in the level of insufferability that you get with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Green Kid says, I'm done with Pete and Russ. I don't want to see either of them this offseason. I want a new start, a new era, now. You're not alone, Green Kid. There are many folks out there, so I get where you're coming from. Videomaker, defense is doing great, but the offense is terrible. Reminds me of the first half of 2020. It did. Looked a lot like that, Videomaker, almost even worse a little bit. Roxanne says, would've, should've. None of that matters at this point. Living in the past and fearing the future doesn't allow for growth in all things. Defeatist thoughts are useless, and Pollyanna optimism is empty. Wow, very well said, Roxanne. Coming in strong here. Man, very well said. Thank you. That's awesome. I couldn't put it better. I couldn't put it better if I tried. Dear boy Michael, honestly, I would sit through a year of Danny Dimes. If that means we get 3 firsts from the Giants, I would do it because then we would probably be bad and have a high pick. I'd be okay with Danny Dimes too. Stopgap, I'm not going to be too worried about. My interest on this is that you don't try to turn around, move on from Russ, and then turn yourself into a contending state by 2022. That you recognize a lot needs to be done right there, whether or not Carroll's here or new coach is here, whoever's here, you're going to have a lot of work to do at that point. And if you go out there and get the quarterback first, you're going to get him hurt, you're going to get him damaged, you're going to get him not getting the most out of him. Build the offensive line first and foremost at that point, and then come back and attack the quarterback position in 2023, be it most likely in the draft, where I think there's going to be a lot better quarterbacks available at that point in time, in my opinion, than there are in this upcoming draft. Just my opinion on that. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, get us Mr. Butt Fumble out of the booth for a year. Well, Sanchez did play with Mr. Carroll back at USC, Jeffrey. Maybe he calls it, that would be a Carroll move. I just like what Mark could do. He's finally developed as a quarterback. I told him he needed that extra year of college and development and hold him back in the pros, held him back in the pros. But he's had enough time to see I was right. And he was so marvelous for me back in 2004 that I just think, I got to ride with him again. Brian Roberts says, go hit that like button and subscribe, y'all. Yes, please do. If you like what you're hearing now, I don't care if you're in replay or live, either way, please do smash, just destroy that like button, okay? Take that like button out on a date, wine and diner, and then just absolutely take her back home and romanticize her. Your boy Michael, no, I would not do a Tua Howard and 2 firsts because the Dolphins don't have a first this year. Okay, then I'm out on that trade. Yeah, I'm out on that trade too. Nah. TGC Nave, would you take Russ for 2 first-round picks, Justin Fields and Khalil Mack? Ooh. Ooh. Would I do that? Would I do that? Would I do that? Would I do that? I might lean towards doing that kind of move. I might be okay with that kind of move. Yeah. Max contract gets very cheap after this year. You got Justin Fields cheap at that point. 2 first-round picks. That's going to be a top. Hell, you'll get a top 10 pick in this draft coming up. That'd be hard for me to say no against on Nave. I like that. I like where your head's at on that. That'd be a very hard one to say no to. I think I'd be saying yeah on that one. Watch Visquez. Know who's worse at making it to the Super Bowl than we are? The Packers. It's fun watching Aaron Rodgers quit on his team, though. True, man. Packers have not been back to that Super Bowl in a while. Since Rodgers' like 4th year, 5th year in the league, something like that. It's been a minute, man. He's played a lot of conference championships, though. Okay, I just got upset seeing people say to get rid of Russ. It's so hard to find a good quarterback. They are not as replaceable as running backs. There are only a few in this league that you can roll with and are reliable, and we have one, and don't appreciate him. Sad. I will always roll with 3. Well, I don't want to speak for all folks, Kay, in trying to speak for where they stand with this Russell Wilson thing. I do get where they're coming from. And again, I land, Kay, at the standpoint of saying if I come into this offseason, the first offseason approach I would be probably taking would be to hold on to Russ and then build an offense around him and the new coach and all that stuff. So I say that always to kind of lead with that, to just try to explain where I think people are coming from. But as we pointed to, Kay, there's some things in Russell Wilson's game that are not developing that need to develop. Pre-snap mastery, throwing with anticipation, an ability to embrace the short and intermediate passing game, not just relying on trying to scramble out of things magically and throw a deep ball to fix everything else. Sustained drives, getting better on third downs and making his choices, going better through more of his progression. There's some things that you really can still kind of harp on him to be getting better at that he's going to have to get better at as his mobility dials down. And if it doesn't get better at those things, as his mobility dials back, as it's already dialed back, you're going to see a less productive player on the football field. And when it comes down to that, and when, Kay, you're paying this guy, let's not forget this now, you're paying this guy top 3 type level of salary in this league for the quarterback position, you need that quarterback to some degree to elevate the talent around him. And if he's not, if he's just being like one of the upper level quarterbacks, but not some of the best, that's when that opens the door more up to folks going, let's look somewhere else. Because we can go on a rookie quarterback, and don't forget this, Kay, the difference between a rookie quarterback who's even a first-round quarterback, you're paying a couple $1 million to a year versus paying $40 million a season to your quarterback position as it stands right now. That's got to be a little bit of a determinant in this process and how you think about it or how we think about it with rolling with Russ going forward. And I still, again, I lead with this saying, build an offensive line around him. Let's see what he can do with actually good upper-level pass protection, et cetera, et cetera. But I do get where people are coming from with that, Kay. I don't think that they aren't appreciating Russ. I just think they're looking at where his performance level's been currently kind of showing him on some of the things as far as some of his current development goes. Hawks36 says, do you think Russ goes to the Saints? Offensive-minded coach, good offensive line. It's really going to suck to see. I think that they're a team that's on the outside in. Like, they're a team that would be in on trying to trade for him, but I don't think at the end of the day they get it done. And the reason I don't think they get it done, because I think the Giants will be in a more attractive place for Russ, a bigger market for him in New York. There'll be teams like that, I think, willing to be just New Orleans is not that big of a market, really, at the end of the day, comparatively speaking to some other places. And then as well, I think Sean Payton would work well with Russell Wilson, but I'm not so sure it would be as much a match made in heaven as everybody else. I just spoke to Kay above Hawks 3 and 6 about Russell's struggle in the short and intermediate game. Well, guess what? Drew Brees worked the short and intermediate game as well as any quarterback in the modern era. Sean Payton's going to want Russell Wilson to work the short and intermediate game. If he's refusing to do it here, why does he not refuse to do it there? If that's what's going on. And I don't think it's determined that that's what's going on. We need the rest of the season of data to make that determination, in my opinion. But that would be the one thing maybe holding that up as a possibility a little bit. All that being said, I see it being like a New York Giants, Philadelphia Eagles, maybe even a Raiders team that comes in and surprises everybody as a spot. And then you have teams like the New Orleans Saints out there on the outside looking in, maybe a Miami Dolphins on the outside looking in a little bit, but they'll be in the mix. Hey, Nichols, I'll take Kitten over Hasselbeck anyway. We want the ball and we're going to score. Throws a pick 6 in OT. Game over. Hey, Kitten is underrated. And I always did wonder a little bit, it was an oddity for me when Holmgren made the choice to go with the Matt Hasselbeck after Kitna. Now, he inherited John Kitna. Kitna was an undrafted quarterback type, one of those overachiever types. But that's kind of what Hasselbeck was too. If you're going to go from Kitna, then go for the talented guy. And I think if you asked Holmgren in retrospect, if you put him under a lie detector test, he would have probably told you, yeah, I probably should have looked a little more talented, a bit more at the quarterback position than I did. I just went with a guy that I knew would execute the scheme and have already familiarity and just come in and do it. Maybe should have gone with more of a talented dude because, Kitna put up pretty good numbers that first year with Holmgren here. But he didn't have Mike sold on him. Standard champion, I just can't get over how consistently across multiple years this team makes easy stuff look so hard. Well said. Well said. Nick26 says Fudge Packers. Nick, somebody had to say it, my guy. And Nichols, well said. Give my guy a front office job. Stash $12 million in the kitty because they drafted so well. 100%. Yeah, where do you get that unearned confidence to believe you can sit on $13 million in the most competitive division in football? Really? You can afford to do that. And what evidence? What was the evidence for that? It's a little delusional on their part to do so, but I also think they're doing it with a purpose and a reason. I think they're rolling this money over specifically because they already had an eye towards moving on from Russell Wilson in this offseason, and that's why we're seeing it. Nick26 says, "Hey, 12s, nice showing today." What's up, Nick? Lane Smith, your thumbnails are so funny. Thank you, Lane. I always try to keep my thumbnail game tight, man. I do. I got to keep my thumbnail game tight. I've set a standard. The Dennis Erickson days, yeah. Long ago. Go Ox 05. If we trade Russ, and I want those 3 top 10 picks the Eagles have, and start off our rebuild with Evan Neal from Bama, Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon, a blue chipper on both sides of the ball. I love where you're at, Go Hawks. That's where I would lean towards too. But the key for me is if you're getting a couple first-round picks here is to be picking for best player available. Not to pick for need of quarterback. Oh, we got to get our quarterback this year now. Pick for the best player available. And if you do that, you start sticking some, as you said, blue chippers on this team. That's how you can turn this thing around all that much more quicker, in my opinion. But concentrate from that aspect of things. It takes patience. It takes a steady hand because everybody's going to be calling for the quarterback. The pressure is going to be on for the quarterback. But no. Go for the best players on the board if you get those kind of picks in that position. Go Ox 05, a deadly duo could be Thibodeau and Taylor. That would be a deadly duo, man. That wouldn't be bad either, man. Stacked defensive front. Yeah, I could see it, Go Hawks. I can see it. The Berg Show, 34 NFL teams, 18 games, 2 bye weeks during the next few years. Expansion? Yeah, I would probably say so. It's been a while now since the NFL has expanded. They want to do it. I know they're chomping at the bit to get down over to London at some point. I don't know if they're ever really going to pull that off. But there are some places out there you could put an NFL franchise and they would support it. No doubt about it. There's a lot of places, in fact. Though I think Berg Show, sooner than later, you're going to see them expand out here. It just makes it work, to your point, that much better with the number of teams and the extra games and the schedule like they're trying to do. Go Hawks 05, perfect fix could be Lincoln Riley as a head coach and Brian Flores as a defensive coordinator if the Dolphins let him go. That'd be a little bit of a dream scenario. You keep Russ, you get Lincoln Riley as the head coach, he helps Russ out, and you get the Dolphins defensive coordinator in, Brian Flores. That'd be phenomenal. Phenomenal if they could pull something like that off. I'd love that. Arizmana, those criticizing the Seahawks have every right to. It's been years since the Legion of Boom dismantled, and we were told there would be a rebuild. Yeah, Aris, I think people have a right. People do have a right here and they're not crazy for taking the stance. And they're not, the thing was the name, again, if there's name calling, bandwagoners or entitled or spoiled. I think these terms need to be tossed out. I think you can criticize your team, you can criticize the approach without having to be thrown in that corner and have the dunce hat cap put on your head. And I think it's really like, when you do that type of thing and you put it as a name calling thing, all you're doing is undercutting your own argument. You may feel good to criticize someone in that way, not criticize, but to throw an insult at somebody, but you just undercut your argument. You lose the argument. Because if what you say, whatever your stance is, wherever you believe this team should be, if you believe and think it, you should be able to back it up. Let me back it up with this. Let me back it up with that. Just like a trial. Evidence A, Article A, Your Honor, here's this. Article B, Your Honor, here's this. Article C, let's stick to those. You get to name call and you've lost your argument. You've lost it. Dubs McDougal, watching you after the games is the only thing keeping me sane this season. I appreciate the work you do and the knowledge you bring to the table. Dubs, thank you, man. You are very kind for saying so. And I'm glad I'm hoping I'm helping a few of you guys get through. That's the greatest thing I can hope to do here for my channel. You know, I love doing this, but I know my fellow 12s are suffering out there. I know y'all are feeling a little bit of that pain. I'm feeling it there right with you. But I'm here as that ray of sunshine for you guys. You know what I mean? It is the best disinfectant, as they say. And that is absolutely, hopefully, going to be the case here with this channel. So keep the faith, Dubs, and thank you, man. I appreciate it. MSR Rook says, can you go watch Danny Dimes when you get a chance? He's been a lot better this season. I actually think he's makes some bad decisions, but he hasn't had any good offensive coordinators to develop him. Let's wait. I mean, he's not been horrible. I think that the Giants are going to be a little impatient in the slowness of his development. I think that they're trying to get that team going. They need to get some wins there as far as, look, is Gettleman going to be out or in? And that general manager, is he going to be fired? Is the head coach going to be fired? And if those things happen, that's going to draw a lot of change in itself, whether Danny's been improved or not. But I'm okay with Danny as a stopgap. Try him out for a year, see where he goes as we're trying to build the team around him. I wouldn't be anti it. Jason started to pack up my room right now. I'm moving in a weekish. Also getting all 4 of my wisdom teeth removed this Friday. So big week for me. Also got basketball tryouts tomorrow. Well, hang in there, man. I had my wisdom teeth done. It's not that bad. But give it some time, and rest up after you do it. But hang in. Be safe with it. Be safe. Hopefully you're moving to a good spot. Anderson says, I would gladly take 3 firsts, maybe even 1 first plus 2 seconds. Maybe even first plus seconds. And Jalen Hurts from the Eagles, I think there's some room for growth with that kid. If not, he could be a good placeholder until we draft a new quarterback. He'd be an okay placeholder. I just don't want them to try to remove way more value, Anderson, in a trade for the Eagles. As someone was speaking out above, they're going to have 3 picks in the top 15 picks in this draft. I don't want to have that be taken away from us because he's included in the trade mix of it. Because it's only a placeholder we're bringing in. I don't want to lose the value of Russell's trade going into that placeholder. Rodney, I remember when this team was fun to watch. I can't say that anymore. Time has passed, Pete, and I wish he would step down. Well said, Rodney, and I'm pretty much in agreement with you on that. I reached the point with Carol on this where I just think, look, time kind of comes for everybody. Everybody's days comes. It's no horrible thing. It's not me saying I don't appreciate what you've done here or to say that I recognize you as being the most successful Seahawks coach and you got us our first Super Bowl title. But I also don't land on that place where some people stay, where they go, Coach Carroll won us our first title in franchise history, so therefore he writes his own ticket. So therefore he gets to decide when he wants to go. I also don't land on that side of it. And I don't know why people land so fervently on that end of you do this one thing one time and that means that earns you a blank check forever. Victor Frazio says Seahawks since 2015 are exactly what the Packers were in the waning years of McCarthy. Seahawks should emulate the Packers and hire their LaFleur, a head coach who can build an offense that is progressive, fresh, and designed to make the most of the star quarterback and your playmakers. Packers went from 6-9-1 to 13-3 in one offseason. They've been to 2 NFC Conference Championship games. Their quarterback is the MVP. Victor, very well said. Thank you for jumping in the chat here, but very well said. And I think you sort of encapsulate a little bit of the reasoning behind why I would still ride moving forward with Russell Wilson at the quarterback. Essentially, we're needing to pick between quarterback and coach, and I'm picking the quarterback. The reason being because of that is you've seen a baseline of success for these quarterbacks who have things built around them. Tom Brady went to the perfect team. Yeah, I get it. He went to the perfect team. They also built that thing around him. They also listened to him when he said, bring in Gronk. They also listened to him when he said, bring in Antonio Brown. They also listened to him when they said, bring in Leonard Fournette. This is a way to go to a successful point, and being as well that you don't have to go into full rebuild at that point by backing behind Russell at that point. That's why I also kind of lean in that direction. It means less time having to spend to go full rebuild, less unknown, so to speak. And again, we have not built around Russell like you're proponent to do, like you're being a proponent of wanting to do. We've never done it at this point. It does remain a question, and there is a process here where you can move on from Russ, see a team out there actually decide to do that for the first time in his career, and find him vaulted now to a successful level that he's never touched before. It's no guarantee either way, but it's a possibility. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you. He says, Brando, what kind of gal do you prefer on a strippergram from the gentleman promising that on a Super Bowl win? By the way, the officiating. Thank you. $5 donation, Charles. I don't know. I've always had a little bit of it. Surprised me, man. I'm an appreciator of all women, so I don't even have a type. I like them all. How can you choose when they're all just so beautiful? And yeah, the officiating wasn't great in this game, Charles. There's a couple of, you're not the only one on that, of course, pointed. There's been a few folks in there said, yeah, this isn't, they felt it was slanted pretty hard towards the Packers. I don't know if it, maybe again, I got to watch again closer on in this game to see how many really went against us. It felt a little more like you had an uncharacteristic game where in a normal game, there's probably like 2 to 3 gray line calls that could go this way or go that way. And it's just on the fly type of calls. And there was about 6 or 7 of those calls in this game, it felt like. And pretty much all of them went towards the Packers, which was rough to see. And I got to acknowledge, I don't put it full on to the stance of saying that's what cost us the football game. But it didn't help matters. On a game when you could have used probably a few breaks, it would have been nice to get a couple of those breaks going back in the other direction. Yeah, I'll take whoever you're sending, Charles, on that Super Bowl promise. Whoever you're sending. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you, my brother. He says 3 first-round picks, Jalen Hurts, and a Big Mac. Hey, I'm with it. I'm with that. I'll take the 3 first-round picks, and if they've got to do, they're only going to give us 2 in this upcoming draft, because remember, Jacob, they got 3 first-round picks the Eagles do in this upcoming draft, so you could probably get 2 of those for this next draft, which would be awesome ammunition to be able to utilize as well. If they're willing to do something like that, Jacob, that would be hard to turn down. That'd be a lot to turn down. That would. But Charles, thank you so much, Charles, for all your donations to the channel. You're awesome, brother. Did I miss? Oh, I got you. Hope you're not too depressed out there in Blaine. Jeffrey Thistle says you literally could snap the ball to DK 4 times and move the ball better. Probably, man. Probably. John Kirchgatter, don't like to put it all on Russ, but damn, that pick to Locke was pathetic. He was not open. No, he wasn't, John. And you do have Gerald Everett open there in the flat on a little 4-yard route at the same time, which is a common screen grab we've been able to do on Russ on these plays where he tries to force something deep when there's something there available short. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was a first down play. Take what the defense is giving you there. Take what the defense is giving you there. The word is out on Russ. The word is out on Russ. Defenses around the league have had a talk. They've all come together, and there's been an understanding. He doesn't like to throw short. He won't throw to the running backs. You can just ignore the running backs. He won't throw to them. And sometimes he won't even throw the intermediate routes. He's just looking deep down the field. The word's gotten out. Now it is on Russ to adjust that aspect of his game. Teams are forcing him to do that. And not just partially do it, not just I'll show it to them for some thrills. All throughout the game, work that short passing attack if I'm Russell Wilson. Because teams are going to allow it. They're going to open it up there for you. They're going to give it to you. But you have got to take advantage of it. And you just not quite showed a willingness yet to do that. John Kirchgatter says, seriously, though, can you tell me how we make the playoffs? In these games that are so close, we can't shoot ourselves in the freaking foot like we did. I don't disagree with you, John. And again, as I was saying earlier, it really comes down to, look, you're going to beat the Bears, the Lions, the Texans. Those are wins. I think you'd agree those are wins. The 49er game at home, that's going to be a win. So does the Washington football team beat us? This year's iteration of this Washington football team that looks like they just lost Chase Young for the season? I don't think so. Comes down to 3 games. Can you go 2 of 3 against the Rams and the Cardinals? Can you go 2 of 3 in those games? And on that, yeah, there's a chance you could. It's 3 games. It's not, you got to go 7-0, 9. No, it's 3 games, 2 of 3. It's really what it boils down to for me. So is there a chance? Yeah, there's a chance. But like to your point, can't shoot yourself in the foot. You've lost all room for error at this point. All room for error has been gone. So you got to get now get the work done. Yuquan Huang, you know how I feel about the Seahawks, a team that needs to rebuild but doesn't and ends up becoming a sinking team. I do know how you feel on it, and it does feel like a sinking team. It feels like the slow sink, right? Not like you got a lead weight on your leg and you're dropping right to the bottom, but just sort of this slow, sort of that's like this thing, which is like a feather falling through the ocean, just to the bottom. Emmett 21, we need to trade Russ ASAP at this point. He could be the reason why our team is far back, not because of the injury, but he hasn't been the same in years. Trade Russ to Philly, Denver, or New York. It's a possibility, Emmett. Possibility. We can win more games and potentially get to the Super Bowl with better chances without Russ in an era for Seattle. Fire Pete and trade Russ. And P.S. We should cut Norton some slack today. Rebuilding for the offseason is the goal. Look what the Patriots are doing with Mac Jones. They have a better ectoderm than us. Can't wait for what's an ectoderm? I can't wait for us to rebuild. Woo-woo! I'm partying today. We get a new head coach. I'll be partying a little bit too when that day happens on it. Look, it may be the possibility we're looking at a full rebuild. I don't know how this is going to go down, Emmett. I do think Russ is going to ask for a trade if Carroll stays. So that pretty much looks more and more like the likelihood of it. Russell Ellis back today. I'm not going to hit him too hard today on a game where he's coming back 4 weeks off of the most major injury he suffered in his entire career. He came back by what they said in the game, by the doctor's own initial determination of the injury. He came back 4 weeks early. That's Russ's toughness. That's Russ's grit. That's part of what makes Russ Russ. But I'm not going to also hold him too hard to account when it is that, that quickly off the injury. You're in Lambeau Field in very tough conditions. It's not like Aaron Rodgers was throwing the ball all over the football field either. He wasn't exactly lighting it up MVP style. So I'll give him a little slack this week on that. Not for the full season, but, just at least for this week, I'll be like, okay, I can go. The King, I'm back. Good to have you back, King. TJ says the best play we had on offense was when Russ moved to the side and Homer hiked it and ran it on 3rd and 2. Okay, yeah, where the heck is the cap going? Weird. I could see us rolling over some, but it does seem odd. I'd like to keep Diggs. It's hard to spend that much money, K, on 2 safeties. You're already paying Jamal Adams not just top market for safety. You're paying him a record-breaking deal at the other safety position. Diggs is going to want $11, $12 million per year. You can't allocate that much assets to the safety position. It's not as impactful as other positions on the football field, which you do then need to pay and get better at. Jeffrey Thistle says, I like my pickles on my sandwiches. I'm not a pickle guy. I can't. No way. No fruits. Kay says, right now we have the obvious Rams, or dare I say Cardinals, would be a wild card at this point. And then we are looking at the Vikes, Eagles, Saints, Panthers, us potentially. Am I missing someone? Nope. That would be what you're up against. Yeah. It's really locking in. It's really locking in on the Vikings and the Saints. We've got to do better than them. And if you go 7-1 with where those teams are currently going at on their team's trajectory with all they're dealing with separately, you get ahead of them in the playoffs. You lose 2, there's probably a good chance that they get on top of you on that. You know what I mean? There's a good chance they probably get ahead of you then. Jeffrey Thistle says, my concern is we bring in Danny No Dimes and decide, man, he's fine long term. Oh, and then we pay him, Jeffrey? Yeah, that would be awful. You can't pay whoever you're bringing in. That would be the bad choice to make. That would not be the smart decision. I agree with you there. That wouldn't be good. Ravumana Vinvunavulu. Ravumana, sorry, I hope I pronounced that right, says, was Packers' Elgin Jenkins the first offensive lineman to attempt and complete a Lambeau leap in the game? No, there's been a couple other linemen that have done it. I think they've done a couple of touchdown throws to linemen out there. So there's a couple in their history that have gone up and caught a ball and then jumped up into the stands. So someone else has done it. I don't know why Elgin did it. What did he do? Why would he earn that? He didn't run it in. I don't think the Eagles get in, K. I don't think they're a threat. But I think the Vikings the Vikings and the Saints are the ones that are the worrisome ones. Charles says, with Charles the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it, brother. You're so kind with your donations, man. Thank you so much. He says, Brando, as a subscriber and super chatter, do I get discounts on some of the webcam gals? You do. Yeah, it's part of my partnership with the webcam gals, At first I was hesitant. I was like, I don't know how porn's going to play on my channel. And they're like, porn plays everywhere. But just use my code, NESTCOCK, and you will get 10% off your first 45 minutes with your first girl. It's pretty awesome. That's NESCOCK. Chad Kwan, what do you think about Wilson's management of the game? Throwing an interception versus taking 3 points. Awful, Chad. Awful. You've got to have the understanding of where you're at in a game. You've got to manage a game as a quarterback. They have a lot that they have to sort of carry in not just reading a defense and not just making a great throw. There's a lot of other stuff that factors into it, and understanding down and distance and where you stand is a part of that. His decision-making was bad today, Chad. I said you make an argument about this being probably the worst game that Russell Wilson's ever played. Maybe. There's also a game he played in Green Bay 3 or 4 years ago that maybe is worse than this, being he threw 5 interceptions in that game. Or I think he threw 5 interceptions in the conference championship game. But this is definitely a top 3, top 4 all-time worst performance out of Russ. I do give him a little bit of rope with this, being he's coming back off the injury like he is, Chad. But some of the things that we need to see brought into his game we're not seeing yet need to start coming to the forefront, and need to start coming to the forefront fast. He's got to get better with the short passing game. He's got to get better about getting the ball out of his hand. The accuracy stuff is going to need to come along here, whether his finger's 100% or not. Your boy Michael, with the Fields and Mack trade, that would be insane. Bobby, Jamal, and Mack, scary. Yeah, that'd be a hard one for me to turn down. I don't think the Bears would offer that much, being that the Bears weren't willing to offer past 3 first-round picks, Akeem Hicks and Kyle Fuller this offseason. So, if they're going to go past that, draft capital this offseason, I don't think I would see it. But if they were willing, that would be a very hard trade to turn down. It would. And Chad Kwan, thank you for jumping in the chat. It's good to see you in here, man. Okay, yep. We are lucky the Packers really haven't made it to the Super Bowl in a while, and that was before Tom Brady joined the NFC. Yeah. Part of the reason why, it's hard to get to the Super Bowl once you pay your quarterback. It's hard to roster build around a quarterback when you're paying that kind of money. Washington Quest says, just occurred to me, we get away from Penny's first-round salary this offseason. Sweet. We do. Part of the reason why, if Wish of this Quest, we're sitting on the 9th most amount of cap space heading into this offseason as we currently stand. That is with Bobby's numbers on the book. That's with Russell Wilson's numbers on the book. That's with LJ Collier's numbers on the book. Because you do get to move on from LJ as well this offseason and save $1 million there too. Mo Money says, what the F was that? Shaking my head. It was a brutal game to watch. Mo Money. It's been a brutal year and a brutal game to watch. There's no way to dress it up. Kay says, hit that like button. We have corners. Yay, Jamal. Please do hit that like button. Northwest Fugitive. Can we plan on Russ being back next season? Northwest Fugitive, it's going to be built on the back of Carroll coming back or not. I would pretty much say with pretty much a certainty at this point, if Carroll returns, Russ is not going to want to be here. So it's going to be relying on moving on from Carroll to get that done. I think that's pretty feasible at this point. If one's got to begat the other. Ruvamani says, will Metcalf be fined? They'll hit him with the 10K clip, a little $10,000 swat, a little slap on the wrist, nothing big. John Kirchgatter, thanks so much for cheering me up after a demoralizing loss. You and I are very similar in our 12-ness, and my anger is always less after I get on here. Thanks so much. Well, I appreciate you, John. There's some days, I freak out and I lose my shit. No doubt about it. There's some days I get lost in my emotions on this, and I'm very much bothered. But I hope in my bother, my anger state at times, it relieves a little of your guys' anger, stress, pressure. You can turn your valve and the steam comes out a little bit. But I'm glad to hear it. And it's part of why I did this channel, is I thought there'd be many of you out there that'd be like-minded like me, that we could all kind of at times commiserate and celebrate together, that we would look at this in a similar fashion. And maybe I'm being a little egotistical in it, but I think my people in here and I think my subscribers in here look at this team with a sense of intelligence. It's why they get dinged at times by other fans in the fan base for being spoiled or entitled. Because they look at the sport closely, because they follow it closely. They're day in and day out there. They're hitting the refresh button on Twitter. When OBJ's on the market, they're looking 24/7 at their phone. They're watching with such care and such love for their team that to ding them for that and hit them for that and say, oh, you should just be happy with what you got. Just be happy with what you got. No, I don't think so. I like my fans expecting more. I like my fans holding my feet to the fire. And guess what? Us here in the Pacific Northwest, we got a little bit of a soft reputation throughout this country. They don't care as much. They're not as in. They're sort of just, whatever happens, happens, man. Whatever happens, happens, man. I don't want that. Let's go for it. Let's be known for being winners. Let's be known for putting it down, doing everything we possibly can to get to that championship road. Let's be that. Let's not be complacent. Let's not be happy with just being just good enough. Let's go for more. Let's shake that reputation because it's not a good reputation to have. It's great that we're known for being a nice people. It's good known that we're known for you really get along with them Pacific Northwesterners. They're good salt of the earth people. Let's drive for winning. Let's make that a priority. And not just to be just a little bit better than good, to be great. Let's go for greatness. We may not attain it, but so what? If the wax wings melt as we're aiming for the sun, so be it. But you just might touch the sun too. You just might get there. Jeffrey at Thistle says, you don't win in New York after 3 weeks, everyone's fired. Why New York teams always suck. It's one of the things that holds them back. Agreed. Yeah. That's the things. That's one of the things where I think there's going to be desperate teams out there willing to make big time deals because of that type of situation. TJ says 3 firsts for Russ and Hurts. I would take that deal. That'd be hard to turn down, wouldn't it, TJ? That's a lot of assets at that point that they're throwing your way. I mean, that's a lot, especially the Eagles. We're talking with the picks where they're going to have coming into this draft. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome, my brother. Like 5 donations on this chat so far. I appreciate you, dude. You're cool. You're super cool. Says Brando, how does the money saved affect the cap hit if Russ leaves? It's a hard cap, right? Every team needs to be under regardless of the previous year. Yes, it is a hard cap. So you've got to be under the cap. And it's going to be, I believe, next year's cap goes to $208.8 million, I believe, Charles. So it goes up pretty significantly. We're at 182. We go up to 208. Obviously, that's, goodness, $25 million or so of increased cap space into next season. So that's substantial. The way it works is like this. You save about, let's just call it $13 million to make a nice clean number. You save $13 million of cap space right now that you're sitting on. You roll all of that into next year's cap. So you go from 208, obviously, to somewhere in the neighborhood of like $221 million of effective cap space that you have to use. But that's your hard cap. The 221, it would be your hard cap at that point. So when you look at Russ, if you move on from Russell Wilson after this year, it's going to cost $26 million of dead money. That means if you move Russ and you're at $221 million, now you go down essentially. Well, actually, the way it works is that I think you take $26 million of dead money off the Russell hit, but you actually save $11 million by moving on from Russell. So you move on from Russell and your cap space actually goes up to $233 million. Even though you are having to still eat some dead money on your books from Russell. That $26 million dead money is still sort of sitting there, but that's already that's sunk cost. That's money that was already counting against the books. So moving Russ off, that part of that money still counts, but he costs more on the books if he was on your roster versus not on your roster, right? So I know I'm kind of going all around the world on this one just a little bit, Charles, with my answer on this one. But so that's essentially it. The way to think about it is that the 26, if you want to get to more of a simplified approach, Russ cost $26 million to move off from. The $13 million halves that. So now to move on from Russ this offseason, it only cost you essentially effectively $13 million of cap space. So that'd be kind of the best way to think of it. Though there are some other factors here too that come in. Northwest Fugitive. Maybe we should overreact for this loss. Defense looked good. Russ is right off the injury. I'm not overreacting myself, my guy. Not me. Not me, man. Not me. Jeffrey Thistle says, Pete should pick up Scrabble or, bingo. Jacob says, I think shuffleboard seems more like his style. Remember the time at 92. It's so crazy to really think that the Mariners have a better future than the Seahawks, and the Kraken showing they are truly a bad expansion team. Seahawks need to reboot ASAP. I'm okay with it. Again, you want to look to the Mariners that you mentioned. This is a team to look at as to understand why this methodology works, whether or not it's in a different sport, a sport that takes much longer to turn around. The Mariners for years were doing it wrong by always thinking they were in a competitive state when they weren't and making moves that were for the here and now and not the future. The second that they decided to start making moves for the future and building for a future team is the second they started to turn around their troubles, to truly embrace the rebuild process. You've got to embrace it to make it work. If you half embrace it, if you a quarter embrace it, that's not enough. You've got to go all in on it to make it work. And I think that's what it would take to get it done, in my opinion. There is the caveat I put on this that there's a theoretical future that this works with Russell Wilson at the helm and building around him and doing it in the right fashion that they should have done, frankly, 3 years ago. But I'm also okay with people talking me in and saying it's time to go a different route, time to go even further. That's too much of a half measure, that we need to go to a full measure. I could be talked into that as well. Ravamana says, Russ and Aaron have similar habits in that they tend to look deep to be the hero more often than not and miss the intermediate and short open guys. A little bit. There's a little bit in both of their games with that, Ravamana. I think Aaron's developed a little bit more of that to his game with the coach, meaning LaFleur. Somebody made this point above that we should go get LaFleur, that do him, not get him, but to get a coach like that. And that you had McCarthy there with Rodgers for years, where that seemed to be Rodgers' habit, Ruvamana, that seemed to be, he'd play a lot like Russ would with that. I think Rodgers has changed his game up with the new coach and the new offensive style, and he's gotten a lot better about hitting the short stuff and working that in. So there's been a bit of a good transition by Rodgers in that time, a little bit of why I have a little bit of optimism for Russ being able to make that transition if he has the right offensive coach and a head coach to allow them to make that transition occur, because you have to really embrace it to make it work. But that's why I have some optimism with that, Ruvamana. But Russ has got to do the same thing Aaron had to do. He's at that fork in the road in his career, in my opinion. Seahawks Gaming, since we want to roll over the cap, I expect Teron Armstead. Teron would be one of your main, if not only, targets available out there in free agency from the Saints. Guy with some injury history, but a guy who's been a fantastic left tackle for them for years now. No doubt about it. You're probably going to have to pay a huge sum to get him over here because there's not a big market of left tackles out there, but I'd be okay with that. Okay, and that's what makes me so sad. We can't let Russ go. It's us that need and still do celebrate in the streets. This is our guy. I wish Pete could back him up more. Losing him would be a terrible mistake. I do land on it being more of a mistake at this point to move on from us than holding on to him at this point. I agree with you there. And yeah, I wish Pete would have backed him up more as well. There's a lot of older coaches in this sport near Pete Carroll's age. Let's look at Bill Belichick. Let's look at Nick Saban. And both of these two guys are built to their DNA level, a lot like Coach Carroll is. Build my defense, run the ball, protect the ball, don't turn it over. Offense, do just enough. Defense, carry the day. Good special teams. Bill Belichick made the transition with Tom Brady halfway into his career to bring in the spread concepts, to move away from that old school approach. He became innovative by transitioning away from what he wanted to do in his DNA level, at the core level of his DNA. But yet he made that transition recognizing he had a Hall of Fame quarterback. Nick Saban a couple of years ago, the Alabama head coach, the most successful college football head coach that we've seen over the last 15, 20 years, if not the last 40 years. He was realizing a few years ago that even though he had this great defense and the strong running game, that it wasn't enough anymore, that he couldn't stop these offenses across the league, across the country, that he needed to become that dynamic offense that was starting to beat him. He changed. He became innovative. He evolved. Coach Carroll just didn't do the same thing. He's not been as willing to make those same changes to change with the times. And that has been what's held him back. It's not that he's old as a coach, it's that he's old in his thinking. Food Gamer says, do you think we can get Kenyon Green? I doubt it because his draft projection is mid-first round, early second. I really want him. He can play every position on the line. I want him to play center for us. Let me see. I've not yet taken a look at him, but you know me, man. Now you submit this to my list. I put him on my list, and I will scout him. So let me get him on my list here. Let me get him on my list. Kenyon Green. I will take a look at Kenyon Green, Food Gamer. I'll get back to you on Wednesday with a scouting report on him. TJ says, look what the Panthers did to the Cards without Murray. I feel confident about it. I feel more confident about it. And Cardinals are trending a little bit this way. They lost J.J. Watt. Murray's got an ankle injury. DeAndre Hopkins is dealing with a hamstring thing. It's a winnable game, in my opinion. It's winnable. And thank you again, Charles Riley. Thank you for all your donations again. If I didn't, just make sure I do appreciate it. Acronathosaurus. I need first round picks next year. How do we get them? Trading Russell Wilson? That's the only way you're getting first round picks. But that is a way you could get some first round picks. Washington Visquest. Wasn't Drew Brees only an inch and change taller than Russ? I don't understand then why Brees could throw over the middle, but Russ does not. I think the height stuff impacts some of it, Washington Visquest, but I think some of it is the throw with anticipation. Trust your receiver is going to be in the right position and let it rip. And Russ just at times will not always let it rip. Some of it is Coach Carroll's mantra of don't turn over the football, don't throw it unless you know it's there. But some of it is also Russ's tendency to need to see it open. He wants to see it open. He doesn't want to throw it open. He wants to see it open. And I think that that's the thing that would prevent him. It's casually easy to say, oh, get him with Sean Payton. He'll be great. He needs to prove here he can hit the short stuff. He needs to prove here he can do the intermediate stuff. That's going to be part and parcel what Sean Payton's going to ask him to do, along with hitting the deep stuff. But Sean Payton's not just going to be like, bombs away, Russ. That will not be what Payton has him do. Frank Buckner, I think the new offensive coordinator looks bad, and that's not his fault. My opinion is Russell Wilson refuses to throw short and always looking for the deep ball. Well, you're definitely in agreement with me here, Frank. That's definitely what I was just sort of harping on with Russ a bit. And yeah, it's a part of his game that's got to develop and come along, Frank. It does. It just does. It flat out does. He cannot rely on the old anymore. It is no longer going to be enough for Russell Wilson. He can maybe be efficient on the old. He can maybe get around it a little bit, but sooner or later, you're going to have to learn how to throw the ball short, Russell, one way or another. I as well don't hold as much accountable to the offensive coordinator this year, Frank. I take away there's a clip from last week's game 2 weeks ago against the Jaguars between Coach Carroll and Waldron, where Waldron's literally asking him, should it be run, pass, or pass, run? Like Carroll's got his hands all over this offense. So between Carroll having his hands all over the offense and between that and Russell Wilson's inability to yet develop within this new offense, hard to necessarily put this all on Waldron's plate as far as the failures of the offense up until this point. Sam Dog, the infamous. My confidence is at an all-time low with the Hawks right now. I am ready to just start over again and rebuild. You're not alone, Sam. You're not alone. There's many on this chat who have been in the same place. And I think you guys have a point to be where you are. I get where you're at in that. I don't argue against it. I understand it. So, yeah. It is frustrating, but go Hawks, Sam Dog. Go Hawks, no matter what. Anderson says, thanks for the live stream, Brandon. Love these every time. It was a good talk today. See you next time. I'll see you next time, Anderson. I love having chats with you, man. I love my chat. You guys are as smart as anybody out there, as intelligent. You keep me thinking. You keep me on my toes. You keep me considering ideas I hadn't even thought of. And that's what I love about this, is that we get to come together on this and not only can commiserate, but think about ideally of how it all comes together, how the season comes together, how we can rebuild this team together. I've said it before, Anderson. I think of this stream and the show a little bit like a think tank, and that we put all of our brain power together to come up with what is the answer, what is the problem, what is the fix. That's what makes this exciting to me in a lot of respects. Jeffrey Thistle, I've never been accused of being nice. I'll accuse you tonight. Dubs McDougal says, hey, you're not drinking tonight. Couldn't have been that bad, right? No, the Rams one was one that I understood what that meant in that loss. That one hit me different. I ain't going to lie. That Rams loss hit me different with Russ going down to the injury and what it all meant for the upcoming season and for the future of our Seahawks, frankly. But Dubs, I'm getting a lot of requests for another drink stream, so we'll probably have to do another drink stream. I guess you guys like me all sloppy and slurring and one-eyed as I'm trying to read the chat. I'm glad that entertained you guys, because that absolutely could have been an absolute train wreck. My mom's like, maybe you want to private that one. Mom, I'm not going to private that one. We're honesty here. We're ugly honesty here. Even if it means I'm drunk and sloppy. GoHawks05 says, this thought just popped up into my head. Myles Garrett and 1 and 2 first for Russ. I don't think Cleveland can't do that move, Go Hawks. They just paid big money to Myles Garrett. It'd be a huge dead money hit to move off from him. So they wouldn't be willing to, as well as go Ox. You're not the first to think that maybe Russ would be interested with Cleveland's roster as stacked as it is. But I don't think that that's the big market team that Russ is going to really want to move to from Seattle. I think he's looking a little bit bigger. I think he's got a little bit more starry eyes for something a bit beyond just that. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation. Another one, my guy. Jeez, like $50 on the dono tonight. I appreciate you. You were awesome, brother. He says, Brando, you nailed it. Russ needs to see it open. It sucks, but that's his kryptonite. Way too early to blame Waldron, though. I'm glad we agree on this, Charles. Yeah, I just can't throw it on Waldron to really any measure at this point. I just can't. Can't quite do it. He's been without his starting quarterback for 3 weeks. He had not a great backup in Geno. Still got a win out of that game with good play calling in that particular Jacksonville Jaguar game. And the Jaguars have played better here recently. But yeah, it's the anticipation thing has been there for years. And it's something that we didn't have as much of a spotlight on early on in his career because he would always be scrambling around these guys so often. He could run around like a jackrabbit and still find a way to buy that time to get the ball to somebody else. But with that starting to dial down, it's increased how intense the spotlight is on him on the shortcomings of the short passing game, of the intermediate stuff, of the lack of willingness to throw with anticipation. DK Metcalf has a route in this game where I believe he's operating out of the slot. He runs and he stops, sluggo, stop and go route, and now he goes. And as soon as he goes there, Russell Wilson and a guy throwing the anticipation lets that ball go. You throw it up with a high arc. We know Russell can throw the moon ball. Give DK time to get up to speed at that point. Put it up to where he only has a chance to get it essentially up into the back of the end zone at that point. But let that throw rip. But instead, Russ you can see him. It's like, here it comes, kind of throw. No. Okay, it's ready. There we go. No, it's not quite there. It's not good. Okay, it's right there. Let go. No, I don't want to let go. They're just not that throwing with anticipation. They showed a couple of shots. There's one they showed on that same play where DK's on the stop and go. Disley's running an out route. If you're going to throw it to Disley on the out route, as soon as Disley hits the top stem of his route and then it goes to out, it needs to be thrown at the stem of the route. Right here, you need to let that go. And Disley breaks open. He's open to 3 yards there on that play, on that out route. But Russ doesn't throw the ball. And I think on that play, he ended up taking a bad sack on that play. And you just go, man, let it go, dude. Let it rip. You got to let it go. You got to just, you're not going to see everything wide open. The sport of football does not work that way. You could maybe have gotten away with that for a time, but those days are just a little bit done. But thank you again, Charles, for the $5 donation. You're awesome, brother. So awesome. I appreciate it. Ninja Dragon says, I hope Russ does leave the game. I hope Russ does leave that game was an embarrassment. I hope Russ does leave that game was an embarrassment. Oh, I hope Russ does leave. That game was an embarrassment. Not alone, Ninja Dragon. There's a lot of folks feeling that same way, that they're kind of done with everything at this point. And I can see where the frustration's coming from. I understand where people are operating out of. I do. Seahawks Rain, this game was terrible. It was a tough one. Defense was good though, man. I think the defense played great today. I think it's worth talking about as far as the defense goes. Brent P. Bad blocking. Russ off an injury. Russ is a top quarterback. Blocking wasn't great today, Brent. Yeah, they weren't great. So I definitely wouldn't debate against you on that. I agree. They weren't good. I think it was bad blocking, and I think Russ played bad. I think it was both. Seahawks Rain, our defense has played awesome lately, but our offense is worse than the Jets. Well, they're definitely looking just about like that, aren't they? Ninja Dragon says Russ is overrated. All he does is throw deep. He's got to start proving he can throw short. Brent P, we need good run blocking. I think, Brent P, the good run blocking is something that is needed. I think a little bit you're going to have to wait with that with this new scheme, and that they've got a little bit of a problem right now where they have the old linemen for the old scheme and the new linemen for the new scheme need to be more mobile. And these guys are not mobile enough to make this running game work this year. I think we've halfway into the year, we can make that kind of determination at this point as it concerns this offensive line. But just one of the reasons why, Brent, I lean so heavily on saying this organization of the last couple off seasons should have been attacking the offensive line first and foremost as a top priority, rather than making it about the fourth or fifth priority. Jeffrey says Pete's also old, literally. Yeah, literally and mentality-wise. Seahawks Gaming says Carroll can't even find his challenge flag. How's he going to find another great quarterback? If he thinks this challenge flag's a phone, how's he going to bring a quarterback along? How's he going to develop that? Food Gamer, Pete makes my ego so damn high. He makes me think I can coach better than him as a head coach. Seahawks Rain says the refs literally called every flag they could on us. We definitely had a lot of calls going on not in our way in this one, Seahawks Rain. There was a lot of, to me, I've called the gray line calls. You just had more of them in this particular game than you normally get in a football game. And they definitely went the Packers' way every time. I ain't denying that. I did think we still lost this game beyond the flags. I think we lost this game. We didn't make it close enough to blame this on the flags, I guess. That's what I'm saying. The Food Gamer says, is there any left tackle you want us to get in the draft? Also right tackle too? Thoughts? I'm more lean towards two tackles. And the one that I'm forgetting right now, let me bring up who I had off mine. So right now in the draft, I've not necessarily been as sold on the tackle position, left tackle position for what I've watched on the film so far. That's not to say that it couldn't possibly change down the road. But where I'm at right now on the tackles, there's a couple I've watched. I'm going to be putting out a Daniel Fa'alele video from the University of Minnesota. I'm going to be doing that on my Seahawks scouting channel this week. Obviously, Evan Neal is the top of the mark out of Alabama. He's fantastic. You're not really going to get much of a chance for him. But if you want to put two guys who are in the range that are interesting to me, Daniel Fa'alele and then Abraham Lucas from Washington State. Those are two guys at the right tackle position who would be very interesting. And let's remember now, left tackle has always been the more valued of the two tackles, but the right tackle has grown more in importance over the last couple of years. And having a dominant right tackle has grown even more important beyond that. So those would be two guys that if you're looking in that second round range where we could be picking, would be two guys that I would target and two guys that stand out to me and that are reasonable that we could be selecting. Real big dudes too. I mean, big mountainous men. But strong and mountainous. TJ says this hurts more than a blowout because with a blowout, we know we won't win this game. Hurts because we were on it until the fourth. Yeah, it does hurt. This one does sting a bit. You had a chance, man, TJ. If the offense was somewhat functional in this game, you had a chance. And I do think Food Gamer on the question of left tackle, somebody mentioned Teron Armstead. I think I would look more on the left tackle to find a little more certainty out there. Again, it depends on what picks you have, but I think that's a decent pathway to look at the left tackle position as you go forward, is to try to a little bit of replicate what you did with Dwayne Brown. Find the guy that's just getting to his 30s. He's not going to necessarily be paid top of the market, still be paid very well, still got a few years left at the left tackle position. I'm not against going that route with it either. I think you can get a lot of value in getting that type of left tackle at that point without having to pay those Laramie Tunsil $21 million a year type prices. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. You're awesome, brother. He says, is Jeff George available for a quarterback coach? I wish I could see Russ's reaction when Jeff George is hired as a quarterback coach. They'd agree on everything. I know, he just come back to the sideline. He's like, Coach George, I let it rip. And George's like, yeah, I know, I told you to let it rip. Just, chicks dig the deep ball, man. I'm telling you. We'll hit it next time. We didn't get the first 5 times. We'll get it on the 6th. All we need is to hit it once, right? Once in 6, right, Russ? Once in 6, brother. Boop. they pound it out. I want Jeff George hired just for the stash. The stash power alone on the sideline. I mean, that ups your ante offensively at least 2 or 3 points. At least 2 or 3 points, Charles. And thank you for the $5 donation, brother. You are awesome. Seahawks Rain says that run by Russ was a first down. How come Coach Carroll didn't challenge that? It looked a little bit like a first down at first, Seahawks Rain. When they showed the sideline shot, though, it did look like his knee came down really quick before the ball got past the first down marker. So it was pretty close. And when it's close like that, if you're going to throw the challenge flag, it's got to be clear enough to where they're going to overturn the call on the field. And if it's not clear, then if it looks just close on the replay like it did, it won't be enough to overturn it. You needed the call on the field to go for a first down to have a chance there. Kay says, yeah, we could have seen D as a returner at least to try and get some action with that speed. I would have liked to see him at the punt returner, Kay. You haven't gotten the ball throughout the whole year. You finally get him back. You know it's going to be hard to get him touches anyway. Why not get him some touches in the punt return game? He was a good returner coming out of college. We know what we got out of Freddie Swain, which is that he can catch a punt. That's about all he can do. He can fair catch a punt. That's not exactly a high baseline to operate off of that we're, what's D going to do? He's going to really catch a fair catch punt, But yeah, I would be open with, we need help wherever we can get it. If there's a guy on this roster that can help out punt returning, give it to him, But they like Freddie for some reason. Remember the time 92. What are your thoughts on Abraham Lucas? Let me get up my scouting. I did a breakdown. I wrote down a breakdown on him. Hold on, let me bring it up here because I did look this guy up. I thought I did look at him. Where is here we go. So here we go. I've got Abraham Lucas I've got him as a solid second round pick. So he is in the mold of where we'd be picking at. He's a big giant right tackle. He's in the typical mold what you'd look for historically at the right tackle. 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", monstrous sized. He does surprise you with movement and space. Something I like about both him and Daniel Faalele reminds me a little of Stone Forsythe last year, where these guys that are 6'8", 6'9", should not be moving like they're moving. You should be watching guys that are looking like they're moving on stilts, but these guys are actually really, really fluid athletes, which kind of surprises you with them. He surprised you with his movement in space, though it can still be a struggle for him the longer in space he has to travel. This is, again, both him and Daniel Faalele are very similar like this. They got to get their hands on you quick. The quicker they get their hands on you as big men, the better. Once they get their hands on you, you're locked down. But the longer you can, as an edge rusher, get to the edge before he's able to get his hands on you, the better. Or the more he's got to move in space to get to that linebacker at the second level, the worse it's going to kind of look for him at times. He's particularly adept in pulling across the formation, which really intrigued me about him. So he had a lot of they would do running plays to the let's say the weak side of the formation because he's strong side as the right tackle. So they go back to the weak side of the formation and he pulls across the formation to that left side from the right tackle at 6'8". I thought that was very impressive on his part to be able to pull stuff off like that. All the snaps I've seen so far of him in pass pro have looked solid. I think twitchy edge rushers could give him issues, but anyone leaning on only power will be neutralized. So he is going to struggle at times if you got the guy that's quick and get around that arc fast. But anybody using power, which you've tended in the recent football history, it's changed a little bit with this, but normally the left defensive end that the right tackle is going up against is going to be more of a power guy, and that the twitchy guy is usually going to be on the blind side. The twitchy edge rusher will be the blind side guy. So like for our Seahawks, you have Carlos Dunlap as your strong side pass rusher, and then you have Darrell Taylor as your Leo, right? So that's usually that plays out. So he's not going to more often than not get matched up against those twitchy guys at the next level, which I like. There's no doubt he can run block with tenacity and good finish. He's getting to that second level in space can be a little bit hit or miss, but he is assignment correct, and he's pretty clean in his technique. The key as a defender is I don't let him get his hands on me or it's over with. And that's the thing I think you can say both that's the best and the worst about Abraham Lucas. He gets his hands on you, it's done with. If you as a defender can avoid getting those hands on you or make it take a long time, you can make him look a little bit silly, But I like him a lot. I'd be okay with them selecting him in the second round. If that was the Seattle Seahawks pick, I would be fine with it. Seahawks Rain, Trey Brown is a starter for sure. Absolutely a starter. Kay says, do you think Aaron will be in Green Bay next year? No, okay, I think Aaron is going to move on from Green Bay after this season. That's my thinking on it. I think he goes somewhere else. Seahawks Rain says, our defense played amazing. They did play amazing. Best game of the year so far by our defense, Seahawks Rain. Absolutely worth applauding performance on their part. Jeffrey says, long-term, we're still in a better place than the Rams. They require a number 1 seed or the road will be too tough. Then they have no cap space and no picks for a decade. Yeah, they've set themselves up to get done this year or nothing, right, Jeffrey? I mean, they really have. They have pushed it as far as they can push it at this point. And yeah, they've got an uphill battle. And let's face it, right now, Stafford's starting to look worse and worse. He's starting to look like kind of old Stafford a little bit, rather than this new and improved Stafford we saw for the first part of this season. As well as I know he's dealing with a little bit of an ankle injury as well, off near the end of that game against the Titans. So ankle injury, finger injury, getting beat up, a little older player, starting to come down to earth a little bit after his hot start. I've said that this league's an ebb and flow season. Things go in ebb and flows, ups and downs. You want to be hot at the end. And you want to be hot at the end, obviously getting into the playoffs, which that's going to be obviously the second part of that key. Seahawks Rain says, when it gets to third down, it's punt time for us. It is a little bit like that, isn't it? It is a little bit like that. Andrew Wynn, at least the defense did great today. Andrew, that's the number one thing I take from this game. I had predicted this would be a loss. It doesn't strike me as crazy that this becomes a loss. Would I have liked to have seen the offense play better? Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the offense play a lot better. But for the defense to go out there and go against this offense, which is legitimately a top 5, and if not top 3 offense in this league right now, and to shut them down through 3 quarters and then only start to give up points when they're just so wore down and tired, I think that was an awesome performance on their part. And again, it's on the back of 3 great performances against weaker opponents, weaker offenses recently, and then a great half of football against the Rams. That's stuff that you can build upon going forward. And I think this defense is going to, based a little bit on this performance today, along with those 3 weeks, going to be a better defense than what we saw out of the opening 3 to 4 weeks of this season, in my opinion. Jose Garcia, is there a former Seahawks player that would make a great head coach or general manager? Is there a former coach that would be a great gem? Not that I can think of. There's not a guy that was like the heady guy that I think of as being like a brainiac type or just such a motivator of men who would stand out to me as being that type of guy. So nobody's jumping out to me. No, I don't think so. I'd usually have a good creative answer for you on this, Jose, but I just don't. I don't think of a lot of guys that you have that are, in that mold of what you look at as just being a very heady, smart player, right? I mean, maybe Lofa Tatupu, maybe he'd be an interesting guy, but he tried coaching and it didn't work out great for him, so it wasn't really a fit for him. Food Gamer says, we win the Super Bowl, I'm going to shave my head. I'm holding you to that. Chad Kwan, prime example of Pete being too old in his preparation. All sorts of items came out of his pocket except the challenge flag. Somebody was saying earlier, Chad, it was like the perfect symbolic moment of where Coach Carroll's regime currently is, and I can't argue with it. It's kind of true. King Bloop 123. Who are your head coaching candidates? Obviously, Lincoln Riley's been sort of my de facto number one, and it's maybe a lazy choice, King Bloop, but I really like him if you're keeping Russell Wilson here long term, especially. I would take a look at some guys out. Where's Shanahan right now with the 49ers? If he got let loose, he'd be very interesting as far as I'd go. I'm not as much on Doug Peterson, though he would be a name that would be brought out there as a possibility. Thinking through a couple other guys that might be in the lane of things. There's somebody, the Cowboys have an offensive coordinator that might be interesting. I'm forgetting his name right now. He'd be a guy that I would take a look at. I'm not as much on Eric Bieniemy, but that's been a name that's been mentioned out there a little bit. King Bloop is a guy it'd be there. But I would probably lean to that. I'd even look at Harbaugh out of Michigan. I would maybe even kick the tires on that. I know that that's a very controversial guy for a lot of people, but that would be a guy even I would be considering. But those would be my candidates, top of my head. Matt Hasselbeck might be a good coach, quarterback coach. Seahawks Rain, that's good. That's a good suggestion. I forgot Matt. Matt would be a guy. Matt's my answer. I'm stealing Seahawks Rain's answer, so that's my answer. Seahawks Rain, Geno Smith was driving us downfield. You can't put this on Waldron. Geno Smith was putting us down the field against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Seahawks Rain, Yeah, he's performing well against the Jaguars. When he went against tough defenses like the Steelers and like the Saints, he didn't do jack diddly squat. So yeah, against one of the worst, if not bottom worst teams in the league, Geno did well. You put Russell up against the Jaguars, he probably performs well too. Jeffrey, I'd rather lose in an offense that's fun to watch than these 1980 defensive slugfest heart attacks that win close games. Run that score up or lose big. I'm with you, Jeffrey. That's a funner brand of football for me to watch as well. Likewise, when it comes to the defense, I understand this, Ben, but don't bring defense doesn't give up a lot of points, and that I'll give up a lot of yards, but I don't give a lot of points. But if we move forward, I'd rather an attacking defense. I'd rather a downhill defense. I want to bring it at you. I want to be aggressive. I don't want to be soft. I don't want to play not to lose. It's a little bit of like how I think we do what we do. TJ Wilborn, trade for Brady. That's the only way he retires. TJ says, I don't know if that was an intercept that he dropped when he hit the ground, or how the hell you can hold someone when you are falling down. I don't know which play you're talking about, TJ. Seahawks rain. Seahawks stink right now. They do stink right now. They're not good. Mark Armstrong. Pete says they decided not to play Russ under center. Do you think that affected their willingness to go for it on 4th and short? I don't necessarily think that, Mark. I didn't know that was that they weren't willing to do the under center. And maybe I'm misselling this with Coach Carroll a little bit, Mark. But hasn't Coach Carroll been pretty conservative on his 4th down going for it in the last 4 or 5 years? He's not been very aggressive in being willing to do the 4th down calls, and especially a game like this, Mark, that's going to be close, where his defense is playing good. He'll play it close to the vest when the defense is playing bad. He'll trust his defense when they're not good. But on a day where they're shutting down the Green Bay Packers, he's absolutely going to punt those, whether or not Russ is under center or not. TJ said, remember the last stream we said if Russ yelled at the defense? Well, the defense did play great. Maybe he should yell at himself. He's got to take some ownership here, TJ. Like I've always said with this, on embracing this new offensive approach. Until Russ realizes it's not a strength of his game and he needs to learn into making it a strength of his game, it's going to continue to be a detriment. Being the short passing, again, getting more into moving the chains. Stop falling so much in love with that deep ball. Jeffrey Thizzle says the call on the field was a first down. Well, it was the call on the field was initially a first down until the call on the field was not a first down. So that's that. They're not going to overturn it based on what we initially called it a first down, but then we said it was not a 4th down. So now the initial call on the field actually was a first down. When they look at the replay, they're going to look at it through the lens of the call on the field was a first down. So to get it overturned, you need to see evidence that is rock solid to be able to overturn that, not that it's 50-50. TJ says, I wish Penny would be a punt or kick returner instead of Dallas. I thought Dallas has been pretty good as a kick returner. I'm okay with putting Penny out there as a punt returner. Anything would be better than Freddie Swain, but I thought as a kick returner, Dallas has doing pretty solidly. I thought he's been holding up okay. Charles coming with another $5 donation. Charles, I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. Says Brando, have you ever been so tired after stopping the Green Bay offense on 3rd down when on the previous possession DK fumbled that you wanted to throw a shoe? No, but I probably should have been there. And yeah, you probably get to that point where you're ready to throw a shoe. We've been stopping this offense all day. I'd be throwing shoes too. I'd be throwing everything. I'd be upending tables on the sideline. I'd be kicking over the Gatorade deal, knocking over the tape and all the little deal they got set up on the sideline. Yeah, I'd be stomping, throwing a fit. Like, come on, offense. What do you want from us? What? What do you want us to do? What do you want, water to wine? We've got Aaron Rodgers on that field, stopped the 3 points through 3 goddamn quarters. What are you going to do? That would have been awesome. But thank you, Charles, for the $5 donation, brother. I appreciate you. Elena McCollum, Russ and offense, absolute shit. Defense held the Packers to 3 points until the 4th quarter. Don't blame them. I'm not blaming the defense today. They played great. They did a great job. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Seahawks Gaming, another reason why Pete should be fired. We never play our rookies. The only time we did, we got Russ Wilson. He definitely doesn't like to play him very often, which is a little odd, Seahawks Gaming. When he went back to college with USC and Coach Carroll, one of the ways that he was able to get players and recruit them into his program was he would promise freshmen roles on the football team. Yeah, we're not going to redshirt you, but we're not going to sit you on the bench either. You'll be our kick returner and punt returner, and we'll give you a couple carries. Or we have it be our gadget receiver guy, or we'll give you a little bit of a mix on early downs. We'll find you a role. And they don't do that as much with rookies, and they've not been able to do that as much with rookies, which has been odd at times, in that he didn't carry that over for college as much here. It's almost been a little bit of a forgotten about element to what Carroll used to do, which I always thought was a good element. If you get a rookie player, why not apply the same thing that you would apply to a freshman player, apply to a rookie player? And then find him a role, carve him out that role, don't expand it too far, don't overwhelm him, just don't lean on him wholesale, but just give him enough. But you're right. They've not done a lot of that. TJ says, Charles Cross tackle bout of Mississippi State. I think he's someone that can be a decent player. Okay. Well, let me put his name on. Charles Cross. I'll take a look at him, TJ. I'll give you a scouting report on him. Seahawks Rain says we need Rodgers. No, I don't want Rodgers. I ain't trading for no 40-year-old quarterback. Hell no. Especially one that's that colorful. King Bloop, what do you think of our chances of making the playoffs looking at the rest of our schedule? I would put our chances of making the playoffs at 35%. So I'll give you that as my percentage chances. It's going to be an uphill battle. I think King Bloop, it's really going to come down to those 3 games. 2 games against the Cardinals, 1 game against the Rams. 2 games on the road. You must win 2 of those 3 football games to get in the playoffs. I think it really does get simplified to that stage of things. At the end of the day, when it all gets shaken out, that's what will be bore out to us. That we've got to go 2 of 3 against those teams. Do that, you can get to the playoffs. But again, 35%, it's an uphill battle. I'm certainly not laying down a guarantee here on this channel right now. But it is what it is. Joe Stevens, Hasselbeck. Yeah, Hasselbeck will be a good coach. He's a smart dude, man. Those bald dudes from Boston College, they're smart just on that basis alone. TJ says if we win the Super Bowl, then drinks all night in a 24-hour stream. You better believe it, baby. 24-hour stream if we win the Super Bowl. 100%. 100%. Jeffrey Thistle says, Kellen Moore looks too much like a schoolboy to me. It may be a little too green for him. It might be too a little early. I sure love his offense. I love what he's done with the Cowboys. I love what he's done with Dak Prescott. They got a lot to work with there. I'll give him that. They do have that. But it's the model that we would be bringing him in, especially if Russell Wilson was still here, to try to replicate a little bit of that model that you've had with Dallas. And we'll be trying to build a super offense, a defense that'll do just enough around it. I'm intrigued by him. I like what he's done there as an offensive coordinator. Daniel W. says Josh McDaniels is a dark horse head coaching candidate for us, especially if we rebuild. He's doing great with Mac Jones plus 0 offensive weapons and would bring Belichick defense to which is a Rams killer. Well, the Belichick defense was a killer when it was running a very new way of attacking the Rams offense that year. Of course, with the 6-man front, they really gave the Rams a problem in the Super Bowl. I don't know if it would be a Josh McDaniels fit. I like Josh McDaniels as being eventually a head coach in Canada. I wonder if he's waiting in the wings to take over for Belichick when Belichick retires a little bit. But the problem, again, coming here with Russ is if McDaniels looks at Russ and doesn't believe that he can operate in this type of offense, which is this is the definition, Daniel, of a short passing offense, of getting the ball out of your hands ASAP. I mean, that's going to ask Russell to play definitively 180 degrees differently than he's played throughout his career. I mean, it is even more entrenched in throwing the short passing game than this current offense we're in right now. I mean, it would be hard for him to make that transition. I don't know if McDaniels would want that, or if he would want to find more of like a guy he's had Mac Jones or Tom Brady, which is give me the guy with the typical quarterback size, give me the guy that's very accurate and who can process very quickly and who can throw with anticipation. These are things that, again, I don't know are as much a part of Russell Wilson's game necessarily. TJ, they can get the first down right, but couldn't get the Jimmy one right in the divisional round in 2019. Touche, TJ. Touche. Very well said. That one was definitely short. That was absolutely, he was short of that first down. We should have gotten that ball back. No doubt about that one, man. Very well said. Frick Boner, our defense is playing too good for this team to be 3-6. Agreed, Frick. Agreed, man. They're playing awesome. It sucks to see them at 3-6 with as good as they are playing. TJ says those 2 touchdowns at the end was on a 3rd and goal, so we tried on defense. Damn, I feel bad for the defense. I do too. Nothing on this game is on the defense at all. Nothing is on this defense at all. They played their best game of the year by far. Fantastic performance by them. In fact, it's my biggest takeaway from this game beyond the loss is that the defense is putting together performances that are sustainable and that are things that we can lean on going forward. We do need the offense to get better, but I am encouraged by what I'm seeing from us defensively speaking. Jeffrey says, imagine how happy the people who have to pick all the peat gum out of the turf at the end of the game when we get rid of Pete. Maybe there's just a gum picker guy. Or if you're the field staff, is that the bottom rung, like the new guy's job until the next guy gets hired and then they got to be the gum picker. But yeah, that's bubblicious, man. That's a lot of gum. That's a lot of gum to just, God, Pete, really? Jesus, it's just disgusting habit. You guys sit there with like a little comb and comb it up out of the turf, the bubbly issues. Jeffrey says, imagine how happy. Oh, sorry. Cons YT. No one talking about how Jamal Adams absolutely balled today. Definitely played like the best in the nation. He did play like the best in the nation. He was all over the place, Cons. He was great. And when the moments they asked him to pass rush, he came after it. He got pressure. He was good in coverage. He helped out in that double teams, and he was in the right spot on those double teams on Adams on a few moments in this game. Gets a key pick as you need the defense to make a play after Russell Wilson throws a horrible interception. Absolutely well said, Cons. And yeah, I think Jamal Adams played his best. I said I think the defense played their best game of the year so far this year. I think Jamal Adams played his best game as a Seattle Seahawks today. And it wasn't just the interception. It was all the stuff he's doing. 11 tackles. He was all over the field. He showed you today why they gave up the assets they did for him. And it'd be great if he could string more of these performances together. I think he's had more games this year where he's starting to show you more and more of what he can do. It's still, for some folks, will fall short, but not for me. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. And part of the reason why I've said, Collins, that in going forward, I do have Jamal Adams in my plans. Jeffrey Thistle's got 35.3%. That's perfect, Jeffrey. That's absolutely where I'd be. 35.3, a little bit more than 35, but not much more than 35. But 35.3 is that's like right about the temperature where water freezes, right? That's right about our chances where we stand right now. Seahawks Reigns is laughing out loud. The 0.3% gives me hope. It does. It helps it a little bit. 35.3%. The 0.3% just makes it feel a little more. It feels a little more certain with that 0.3%, doesn't it? A little more certain. GoX05, has anything happened with Alton Smith? Because we could use him, and he's a free man. He is a free man. We could use him. Nothing's happened with him, GoHawks05. Indeed, nobody across the league's even looked to sign him, including the Dallas Cowboys after they lost to Marcus Lawrence this year for a good amount of time. Did not look to go out there and grab him after he did okay for them last year. So I think that probably is telling. Daniel says, with Josh McDaniels, we trade Russell Wilson. I'm saying, oh, okay, I'm sorry, bro. He's doing great with Mac Jones plus 0 offensive weapons. Yeah, okay, if you trade Russ, then yeah, I get where you're coming from with that. Matt Kroll will be a possibility. Boy, he's a little bit of a smaller guy. I don't know if Matt Kroll's up over 6'1". He looks like right at about 6'1" to me. But I can see that going that way, Daniel. That would make sense. Jose, Hasselbeck as a GM, Kyle Shanahan as head coach, if available. Brian Flores as defensive coordinator. I love it, Jose. I love that's a beautiful. Let's go with that. I'm good with that. Jeff Ryan says, Jamal played great today. Heck, the defense killed it. If only offense could get it going. But even looking at the schedule this year, it was more likely a loss in Green Bay this time of year. Well, you hit the nail on the head. Why some folks were wondering why I'm not necessarily freaking out as much about this loss, Jeff, is because at no point in time this offseason, 10 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, at no point in time at any of that process did any of us as Seahawks fans who are trying to look at this realistically say, yeah, we're going to go into Green Bay in November and beat them in Lambeau. Everybody had this as basically an L. Not an L in this way or the game playing out this way, but an L. So it's not as much you take that much from this one as we look through this season or this year and the effect of this year. But it's not, at the end of the day, you got to get your work done in other places. It wasn't going to be done in Lambeau. So just where I stand with it, Jeff. Jeffrey Thistle says Russ is too off script for Josh McDaniels. Well, Daniel elaborated. So he's saying that we trade Russ. So that makes more sense if you're trading Russ. But yeah, it wouldn't be a fit with Russ. TJ says, I'm going to be honest. I was behind on the game. So when my brother was yelling pick off by Jamal, I was confused because we had the ball. Well, I said we win 35-0 as a joke. Well, instead of holding them to 0, they held us. Damn, I feel bad. It's not on you, TJ. It's not your fault, man. Something else in the universe was at play in this particular game. Seahawks Rain says we need Carson ASAP. I think his punishing run style makes a difference. I think it would help Seahawks Rain. I don't know where his neck injury is. It's a little bit, you get a little scared when they talk about chronic neck injury and that the thing's not going away anytime soon. It looks like he fell just short to getting out there in this particular game, just not quite good enough to go. I think he's going to be managing it through the rest of the year, which is unfortunate. But we'll see if he can give you something. Mark Armstrong says, do you think D. Eskridge will ever bring enough positive plays to our offense to make Seahawks fans forget that Creed Humphreys fell right in our lap on draft day? No, Mark, I don't. D. Eskridge is a 24-year-old rookie. D. Eskridge had a ton of injuries going back to college. D. Eskridge has already had 2 major injuries with our Seattle Seahawks in his very first season. So all of the college injury situations are continuing on now into his pro career. Does he suddenly become healthy at 25 years old, 26 years old, and a couple years down the line? Maybe. Is he quick? Is he fast? Yeah. But I do tend to think with him, Mark, he'll always be just a gadget guy. He'll never be a number 2 pure wide receiver in this offense. He'll be a guy you have to sort of, you've got to create touches for. Whereas Creed Humphrey's impact was going to come in and play out. The sport is only going forward to showing us within the analytics that offensive line matters way more than the prior coaches and general managers have given it the credit for needing to be. And so no, I think there's always going to be a bit of us looking back in this draft going, man, the Creed thing just keeps hurting. It just keeps hurting. And I don't think it'll ever be overcome by Eskridge at this point. And he'd have to be such a damn good wide receiver for that to be the case, which we just haven't seen enough indication of that at this point. Fendeban says, should Russ rest the next game? Should the Seahawks, and another question after that, but no, I think you got to play him at this point. You got to ride with Russ and let this go where it's going to go. I don't know that Geno's going to be better than Russ at this point. I think it just is what it is. It's going to be ugly. He ain't going to be 100%. There's going to be some poor throws. Hopefully there's enough good decision-making in there within that where they can figure this out. Fendeban's asked as well, should we trade Russell Wilson? Should the Seahawks trade Wilson? I think that you're landing in a place where he's going to ask to be traded, so it becomes irrelevant whether or not we want it or the front office wants it. I think Russell Wilson's going to ask for it. Should it happen? It's hard for me to say it should happen when you never properly did what really all of the teams in the NFL who have a Hall of Fame quarterback do. Dak Prescott has multiple Pro Bowlers in front of him throughout most of his career. Ezekiel, top-end running back. You got Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup. Well, let's get another receiver on top of that and help him out more. Let's add in this other guy as well, C.D. Lamb. Tom Brady with the Bucs. You already got Mike Evans. You already got Chris Godwin. You already got O.J. Howard, a top 20 first-round pick. Yeah, let's go get Gronk. Yeah, let's go get Antonio Brown. Let's draft a right tackle in the draft with our first pick. Let's just help you out. We'll be looking at in Russell Wilson in retrospect of we never actually took those steps with him. Now, maybe even in taking those steps with him, he still is not able to really take advantage of the short passing game. He's stunted in his growth as a quarterback. We end up learning that is a mistake to do that. But it is a question mark, and we don't know how that would play out if we did do that, if we did really provide him those type of assets. That's one of the reasons why I say, should we trade Russ? Probably not until you can make that determination, until you can fully give him those kind of resources as a building block. But it may be, again, all of a moot question at this point, Fendabans, because if it continues on with its current trajectory with Russ, he's going to ask to be traded. And it won't matter one way or another with that. TJ says, I knew we were going to lose, but it hurts when we only needed 3 in the 4th to tie. That's what hurt the most. All-American movie moment. Hell, he can't do any worse. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Can't do any worse. It hurt, man, TJ. It did hurt a little bit. Again, though, too, nobody thought this was going to be a win. I mean, you had it predicted as a 35-0 win, but not many had this as a predicted win coming into this game, which is why maybe it's not hurting me quite as much, especially seeing the defense perform as well as they did. I'm just encouraged by that as much as anything else. Jose Garcia says, do you think Carson's neck is going to force him into retirement like Cam Chancellor and Ricardo Lockett? Yes, I think it probably will. That seems to be the indication here, Jose. Chronic neck injury. You've had multiple guys go down, do it already with this club beforehand. He wasn't able to get paid a lot on the open market as it already stood coming into the season. There weren't a lot of suitors out there looking for Chris Carson's services. I think that, his time in the NFL is probably counting down, to be honest with you. Fendeban says Trey Brown played great. Any thoughts? Played great is a great way to put it. He's been sticky in coverage from day one stepping in there. I've said Fendeban, I think he's made as great an opening impression at the cornerback that we've seen here since Richard Sherman. In his first year, in his first rookie, but basically his first outing out there playing. He's playing legitimately well. He's playing clean technique. He's not getting beat deep. He's reacting on the short stuff. He almost had a pick, I think, in this game. He has absolutely gone beyond my expectations, and I had fairly high expectations for him to come in and play. I thought he'd be a not your typical 4th-round cornerback, let's say that. But he is on his way to being an upper-level corner in this league with what he's showing and is out the gate. He is a typical Seahawks corner in his feistiness, in his aggressiveness, in his competitiveness. I love his physicality. He can play both man or zone, which I think is going to be interesting, especially as we go forward and that we may be playing in a defense that may be playing one or the other going forward. So having a little bit of versatility out of him to be able to do that is encouraging. So I love what I see out of him. He's been an absolute bright spot for us on defense, Fenda. Jeffrey Thistle says, as much as Rodgers cries about it, he's had a hell of a team built around him in the last 3 years. He has. I mean, especially the offensive line, Jeffrey. They built a great offensive line around him. I think he does have a right to maybe point a little bit to the fact you could have given him another wide receiver or two. And I wouldn't disagree with Rodgers in that respect, is that I think that's where the Packers have sold them a little short. If the Packers in that Jordan Love draft instead go get a wide receiver with 2 of those picks in the first 3 rounds, Rodgers has no leg to stand on. But they didn't do that. And that did provide him a little bit more of a leg to stand on and bitch. TJ Singh, would going 8-9 be enough for the 7th seed? It's possible it could be, being that both the Saints and the Vikings, our main competition for that seed, are trending downwards. And I don't think there's going to be a run that either of those 2 teams have in them. So you could sneak into it with that type of record. Yes, absolutely. Not likely to happen. As we've seen in NFL history, only a couple teams have been able to have a losing record and get into the playoffs. But possible? Yes, possible. Cases, I mean, you already have commercials about dingalings, laughing my ass off. That's true. The important thing wouldn't be that far away, right, Kay? So, no hate. I know what you mean. It would be in the ballpark. Let's say I have established a brand with this. It'll be that or what is the thing that some dudes, you got it's the dildo for dudes. What is the fleshlight? I'll do the fleshlight next, K. That'll be my next sponsor. K Bloop, Waldron needs to be involved. Waldron needs to involve Metcalf and Lockett more. They are our best players on offense. Well, I think especially when it comes to DK, King Blob, that'd be absolutely the case. A little bit maybe with Tyler, but man, with DK especially, get him 8 to 12 targets a game, bar none. 8 to 12 targets, find a way. And good targets, not piss poor targets where you've gone through every other read and then you happen to flail at him on some given throw. But you actually have him as the primary receiver more often than not. They haven't done it up until this point, but I'd sure like to see it. Seahawks rating says 8-9 is not good enough. It's probably not good enough, but there's a chance with the way that this NFC is stacking up where it might. Dubs McDougall, Trey Brown is a breath of fresh air. Plays physical, clearly understands the concepts of being thrown at him, feels good to watch him play. It does. After watching a lot of ineptitude at the corner position recently, and I'd even pass back to Shaquille Griffin a little bit with that, where Shaquille wasn't really able to make many plays himself either. You're actually watching a guy who can make some plays, who has a feel for the corner position, who's in the right spot at all times. It just gives you all the things you could want from a corner as far as intangibles go and feel for the position, along with being fairly quick, along with being real competitive and feisty and physical. There's the play where he breaks up the 3rd and 1 that people will gravitate towards, but for me, it's really that play where they're throwing on him deep, and it's not even where he just does this move. So you got the corner in front of the receiver, right? And the receiver will, in their technique on a go route, get up around that corner's outside shoulder, and then try to get him to where they're both running step for each other, to where the receiver can eventually get out ahead of the cornerback as the ball's in the air. So what Trey does here is he's playing off coverage, which gives him a little bit of a head start there, but then he just stays back and he targets that wide receiver as he's running his go route, and he stays up ahead of the wide receiver, and then he backs himself off on his speed and then basically tucks his butt into the back of that wide receiver going up the field, slowing the wide receiver down so the wide receiver has to essentially go around him to get to the ball, which he doesn't have time to do because this is as the ball is being thrown in the air. Such a subtle little bit of technique, absolutely clean, absolutely never going to draw a flag, but also never puts the receiver in a chance to ever get a chance of those deep balls. Great job on him to do that. I've seen him do it a couple times now out the gate, and I'm very impressed with it. Seahawks Rain says, our defense gave Geno Smith chances to beat the Rams. The Saints, laughing out loud, they've been playing lights out. They have been. They've been playing awesome. Daniel W., Tyler DK, the perfect wide receiver combo. 1 short, 1 tall, 1 virgin, 1 foursomes. Kay says TheSeahawksNest. Had to do it. I'm changing my name to that. Okay. We're going porn channel here. We're just going to lean into the porn at this point. I want to expand the channel's growth. So, no pun intended. Oh, look out. He's got jokes 5 yards. He's got jokes 5 hours in, folks. He's got jokes. Jose Garcia, Hard Knocks, Seattle. I think Carroll would fight tooth and nail to keep Hard Knocks out of Seattle. Jose, Carroll likes himself side shows, but he does not want any part of that. I would guarantee you with that. Tubbs McDougal, the defense would have kept the Packers at 3 points if they had had time to rest. 40 minutes on the field is not ideal. No, it's not, Dubs, and that's why I don't knock the defense in this in any respect. They played phenomenal in this game. None of this is on them. They did great. And yeah, there comes a point with every defense. I don't care how great a defense you are, the best of the best of the best of the best. If your offense is 3 and out all day through three quarters, by the time you land in the fourth quarter, it does not matter. Your defense will start to bend. Your defense will start to break. That is no defense is immune to that, or to use Rodgers' words, immunized to that. Everybody would end up running into that same place. The offense has got to string together some drives. You've got to turn some time of possession around. It can't be 3-1, 4-1 time of possession. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Jerry O'Malley says DJ Reed should have had a pick 6 on that second play. I love DJ, but he could have absolutely changed the trajectory of the game there. He could have. I mean, it's a tough pick coming through the man there, and you don't know exactly. It's a short throw, and the ball's coming in hot, so you don't always know where the trajectory of the ball is going to be coming in. It could have. It could have. I'll tell you this, though. The offense still doesn't look good probably through most of that game, regardless of him making that pick 6 or not. I don't know if they showed much in that game to show me, even with a little bit of momentum, that they were going to turn much around there. Doug McDougal's ha-ha jokes. That's a good judge. Cock's Nest is awesome. I didn't even think of that one. That's usually a joke I'd be doing. DJ says, at least we know our defense isn't the worst in the NFL. It can be a top 10 defensive unit. It's starting to get the shapings of that, TJ. Starting to get the looks of that. Yeah. I mean, again, you've strung together 4 straight weeks in a row now of sub-dominant play by your defense, and now you've started to do it against legitimate offenses. That is impressive. That is impressive. Seahawks Gaming says Gerald Everett gets tested positive, out 3 games. Rodgers only 1. Yeah, and that was an odd one too, because Everett was a guy who had been vaxxed. So odd he takes longer to get back than Raj, right? Kind of a strange. The whole Roger one on that's been odd how all that's played out. Eric Wilson says, so Geno couldn't have scored at least 3 points. Pretty sure he would have. He scored over 30 the week before. Russ says he only has 2 bad passes. That's surely fake news. No, Russ had more bad plays than that, Eric. Absolutely, Russ played a miserable game. Does Geno maybe play better in this game? Maybe a little bit better. Does Geno put up a significant more points than Russ does in this game? I don't know about that, Eric. Yeah, he put up 30 points against the Jacksonville Jaguars, but there was also the previous 2 weeks, which I noticed in your post you didn't mention about. You didn't mention the Saints game. You didn't mention the Steeler game where Geno Smith looked horrible. So, was the Packer defense closer to the Saints and the Steelers defense? Well, not as good as those defenses, but probably closer to those defenses than they are to the Jacksonville Jaguar defenses. So you've got to kind of take into the level of competition at play here that you're going up against, as well as the conditions were not easy to throw in, right, Eric? Aaron wasn't lighting it up either. It's hard when it's blustery, cold, the wind's going, a little snowfall. It makes it a little bit tougher on everybody. Jerry O'Malley, oh, absolutely. I am not absolving the offense at all. And you're right, Brandon. It was not an easy play for DJ. No, it wasn't. And yeah, I agreed. Offense, and Russ has more throws than that, Eric. There's more than just 2 bad throws in this game. There's bad decision-making in this game across the board with Russ. And he's got to own it. Spencer Chappell? What's up, Spencer Chappell? Jeffrey Thistle, I don't know why people are suddenly acting like our offense isn't always dead for 3.5 quarters. Oh, yeah, it's the finger. Well, I'd expected with the new offensive scheme being brought into play, Jeffrey, this year that we would see a difference because this offensive scheme, unlike the old offensive scheme, is more built around moving the chains. Less of the 3 and outs, less of the wasted possessions, less of always looking for the home run shot. It's not played out that well. It's been more of the old, more often than not. But that's what we theoretically thought they would be transitioning to this particular year. Okay, love when you go all around the world, B. I like to do that, Kay. Jerry, I guess I just wish we could have come through. Me too, Jerry. Oh, I do too, man. It was a close one for throughout. You thought they had a chance in this game, man. You did have a fighting chance. Eric Wilson, the Jaguars beat the Bills. They did beat the Bills. They are getting better. But did the Bills have an off week, or the Jaguars just that good? I would tend to think the Bills had an off week, as the Bills came off the loss and beat the Seahawks Rain, do you think we should be using Everett more often? Yeah, I think you should. But a lot of this comes down to there's only so many balls to pass out on offense, and you don't throw the ball enough, and you've not been good offensively consistently enough to sustain drives, to create extra offensive plays, to be able to utilize all your guys, i.e. Gerald Everett or DK Metcalf, who oftentimes get lost on this team a bit. Some of that comes in from the ineptitude offensively, just not sustaining drives. Some of it is them ignoring going to those guys. But yeah, I think you've got to work the tight end in this offense. It's a big part of this offense. And it was nice to see today that they actually did that. It was encouraging. TJ, if Russ leaves, who should we chase after as the next quarterback next season? TJ, I'd be more on favor of trying to find a rookie quarterback in the draft. I wouldn't do it this offseason and this draft coming up, because of the fact that it's a very weak draft for quarterbacks, in my opinion. I would more try to build up an offensive line, build toward the long term, build towards competing in 2023. And I'd look toward the 2023 draft as one to go find my quarterback of the future. Maybe the kid out of Alabama, maybe the kid out of Oklahoma. We'll see where it lands. I think that the talent will be a little bit better in that particular draft. But I wouldn't want to try to go get the quarterback first before I have yet to fix this offensive line. You're only going to then get that next quarterback beat all to hell. Seahawks Rain says every time Everett catches the ball, he drags defenders with him. He gets yak yards easy. He does, Seahawks Rain. It's one of the reasons I pointed when we signed him. I said this is maybe the best yak tight end the Seattle Seahawks have had in the history here. And we haven't a lot of yak tight end guys, but he is absolutely a guy after the catch who is dangerous, and he's shown that. I love his effort. I love the fire in him. It's great to see him finally have a really good game with us, because he has been efficient in the catches that they have given to him. They just haven't utilized him a whole hell of a lot. Dubs McDougal, if you talked about it already, I missed it. Thoughts on Collier? He had one play, came in on the run play to stop the run. He played limited snaps. He also threw off Rodgers pre-snap and caused a fumble by kind of doing some weird thing pre-snap, floating between two different gaps. But it threw Rodgers off, caused a fumble. So that part was good. Didn't give me a whole hell of a lot outside of that, in my opinion. So I still stand where I do with LJ, in that he is what he is. But they gave him a little bit of run. He didn't look horrible today. Spencer Chappell, how you doing, Spencer? He says, when do you think this staff will wake up and start investing in a solid offensive line? Sometimes I do think Russ runs around a little too much, but it starts up front. Spencer, it does start up front. I'm with you 100% on this. I have been banging this drum for years now. I banged it at the hardest last year when the game ended and the Rams game went down as it did. I said, what you need to do this offseason is you need to address this offensive line. You need to address it whole hog. You need to make it the highest priority and go after it. And they proceeded to go out this offseason and add just Gabe Jackson. And they really did it as a detriment. In the adding of Gabe Jackson, you actually made it a detriment to add a player that was going to improve your offensive line. Because to add Gabe Jackson, you had to move Damian Lewis off of right guard to left guard, which, as we saw today, Damian Lewis had some troubles right now at left guard, especially in pass protection, which I predicted about this offseason when they made that transition. You could see this coming. So, yeah, I agree. They needed to be looking at this offensive line for a long period of time up until this point. They haven't. They've refused to. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't do more to address it. But it does seem to be a little bit of the dead spot in their vision on this football team at times. And it will be a spot that if Russell moves on after this year, Spencer will come back to look at this era going, man, what if you had put a great offensive line in front of Russ? What if you had given him that? I think that will be a question that remains unanswered for a long period of time, if ever. And I would like to say this offseason, Spencer, is win, but I don't know when. They've got to show me a willingness to measure the position with the value that it needs to have. Kay says, I think Pete let Russ essentially choose Waldron, but Pete needs to stop holding us back. Waldron should be given power to call plays without having to check in with Pete to see what he would prefer. Agreed. Let your offensive coordinator coordinate. Let him call the plays. Let him be the cook in the kitchen. Don't come in there in his ear as Pete. Okay, yeah, that's where I stand on it. Let him run the offense as all offensive coordinators are allowed to do in this league. Sure, there's coaches that are going to have some say on both sides of the ball, and they're going to want to have their share of input. But Carroll, to the degree of input that he has, the say that he has, it's too much. I think it does impede our offensive coordinators. It's one of the reasons why, we can look at in retrospect and understand in retrospect why Schottenheimer was not fired, but asked to be let out of his contract, asked to be let go. I think you can take that away from that he's been going up against Pete, and now Waldron's going up against Pete. And you cannot coordinate in that way. You cannot be a successful offensive coordinator in that way. It does not work. It's a bad dynamic. TJ says, I would sign Ryan Fitzpatrick for a year and then draft a quarterback in 2023. I'd be okay with that, TJ. All he is a stopgap. So that keeps you in the stopgap mode, which I like. Charles Riley says, well, you can have an edge like the guy who threw a shoe and really messed up the Seahawks' chances Seattle would win. Yeah, I don't know if that's having an edge, Charles, on that. That's just being stupid. All right? Like, what's throwing the chair? It's one thing when you're getting in the head of an opponent or you're bowling around an opponent on the football field. Throwing a shoe doesn't bully anybody. So it doesn't accomplish anything, really. So, but yeah, there's a point where having an edge can cost you too. TJ says, Mac Jones was the worst quarterback in this draft, IMO, but turned out to be the best so far. Yeah, but a little bit of this is understandable, right, TJ? The Patriots went out and invested $300 million onto their football team this offseason, and a majority of those assets were placed on the offensive side of the ball. Mac Jones went to the absolute perfect team for him with Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator, the absolute perfect offensive attack for him to be successful. He also came out of this draft as the guy that was most ready to hit the ground running out of any of the quarterbacks in this particular draft. So his success isn't completely unwarranted or surprising. Long term, is he going to be the most successful quarterback out of this draft? That's I don't think so. Maybe the third most, maybe the fourth most, but I don't think he'll be the number one most when we look at this long term. Immediately, in the initial now, in the here and now, yeah. But long term, I don't think so. Spencer Chappell, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, Spencer. I appreciate you for coming aboard. Welcome aboard, my guy. Eric Wilson coming in with a $5 donation. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you, my guy. He says, yes, Geno lost against the Rams and Steelers. However, we had the ball with the chance to win at the end, unlike today, with less than 100% Russ. Well said, Eric. Very well said. And yeah, you are right. Geno did put you in a position, at least in those games, to have a chance to win it. And I can't argue with you in the respect of, look, you accomplished 0 points from Russell Wilson. And does Geno Smith give you more points than what Russell Wilson gave you today? Yeah, but do you have the benefit of that a little bit in hindsight? You do. Neither you nor I don't know what Russell looked like in practice. If Russell is sailing balls over guys' heads in practice, if he's looking completely inaccurate in practice leading up to this game, if I'm the head coach, I run with Geno Smith and I tell Russell to sit down. I don't know how Russell looked in that. They told us the reports coming out of practice was that it looked like there was no signs of he had even been injured. The ball was coming out good, coming out accurate. And if that's the case, if leading up the week, that's what you're seeing, in that moment, are you going to make that call to say, okay, let's move on from, that's it. Let's move on from us then. Let's stay with Geno here. Even if Russell's showing you that in practice, that'd be a tough call to make. So some of this is built a little bit, Eric, on what Russ was looking like throughout the course of the week, how well he was playing out through the course of the week. But if he's playing well, hard to sit him at that point, It would have been hard to sit him at that point. But I appreciate the donation, and I don't disagree with you wholly on it. I see where you're coming from. I see where your point's at on it. But some of this, again, comes to if Russ is looking good, if Russ wants to play, is Coach Carroll going to tell him to sit at that point off of that gut instinct? Hard to say on that one. That's probably a little bit tough. Roxanne Roll. Hello, Roxanne. I can't roll it. I can't roll your double L's there, Roxanne, at 5 hours in on the stream. Roxanne says, it has been great to hear your perspective in confirming what I thought I watched in the game. It's time for this 12 to go to bed. You rock, Brandon. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Roxanne. I appreciate you being a member, a longtime supporter of this channel, a longtime watcher of this channel, one of my OGs on this channel. Thank you so much for the kind words as well. And you have a great night of rest. And don't forget, you go Hawks. You go Hawks. Jeffrey Thistle says, Everett wouldn't have run out of bounds because he knew he'd never get the ball again. He says, I got to make hay while the sun is shining, right, Jeffrey? I got to get this going, my guy. You get this going. Seahawks Rain says offensive line is trash. Can juice. Laughing my ass off. They do need, it's not great. Jeffrey at Thistle says, honestly, who throws a shoe? Honestly. I love it. I love the Austin Powers reference, my guy. Who throws a shoe? Honestly. Yami7947. Hey, y'all. The thumbnail might be the best one yet. Thank you, Yami. Appreciate it. I was hoping you guys would dig that. I gotta have fun with the thumbnails, Yami. You know, even a loss, I gotta have some fun with the thumbnails. Dub McDougal, on that note, these stupid penalties are crazy. How many of them did the Seahawks take today? There were a few calls that were suspect, but we shot ourselves in the foot more than once. Yeah, we did. We got hurt on a couple of those penalties. They were on the line on a few of them. A few of them were just straight bad. Like the Ugo Amadi hold play, you can't hold him 6-7 yards down the field there with Cobb. You gotta get your hand off of him there, guy. But that's just as I've said the past, Dubs, with a little bit of Coach Carroll teams, you can hate it, you can be frustrated, but it's the price of doing business with Coach Carroll teams is that they're always going to be a little bit loose and free and wild and out there in the open, and the penalties are usually going to steer in our direction more than the opponent because they're not as detail driven, because they're more big picture than they are on the refinement of the details to keep things clean like that. Just my general opinion on it, but that's just kind of what I've seen from the team over the time frame. Yami says also Trey Brown is a monster. Don't accept any other opinion. And you shouldn't accept any other opinion. And you've had 10 years of cornerback play and good cornerback play here. I don't know outside of Richard Sherman if you had a better, more impressive start to a cornerback's career than what we're seeing out of Trey Brown here initially. He has absolutely been on point. He has rarely given up even a completion. He doesn't get beat deep. He's assignment correct. He's able to keep his eyes on the quarterback and read and react in zone as you need the corners to do in the zone-based defense. I love what I'm seeing out of him. He can also play man, Yami, man or zone. There's nothing not to like with Trey Brown's game right now. Nothing not to be absolutely encouraged about in the future. And Dubs, you're right about the rough play coming back to coaching. I do think it's a little bit of what Coach Carroll's teams are always going to be. Even on the best Legion of Boom years, we were still one of the more higher penalized, if not the most highest penalized teams in the entire NFL. That is always going to be a part of what Coach Carroll, that's how he does his business a bit. For instance, Mike Holmgren, a coach he had prior here, was more detail driven. He was more of a guy that would harp on the penalties and want to see that stuff cleaned up. So just it's a little bit of a methodology approach from the coach than it is you're going to see it cleaned up week to week with this team. Yami, that was one of the finest cases of ref ball I've seen in 10 years. You're not alone, Yami. There's been a lot of folks out there that felt like this game was switched in this game a little bit by the reffing, and the reffing controlled a lot of this game. Hard for me to be there necessarily. It felt, and maybe I'm wrong on this, Yami, it just felt like this was a game with a lot of gray line calls where it's not black or white. It's right there on the line. You could go either way for either team in a given call, but there was a high preponderance of them in this particular game. It felt like there was about 6, 7, 8 of them in this game where normally there's like 2 to 3. They all happened to break in the Packers' way, to your point on that. They all seemingly coincidentally broke in the Packers' favor. But they seemed like they were all pretty close on the gray line too, where it could have gone either way, theoretically speaking. It wasn't those egregious calls where it's like they're, aside from the Damian Lewis one, Yami, the Damian Lewis holding penalty was absolutely dumb. He got his butt beat and the guy fell on top of him. That's not holding, TJ, those picks that Russ threw, you can't blame that on the finger. Those were just genuine, dumb decisions. No finger blaming there, TJ. No finger pointing there. See what I did? That was bad decision making, especially on the Lockett interception. He's got Gerald Everett available in the slot, wide open in the flat, not the slot, but wide open in the flat. That's where that throw has to go. I believe it's on first down when he throws that pick. You got to go to Gerald Everett. That's impatience on Russell's part. It's bad to see. He's got to start getting more patient in his drive approach, more of moving the chains, less of looking for the deep shots. Jose Garcia says, if Russ wants a nice market, trade him for the Giants' first-round picks and ask for Saquon. I believe that Saquon Barkley's a free agent after the end of this year, Jose, but I do think that the Giants will be at the top of the list as far as teams that are going to look to trade for Russell Wilson after this season. Yami says, how many firsts do the Giants have this year? 1 first, Yami. Just 1. But that's going to be a very high first-round pick. It's going to be probably a top 5 first-round pick, top 3 first-round pick. TJ says, Pete's going to think this is a Madden where O-line doesn't matter a lot. Yeah, I guess he probably is, right, TJ? Yeah, O-linemen don't matter. You're like 70 to a 90 rating. They all block the same pretty much. But yeah, he's undersold on the offensive line for a while. And beyond it, like they don't go towards pass protectors. So pass protection in general has been the worst part of it, where they've really leaned into more of run blockers first and foremost, which has also cost us a little bit. CWE Bed-Stuy says, we need to trade DK. Well, you're not, again, like I said, you're not alone on that. I don't agree with it necessarily. I love DK's talent. I love his productivity in his first 3 years in the sport. I love the fire and edge that he plays with. I'm happy to pay him a new contract. I'm happy to keep him into our long-term plans in the future. But CWE, you're not alone. There are people that believe like you, believe that they'd like to move him for assets at this point. But again, even in a game like this where, you know, he has this moment that looks bad to everybody on the field where he's jawing and he grabs the guy's helmet and draws flags, all that stuff offset. He didn't cost you any penalty yardage. And okay, he got ejected from the game, but he got ejected after the game was long determined. Frankly, he shouldn't have even been out there at that point. Russ shouldn't have even been out there at that point. Tyler shouldn't have even been out there at that point. That's more of the issue for me, but you're not alone, man. Jeffrey says at least no one got ref booty flag today. That's true. That's something. Yami says, sorry, Brandon, but the fumble recovery was dumb. The holding on the defensive Damon Lewis while being pancaked, at least 4 offensive line holdings not called against Taylor, all of whom I'm as big a fan as well. Well, admittedly, Yami, I didn't concentrate on the Taylor stuff as much, so I'll try to go back and watch this game a little bit and look a little bit more on what was going on with Taylor. The Packers for years have gotten away with what's called the crab technique with their offensive linemen, where essentially you crab down on these guys, and they've gotten away with it. The league at times has pushed back against them on it, but I know that they do that really well. They're renowned for it. But the fumble recovery was dumb. The fumble recovery, I think that the Gene Steratore explained it pretty well, where when it comes down to simultaneous possession like that on a fumble with Rodgers and the other guy going for it at the same time, even if the player comes away with it eventually out of the pile, if initially the simultaneous where both of their knees are on the ground, they're both getting their hands on the ball at the same time, simultaneous possession means it goes back to the offense. So I thought that was a pretty good explanation of that rule on that fumble. I think you're talking about the snap, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm missing it, then let me know. But I will go back and look on the Darrell Taylor stuff, Yami. And again, I will say, like I said, there's 6-7 gray line calls that were on this game. They all went against us. Usually you get a couple of the benefit of the doubts on that. They all in this particular game went against us. No doubt about it. Dub McDougall's full of the puns tonight. Thanks for another good post-game show. Hope you have a good night. Thank you, Dubs. You have a great night, my guy. I appreciate you on that, you know. Sometimes I got some jokes. Every once I got a joke or two. Collins YT, why does it always seem like our offense and defense can't coexist? Whenever our offense is playing lights out, our defense is trash. When our defense is playing like a top 5D, then our offense is stagnant. I don't know, Collins. I don't know. They just can't quite both put it together at the same time. I agree with you. And it does get frustrating. And we saw this last year. I mean, it was literally split 50-50 down last year. You got the first 8 games. Offense is fantastic. Offense is unstoppable. Offense is top 3. Back 8 games. Offense can do nothing. And the defense is on the opposite spectrum to your point on it. It is one of the more frustrating things to watch in recent years on this team of why it takes so long to get everything together. And then one thing's together and one thing isn't. And it is part of a little bit, I think, of why you see so many calls, Cons, for many folks, not myself necessarily at the head of this, but for many folks out there pushing for more of a full rebuild. As they're just like, it's just not working. Yeah, there are the parts and the pieces. Yeah, you got the recipe basically generally together, but when you put all of it into the single bowl and mix it all together, it just comes out of the oven as this blob, you know, and that's kind of why I think people land where they land with it. Seahawks Rain, trade Russ for Tyler Heineke and Chase Young. No, I wouldn't do that, especially with Chase Young coming off this ACL. So I don't know. Jeffrey Thistle, man, Barkley is looking pretty cooked these days. Hurt every year already. Was looking like the next coming for a while. He was, man. Coming out of Penn State, that guy looked awesome. Picked top 5 and just cannot stay healthy, man. Lower leg injuries are a bitch. And you get a lot of lower leg injuries, it's tough. Can't stay healthy. He's going to get a shot somewhere. Maybe he can tap back into it. I'll say this about him too. With Barkley in his production, even in the prime year of his first year where he went for 1,300 yards on the ground, he is very much a boomer bust running back. He's more in the model of a Sean Alexander type of you'll get -3, 2 yards, -1, 3 yards, 40-yard run. And that could get a little bit frustrating with running backs watching that kind of style as well. James Black, DK is the only one that looks like he gives a F on offense. Laughing out loud, and you want to trade him. And you're, of course, responding to somebody above on the chat. James, not me, of course. And yeah, I don't understand it, James. I've railed for weeks and weeks on this. I've railed even going back in the offseason on this with folks and trying to push back and going, guys, you got a guy in DK Metcalf who, with his first 3 years of production, is having some of the best opening first 3 years of production of any NFL wide receiver in NFL history. He run blocks with tenacity and he cares. He wants to be great. He's got a great work ethic. There's nothing you can really point at him off the field. I don't know why so many are on board with this. I think they overstate a little bit of the head case aspect of him, where some James people will try to call him the next TO. I don't land on that myself. And Malpata, yo, what's up, Mal? How you doing? MZ says Seahawks lose 10 straight at Lambeau. Yeah, we can't win there. I'm good if we don't go back to Lambeau for another 10 years. Anmal was starting to get a headache after that game. Took a stroll outside to get some fresh air and took a cold shower. Now I'm here. Well, whatever it takes to get you here, Anmal, I'm glad you came here and checked out the show. And yeah, that was a tough game. And a lot of people are taking this rough and tough. Folks knew we had, I think the toughest part is folks came in this game not thinking we had much of a chance. And you had so much of a chance. You had this game that was there it was there for the taking. If the offense could be even reasonably functional, it was there for the taking. Just couldn't get it done. Couldn't get it done. Yami says, yeah, but I thought the replays pretty well. I thought the replay shows pretty well that Collier is on top of it, and Rodgers comes in and just slams his arms in there and magically has possession of it. I thought Rodgers had his hands on it first, Yami. So Rodgers has his hands on it first, and then Rodgers has, and Collier had his hands on it second. Again, it's happening quick. I got to go back, maybe watch a replay of it. But it looked like the simultaneous possession thing was pretty close to it at the point where LJ didn't just like have it with his hands and he's looking, he's holding it, and then Rodgers comes in. Again, maybe I need to take a look closer at it, so I will take another look at it. But it looked like it was pretty close to simultaneous to me. TJ said, I was waiting for the 50-yard flag for whooping Lazard's ass. That's hurting a wide receiver flag. You covered him too well. Lolo says, congrats to Jamal for his first INT with the Hawks. May many, many more to come. Laughing out loud. I wish. Hey, many more to come. Jamal played a great game, Lolo, and I think it's worth celebrating. Played his best game as a Seattle Seahawk here. He's been playing better football quietly, slowly as this year's gone along. I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing out of Jamal. Yami says also, yes, the defense looks fine. Top defense and points allowed. And that in the end is what matters. That's right. Doesn't matter how many yards you give up at the end of the day, right? How many points you've given up. That is what carries the day. So, nice job of the defense. Great to see them coming along. CWE Bed-Stuy says, trade Russ for 3 first-rounders and Chase Young and Montez Sweat. If Washington football team's willing to make that move, CWE, I'm open to doing it. Russ did go to high school, I believe, at Virginia. So he's got some East Coast roots that go back to that area. I think Washington would probably throw you one of those pass rushers with 3 first-rounders. I don't know if they'd throw both of those to you. But either of those guys would be interesting in addition. It'd be an interesting trade. TJ says, well, what do you think will end the season? 7-10? No. I think you got 8 wins, TJ. So I think you go 9 and what is it? 9 and 8? I got us as 9 and 8, TJ. Lolo, so what was that hit on Neal? I believe not a flag. As the rule was explained with it, when the offensive player comes up and makes the blind side block coming back on a defender, they've got to usually be in front of the defender first off, and then they've got to go high up to the neck or head area of things. So when you look at the play, he's not in front of him, he's to the side of him as he's coming on. Again, this is why I say that these calls are on the gray line. It's very close, but he's technically coming up on the side of him as he lays that hit. And then he lays the hit into his chest, not his neck or his head area. Therefore, it's not going to be a call. It is, again, very close on the line. So I understand those who feel like it maybe should have been a call. But that's why in that case it wasn't called. TJ says if people want to trade to do, then why not trade Sherm and Earl? They did the same thing. Yeah, I don't think I agree with you, TJ. DK is not doing anything outside of, in my opinion, anything you saw with a Sherm and Earl. He's doing it in his own unique fashion, but it is very similar, especially in the case of Sherm. Seahawks Rain. No lie, the Packers had easily 4 false starts that the refs never called. Even Tony Romo called it at least 2 times. I don't know. Maybe you guys are onto something. Seahawks Rain. No, our offense sucked, but the refs were the worst this season I've seen. I can get behind that. Some of the worst reffing we've seen this year. I could definitely get behind that. Lolo, I watched the replay of the fumble over, and I swear Taylor got it first. Okay, well, I'll take your word for it, Lolo. I watch these plays once in real time and then comment later on through the stream, so I don't get a chance to sometimes double check them. But I'll take your word for it on it. And I could be talked into the refs did awful in this game and that they were a big cause of it. It didn't feel like that to me at first blush, but you guys can talk me into it. And Malpada, you think that 7 seed is still open for us? I think we can get it, but next week is a must win. Next week is approaching pretty close to being a must win 100%. And Mullen, yeah, I do. I think you've got 3 wins against the Bears, the Texans, and the Lions. Those are going to be wins. I think you beat the 49ers at home. I think you beat the Washington football team that's now going to be without their most important pass rusher when we play them next. So at that point, it really comes down to winning 2 of 3 against the Cardinals and the Rams. You got 2 games against the Cardinals, 1 game against the Rams. Go 2 of 3, you can get in the playoffs. You can get that 7th seed. But it's going to come down to me, in my opinion, those 3 games at the end of the day. Yami says Taylor plus Young could be nasty up front. Also, Robinson played very well when he was in. He did. He did well in his snaps today, Yami. He really popped off the tape today. Jeffrey Dizzle says, keeps raining like this, I'm going to have to unflood my basement tomorrow. Oh, God, no, Jeffrey, don't say that. Jeez. It's actually dry over here on the eastern side of the state. Sorry you guys are dealing with so much rain. Ryan Scarborough says, Russell's value will never again be as high as it was last year. Should have took the Bears offer. Could have had Khalil, Mac Jones, Fields, and a first this year. I'd take that right now. It's not incorrect in that you might be right. The most value that we could have gotten for us might have been this last offseason. Ryan, definitely could have been the case. You would have also been, Ryan, don't forget this part, you would have been eating $38 million of dead money to move on from us this past offseason, and that would have inhibited your ability to put a competitive team together this year. But long term, you might have been in a better stance than when we currently land right now, Ryan. I don't know that Russ's value is going to go so much lower this offseason than versus last year. Maybe you're not able to get exactly as much as you could have last year. I still maintain you can get a lot, being that, Ryan, there's not a lot of Hall of Fame quarterbacks in their prime. You're able to get on the open market. And all it takes is a desperate team, right? But again, I'm not going to disagree with you in that I can see where you're coming from, and it's a solid point. Jose, Seattle is going to go into the last game of the season praying for a win and waiting on other games' results like the Bills did a few years ago when they got into the playoffs. Could be. Jeffrey, Tony Romo's a smarter quarterback than people give him credit for. He was never a super talent. No, Tony's a smart guy. Tony, I think he's a smart quarterback. I think he understands the game really well. And yeah, he was an overachiever type. That was not a first-round pick. That was not a second-round pick. That was not a third-round pick. An undrafted guy, right? So, if you're an undrafted guy, it's because you don't have physical tools, and you have to lean a lot on your moxie and your brain to get the job done. Andrew Tobias, I just jumped into the nest. Well, welcome on into the nest, Andrew. Did anyone ask if 100% Geno is better than a 60% Russ? No, and I think I'm pretty well at this point convinced of this. I think most people would be. We thought we would get a 90% Russ coming into this game and that 90% Russ is better than 100% Geno, but I think a 75% Russ or 60%, where Russ was at, I don't know if he's at 60%, but I think he's at 75%, is not as good as 100% Geno. I think we can probably firmly say that at this point in time. Cases I could see coaching in Bobby's future. Shed moving up the ladder. Yeah, Bobby strikes me as a coaching maybe type. I could see him with that. That's a good suggestion, Kay. I could see that. Absolutely. Lolo says Russell wasn't ready for this game physically. The offensive line didn't care about his life. They let him get Joe Burrowed. Well, I think the offensive line is just not great in pass protection. I think, Lolo, you flipped over Damian Lewis from right guard to left guard. this offseason. And when you did that, you basically put a big old target on Damian Lewis because you took a guy that is already going to struggle at right guard, and right guard doesn't have the best of the best defensive tackle pass rushers going up against him. That's the left guard. So you took a guy who struggled in pass protection at right guard and then put him over at left guard where those pass protection limitations were going to shine. Then you get a guy like Dwayne Brown, who's gotten a year older, but has gotten way worse as a football player. He's gone from being a top 6 guy even last year to now falling down to being probably like a top 20 left tackle in this sport. Your center position's been bad. Right tackle Brandon Shell's supposed to be more of a run blocker than a pass protector. And Gabe Jackson's getting old. This is a little bit of the problem, frankly, Lolo, of not building up your offensive line properly and putting in really top-end talent, just trying to get by, just do good enough. Just do just enough. TJ says it's going to come down to week 18 versus the Cards if we make the playoffs or not. Maybe. I think it's more of those 3 games, like I'm saying, TJ. 2 Cards, 1 against the Rams, 2 of 3. Win those, you're in the playoffs. Don't do that, you're not in the playoffs. MZ says Russ is less than Cam. No. Come on, man. Come on. Anmal, my concern with the schedule is that we have a lot of teams that we should easily be able to beat, and this team has shown the trend of losing to teams they have no business of losing to over the years. I agree with you there, Anmal. I think the one differentiator here could be the fact of desperation. Those years of you losing to those teams in the place you lost them to, there wasn't always the sense of desperation or there being a lack of room for error to work with. Now you have no room for error. Now you need every win on the books as we go forward. That desperation to me maybe leads you to taking everybody absolutely 100% seriously and doing all you can to win every game, to not resting guys, to putting everybody on the field who can possibly help you in every single given game. Jeffrey Thistle says, I feel like teams will value Russ over Rodgers based on personality alone. I don't know about that. I think Rodgers is outperforming Russ at this point in time to a degree that is not maybe substantial, but at least enough to override it a bit. Lolo, I'm not sure if someone said this, but they should have taken Russ out by the end of the third quarter. Gino wouldn't have done any worse than 0 points, maybe even better. Maybe it would have been their move to make. It's always going to be tough to pull out your leader and your quarterback in that moment as a head coach. It's a tough call to make there in that moment, but maybe it would have been the right one. And CW Bedside says Rodgers always had an offensive line. He has always had an offensive line. Packers have always done a good job of protecting their most valuable asset. They have done that. They could have done a better job in recent years of getting better playmakers, but you can't deny that they've made sure to get him a line that could keep him clean. CWE Bedstuy says Rodgers beats up on bad teams, but chokes when he plays real teams in the playoffs. And I'll tell you this, he's had a nice, workable division to go through. We give Brady a lot of benefit of the doubt that he was able to really feast on those bad AFC East teams for 20 years. But Rodgers has basically throughout the course of his career been able to beat up on at least 2 teams within that division, if not sometimes 3 teams in that division that have not been good. And when 6 of your games a year, 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them are coming against bad teams, that does give you a little bit of a leg up. And it's one we can relate to when we look at this and we say, we're playing in the toughest division in football every single year in and year out. It makes it harder on us. It makes it harder on the teams in our division. There's no denying it. So please do hit that, if you like what you're listening to right now, live or replay, please do me a favor and hit that like button if you could for me. It does help this channel's growth. It helps me show up on other Seahawks fans who are looking for Seahawks content, even in a loss. And I really do appreciate it. It's just a small little simple thing to do, but if you could, it does help me out. It really does. TJ says, Seahawks versus Packers NFL championship in Lambeau. That's the game we will win. I want a rematch. I want another swing at these guys. I don't care if we got to go back into Lambeau in December. I don't care. We already played it in the cold. We're used to it. We're ready. Russ's finger will be back. Let's go. Lolo, I did like seeing Russ taking the open. I did like seeing Russ taking the open ground yards to get first down. Sadly, his arm and hand wasn't on the same page as his eyes. No, it wasn't. And I was glad to see him use his legs a little bit more in this game. I think he's got to do that going forward until this finger can get right. He's got to lean a little more on his on his legs at times. There was one play where he's down near the end zone early on in this game where he's rolling out and he's got Freddie Swain on an out-breaking route. It's a very tough pass to complete. Russ has got about 10 yards of open ground in front of him and he ends up trying to whistle that ball into Swain, his fourth wide receiver on the depth chart, basically on this team, I'd like to just see him take those yards in that moment. And the more he runs kind of going forward through the rest of this year, the better, in my opinion. I wouldn't always say that, but with where the state of his finger probably is, it's the better way to go. Yami says, mate, that made me smile. Mate, that smile makes me angry. Gons YT, will Russ ever be able to go back to his previous form? I hope that he will be able to, but you never know. I mean, previous form, if we're talking 2015-16, no, Cons, because he's never going to be as mobile as he once was. We've seen that he's absolutely lost a little bit of his ability to his escapability in the pocket. That part's gone a little bit. Can he still be a more effective a quarterback than he's ever been from a passing standpoint? Yeah, he can. It's going to require growth. It's going to require evolution. It's going to require him to embrace elements of his game that he's not previously embraced. But is it there for him to grab and do? Yes. It's right there for him to take hold of. Absolutely. Seahawks reign. When Rodgers loses, the media always puts the blame on everybody else. Yeah, I guess. I mean, like last year, he played really solid in their playoff game, I thought. They weren't able to get enough done. But I guess I see where you're coming from. Anmal, it's kind of funny, though, when the team goes run first, then everyone gets pissed and says go to pass first, and then today they go pass first, and now everyone wants to go run first. You're a little bit of that, Anmal. I didn't mind them going pass first in this game. I think the thing with going pass first, though, is that you have to go to more of the short passing attack. You know, you come out in this game, I think the first play, they do a short passing throw, the little short throw, I think at that point, was it to Tyler on the first game? Maybe it was Everett. And then they come back on the second one, and now we're back to deep shot city. You got a holding call or pass interference on that play on Tyler, but you're right back to the deep shot element. No, come out and start doing the short passing, getting Russ in rhythm on time. But it always comes back to more of that deep passing stuff off the passing game, which I just don't want to see. Ryan Scarborough, great stream, brother. You go to 5 hours and always have well thought out responses to everyone's question. Not easy to do. Well, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you noticing that, man. I love doing this. My favorite thing to do in the world, so it's not hard for me to do. And these guys you all in the chat, guys, girls, women, men, everyone makes me think on this chat. Everyone makes me look at this team at a deeper level than I looked at prior. Again, that's part of what I give the props to my chat for, is you guys are so on it and where you're thinking. And I appreciate that. But thank you. Seahawks reign. Russ got fat. A little chubby. You know, he likes grandma's mac and cheese. Can't blame him for that. Andrew Tobias, when the score was 10-0 with 4 minutes, Pete mentally told the team, we already lost by keeping the 3 timeouts in his pocket. You could say that, yeah. I mean, it certainly was looking like, let's just get out of here at this point. I don't think he had any trust in that offense getting anything done. In Malpata, I don't know why we didn't use more of D. Eskridge today. I don't either. Why put a second-round pick on this kid to give him one touch? Why not manufacture? It's just the same thing with Gerald Everett, same thing with DK Metcalf. You look at all these guys, you got this talent across the board that you're not utilizing, and you go, why? What's the reason here? Why is it so hard to find ways to get touches of these guys? Don't know, man. I don't have an explanation for it. It's my job to kind of have explanations for you guys for why they do things. On this, I don't get it. Jeffrey Thistle says, read the room. Passing not working, maybe run the effing ball. That's a good way of putting it. Lolo says, as time goes on, he'll break out that rust and get used to throwing with an awkward finger. I just hope the defense doesn't lose its grip the second Russ starts to click again. Well, if it holds true, it probably will, won't it, Lolo? But yeah, I think Russ will get better. I think the rust was a big part of this beyond just the finger. I agree with you there. TJ says, have you thought about doing a call-in stream? Yeah, I'm going to do it. I have been doing a thing about this, TJ. So what I'm going to do is we'll do a call-in stream. And we'll shoot for doing a call and stream on let's say a Tuesday before my Wednesday stream. And so we'll do it as just its own separate stream. And I'll set it up beforehand. I'll give you guys plenty of warning. We'll kind of have maybe a list of guys that we can have set up and stacked up to get it done. But yeah, I'm going to do another call and show here soon for guys to just kind of call in and voice whatever you got to say. So within the next couple of weeks, stay tuned on the stream. I'll try to post it on the community board as well. We'll get some folks in there, and we'll do a call. We'll definitely do a call in again. I want to do that for sure. CWE Bedside, I almost fainted when the refs gave Packers the ball after we recovered a fumble. I thought we had a first as well. I did think we had first. I did like their explanation for the simultaneous possession. I could be wrong on that, but I thought we had it too. Lolo says, so we only use Eskridge on sweeps? If so, he'll be retired by 28. Our blockers will give him an early grave. That's right. That's right. In MZ, let me just make sure I know there's fun folks in the chat blaming the ref on this. Let me, MGs, just say, I'm not a blamer of the refs on this. I think you guys definitely had more calls break in your favor in this game, but I'm not blaming the refs. And Maul, Pete makes me want to smash my phone during his press conferences. Yeah, I'm not a fan of him in the press conferences either. He doesn't make me feel like there's ownership or responsibility always being taken. Thusly, it makes me feel like stuff that's broken is not going to be fixed anytime soon. Seahawks Rain. Rodgers could have ran to the Super Bowl last year, but he threw across his body on the last play of the game, but there was absolutely nobody in front of him. Hey, look, he's not been back to the Super Bowl. It falls back on him with that Seahawks Rain. It's not the Packers organization, in my opinion, that has to be held at fault wholly on this. Rodgers has to own that as well. He's got to own the fact that he's not been back as well. I agree with you there. So we're on the same board in that point. Yami says, hope this will get better when Carson is back. Collins seemed fine, but he just doesn't push piles like Carson does. Nope. I thought Carson played okay. I think some of this is run blocking a little bit, Yami. I think some of this is your lack of your ability in run blocking with this team. But yeah, I think it'll help getting Carson back. Jose Rodriguez says, do you ever stream during a game? I've done it before, Jose. The tough part for streaming during the game comes down to this for me. We have a game that'll take 3.5 hours, so I got to talk for 3.5 hours straight. And then I'll get on and do a post stream where we're 6 hours into this stream right now. So it's like 9 hours of talking, even for me, is quite a lot. It gets hard to speak that much. And the thing with watching the game as well is if I got to talk to you guys in the chat, I'm not going to be concentrating on the game as well, which makes me worse on my post game because I can't speak to stuff as in detail centric as I like to. And when I watch a Seahawks game, I don't even talk to anybody in my home when I'm watching the game. I'm like locked in. I'm watching every bit of data that I can get out of the game that I'm checking on. So it's tough for me in that respect. But I will do a streaming of a game before the year's up, Jose. I promise you I'll do at least one live Seahawks game before the year's through. Lolo, there are some immature people out there, so don't be surprised on Collins. I won't, Lolo. The only problem I've had with Collins prior to this is when I've done a call-in show, I'll have 60, 70, 80, 90% people in the chat. I'll do a call-in show and then it'll drop down to like 20 people. So that's been the only problem and why I've been reticent to do it prior to this. But if I do it as just a specialized stream, I think people would dig it. And I know there's a lot of folks that have been asking to do a call-in show. And I'm okay with it. Animal says, I love Russ, but when he steps into sacks, he pisses me off so much. Sometimes the offensive line gives him time, but he just won't get rid of the damn ball. I know he's looking for the big play, but get rid of the ball. I agree with everything you just said, Animal. Now, he's holding the ball too long at times. Too long, he's looking for the guy to be open. He needs to throw with more anticipation. He needs to trust his receiver's going to be there. Throw to a spot. Don't throw to an open player. And if he does that, I think he's going to have more success with it. But I think all that stuff is what sort of causes a little bit of the holding onto the ball too much and then those quote-unquote coverage sacks. JT, should the Seahawks tank for a high pick? JT, no, because they don't have a first-round pick. So you don't want to tank when you don't have a high pick. That would be incorrect. Incorrect way to go about it. GJ says, remember when Jamal made a pick six and Russ threw 4 touchdowns and we won 35-17? Oh, wait. Hashtag dreams. Lolo, Collins, similar to Kareem Hunt, isn't a guy you want starting a whole season. Having that bruiser back like Carson or Chubb helps their production out tremendously. I like him as a 1-2 combination. I do. He can only help bring back Carson at this point. Can't hurt. JT, what's your take on the guy who gave Tom Brady the 600th touchdown ball back and what he got in return? I know a lot of people were saying he should just held on to it and sold the ball for $500,000. I think that's a little cold-blooded. I think you could get a lot in return. You didn't do anything for that ball. Somebody just handed it to you. So, it's like you climbed Mount Everest and now you're having to give this ball back after your accomplishment of scaling Everest. So I thought he got a lot back for it. I thought it was kind on them to do that. I thought it was good on him to do it. It's the right thing. It's good. TJ says you should stream a game so we can rage together. I will do a streaming of a game at some point here. And eventually with this channel's future, TJ, it's going to be of the future of the channel. It may be next year. This year we started up doing 2 streams once a week, doing 3. We're doing technically 3 streams almost a week with Brendan stuff. Next year we'll probably be increasing this to more of almost a full-time gig, to where if it's a full-time gig, then you can count on me streaming the games. Stream the games, post-stream games, doing a bunch of it. So you can count. It's all of us. We're trying to evolve like the Seahawks offense here. Evolve and add. Just keep layering it on a bit. So it's coming sooner or later. Andrew Tobias, we could have needed some pedestrian receivers like Doug Baldwin or Curse. Why does Swain too chicken and always fair catches the ball? I don't know. He is scared. And that one fair catch he got at the 45-yard line, he had like 10 yards of free space to run with. Well, why? What are you scared of, my guy? You got to be willing to return it when the punter gives you a chance. TJ says, we have a Sunday night game versus the 49ers on December 5th. There ain't no way they're not going to flex that game for another game. I agree with you, man. That one's going to be moved early. They're not going to put that game on prime time. Anmal, the Carlos Dunlap shoot thing was pathetic and disappointing. Definitely didn't expect such an immature act from one of our veteran players. He's probably frustrated. He hasn't been able to get to the quarterback. He's not been able to get a holding call all year. I don't like it. I agree with you. It was a bad play on his part. I hate the fact the NFL flags that. I think it's silly. Just dumb. But I get it. CWE bedside. Jets are finna to have 2 high picks. They're on trajectory too. They already got their quarterback. They already got their left tackle of the future right now and Becton there. So they're going to be able to do a lot of damage with those picks if they pick right. Nolan R. Vance coming in with a $10 donation. Thank you, Nolan. You always come in on the end with a strong dono to finish this off right on the stream, man. I appreciate you on that. He says, I'm going to have to begrudgingly rewatch the game. When Dwayne Brown got beat like a drum to give up a sack, he didn't help Russ up. I thought that seemed telling. Well, thank you for the $10 donation, Nolan, and being a member of this channel as well. I wonder if a little bit of it was he was just so frustrated his own play of getting beat the way he did. I mean, he got full bull rushed. He got just manned up on that sack and just straight beat, and not even beat with quickness where it's like, well, I'm old, I can't move like I once did. But he just got straight beat right up into his chest. And so maybe Dwayne felt a little bit of just like he lost his mind for a moment of helping up Russ, of going, man, that was so bad on my part in a year where I have played really bad football. Maybe I'm giving him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here, Nolan, a little bit. But it was a bad play on his part. He's not looked good this year so far. I'm going to probably begrudgingly watch this game as well, Nolan. I think I've got to with some of the folks mentioning some of the calls here, especially with Darrell Taylor and some of these things that I'd like to watch on some of the nuance of this. But tough game today overall, Nolan. Just a tough game in general here as far as it goes. But we mentioned as well, Nolan, you pop off about getting hit too much by your offensive line. That's not going to endear yourself very much to the offensive line. And Russ did say after he had made that comment to the press this offseason that the first call he made after that comment was to Dwayne Brown. So I think that's telling too. Troops says, get drunk and cheer me up. I'll save that for some point this year, Troops. I'll say that for when we're mathematically eliminated from this season, but we still have hope. So I still need you sober. I still need you towing the line. I still need you on guard duty, my man. TJ says, Creed Humphrey instead of D, and I'll be okay. Jose, I look forward to the Hawks Nest right after the games. Being that I'm in the Southern California, I don't know any other Seahawks fans here. Oh, well, thanks, Jose. I appreciate you, my guy. I really do. And hey, come on in, man. Plenty of room on in here after the games. You know it. Make me your refuge. Make me a place you can come here to commiserate, to celebrate, to get over it, to look towards the greatness of the future, whatever it may be that we're dealing with. Either way, let's do it together, man. CWE says Seahawks Niners prime time. Be a barn burner. Laughing out loud, or Lolo, I did a complete rebuild on Madden, even though I can't stand the game. Trading Wagner, Russ Lockett, clearing out our old guys, and starting new. Sounds necessary, but that's just a game, sadly. It can be fun to do, and it gives you a general facsimile of how it would look if you were to do that full rebuild. I mean, Madden's gone a little bit backwards with their franchise mode to make it, as much of a simulation in franchise mode as it could be, and I'd like to see, because then you could use it as that kind of tool a little bit. But hey, though there's been a lot of folks here on the chat today that have been more in favor of doing a full rebuild, as much as any time of me doing this channel in 3 years that I've seen, as many people as I've ever seen. I think that's telling. I think folks are landing closer and closer to looking towards a full rebuild. We still have a lot of folks that are big pro Russes. There's just a few folks left that are pro Coach Carrolls. So there's still some folks intermixed into that. But I think people are getting closer and closer to landing on saying it's time to get this fully taken down to the studs. It's time to raise this building down to the ground and build it anew. TJ says, hi, is there 2 TJs and a JT in this chat? There is. Yes. We got a lot of TJs, JTs, a lot of 2-letter names in this chat. CWEs, TJs. Anmal, how about put Hart or Dallas on punt returns? I'm tired of Swain returning punts. They can't be any worse unless they can't, and they're just unable to handle it. And Swain's just so sure-handed that that's why they're putting him out there. But he's giving you nothing in punt returns right now. I mean, I'm almost at the point of putting Lockett back out there again if it's this bad. TJ says, sometimes I wonder if Pete tells the O-line to Paul Crew and let them sack Russ. I don't think Pete's that crazy. Maybe. I don't think he's that crazy. No way. No. Lolo, if we keep Russ and not risk a new quarterback, I'd do so. But that requires a lot of changes around the team, starting with coaching, and that's the difficult task. Yeah, as I've said, holding on to Russ would require a few caveats for me, Lolo, to do that. It's not just keep Russ, end of the story. No, it's keep Russ, and then this needs to happen, and that needs to happen, and that needs to happen. So if you're doing Russ, it comes with those caveats, and including the coaching changes that you spoke towards. But I'm okay with keeping Russ at this point too. I can understand the going the full rebuild route, but I also can understand, and I can also be in I'm more in favor at the front of the line of this, of still building this around Russell. Seahawks Rain says, what if the offensive line is playing bad on purpose to make a point to Russ? I can't see it. I mean, take Dwayne Brown, for instance. Dwayne Brown is in a contract year. He's trying to earn one final contract before retirement. Is he going to hold, making Russ understand what happens when he opens his stupid mouth over getting another $20 million? No, he's not going to do that. No. Jose Garcia, that's what I've been thinking too. No way there isn't any hard feelings between Russ and the O-line. Yeah, you're just, these guys are trying to earn their money, man. There's millions of dollars at stake. You're not going to toss out millions of dollars to serve a point to your starting quarterback. I get a little bit why you might guys think that to a degree, but you got to keep in mind that these players are putting up tape. They're putting up tape that they're evaluated on. That they're evaluated on when teams then determine if they want to sign them to contracts. And you're not going to put up a string of bad tape, again, just to show your quarterback who's really boss. And Malpata, Russ is my favorite player of all time. Can't imagine him leaving this team, even though it might be realistic at this point. Even when those Russ to New York rumors were a thing, I teared up once. It's going to be hard to see him go. And he's one of my favorite Seahawks players to watch play of all time as well. And again, it would be the capping off and the true end of an era in Seattle at that point in time. And that is going to require some mourning. That is going to require some time of really, man, that hurts. It really does hurt. And it sucks that it's got to wind down in this direction of things too. It's not fun that this is the way it needs to end. An era that started out so bright, so shining, so full of hope and promise, to end up now on the end of broken promises upon leaving so much meat on the bone of potential. It's tough. Roy Choppa says, I'm only happy Jamal had an interception. Well, I'm happy he had an interception too. It felt good. Seahawks Rain says, Russ threw the O-line under the bus, and now they're returning the favor because I swear, how come we look better with Geno Smith? Well, I mean, we looked better with Geno Smith with the Jacksonville Jaguars and with Geno operating this offense in its schematic designs, really embracing the short passing attack, getting the ball out of his hands, throwing with anticipation. That's what Geno was doing last week, which we've not yet seen under Russ, but we've also not seen them run the offense the same way that they ran it with the Jaguars. I just can't think, again, they're going to put this on tape. They're going to put this on tape to show Russ, which is going to hurt their pocketbook. Players care too much about their pocketbook to do something like that. CWE, did they really change the Seahawks primetime game? They haven't changed it yet, CWE, but they will probably flex that game out eventually. And Malpata, what's your top 5 Seahawks players on the team currently? Start with 5 and up. I'm thinking, by the way. So top 5 and up. Well, Russ is probably still your best. Beyond Russ, I would probably put... Beyond Russ, I would probably put DK Metcalf, then probably, oh my God, this is hard. I would probably put Bobby Wagner, Tyler Lockett, and then Quandre Diggs. That's my 5. That's my top 5 for you, off the top of my head. Andrew Tobias, on one snap, Damian Lewis was the bowling ball and Russ was the pin. I screamed at my poor TV. Yeah, Damian Lewis struggles in pass protection at left guard, and something that we saw coming down the trek, Andrew, and not surprising to see. Damian Lewis is a run first blocker at the guard position. He's best suited at right guard for that reason, almost that reason alone. Seattle has really kind of sold him a little bit by moving him in the way that they have. And he'll probably eventually be moved back to right guard when it's all said and done. CW Bed-Stuy, nobody will wear number 3 for the Seahawks ever again. No. Nobody will ever wear number 3 again. You're right on that, 100%. Everett Williams, Russ needs a head coach, offensive coordinator that makes the game easier on him in situations like today. Creative play calling and offensive line talent. Everett Williams, well said. And this is my number 1 plan of attack for this offseason. You got to order a priority of what you could go as operation. Keep Carroll, let Russ go. Keep Russ, get a new offensive head coach, blow it all up. The variety of different ways you can go. The way I would go first and foremost is keep Russ, build a super offense around him. Get an offensive head coach first and foremost. For the reasons that you spoke on, for the reasons you mentioned, creative play calling, easier throws, building up the offensive line around him. I think that will help Russ. I think you will get more top end out of Russ than many people think out there, may even think or believe that exists out there with him. I think you'll be able to tap into that with a new coach like that. Sid Sadaker, I'm going to call you Sid. Hey, Sid. Says, what do you think about Kellen Moore as a potential head coaching candidate if Dallas sticks with McCarthy? I like Kellen Moore a lot, and he would be on probably my top 5 list of names of guys I would look at. He'd be a guy that would be right there in my list. Would be at the top of the 5? No, he'd be like the number 5th guy, number 6th, number 7th guy on my list. But he would be a guy that I would take a look at and would be an ideal type of quarterback for the upgrade to Russ, the upgrade to the offensive line, to building around the offense first. He is a little green, which gives me a little bit of hesitancy. He doesn't have any head coaching experience, which gives me some hesitancy. But that being said, I think he'd be an interesting candidate. Lolo says, Sam, I see Ghost, Darnold, Taylor, my behind, Gardner Minshew, Mustache, Mitchell Trubisky. I'd be fine with those guys for a season and wait until 2023 to start a new roster over again, but it'd be painful. It would be painful, but like you, I'd be willing to wait. I don't necessarily have to go get my quarterback this season if we do move on, in my opinion. Animal's got Wagner at 5, Metcalf 4, 3, Dixon. I left out Dixon, Animal, my bad. I don't think I put Dixon top 5 because he's a punter, but I get why you did. Adams 2, Russ 1. Okay. I do think DK has been playing better than Adams, and I do believe that. You got a lot of variety. Adams is number 1 by Royd. Okay, Royd, going hard on Adams there. All right. Looks like Remember the Time 92's basically got, you're about the same as me, Remember the Time 92. We're about the same place. CWE Bed-Stuy says, only way Seattle keeps Russ is if they fire Pete and Norton. That's right. You're right. Seahawks Rain, we need Andy Reid. Andy Reid ain't going nowhere. He's there. You will retire in Kansas City. Jose Garcia, maybe run some plays from the playbook in The Water Boy. TJ says, what would happen if you have 99 players that are Hall of Famers and retire the numbers? Then what number would they use? Eventually, they'll have to go to probably 3 digits, TJ. We get long enough in football, or they'll have to unretire numbers. One of those two. Kay says, DJ Reed's been playing awesome. DJ has been playing awesome. When they slid him back, Kay, he was playing out of position early on in the year because they were trying to help Trey Flowers, and they moved DJ off of the spot he was in last year where he had a lot of success. They got him back in that cornerback spot now on the right side of the field, and he's looking good. He's looking really, really good over there. I love to see it. Nolan R. Vance with another $5 donation. Nolan, you are awesome, brother. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. He says the offensive coordinator was supposed to help Russ with the short game. Early on, Russ said he was never going to stop pushing the ball deep down the field. Yeah, Russ has shown a lot of reason with this, Nolan, that he's not embracing the short passing attack. Because as I've said with this Nolan, whenever he's been dinged for it or it's brought up or he mentions it, he always adds a but. He always throws a but at the end of it. He'll go, yeah, we do get a little bit too fixated on throwing the deep ball, but I also have a lot of success with it. But we also score a lot of points with it. No buts. You need to stop becoming so fixated on the deep ball, and you need to start becoming fixated on the short passing game. That is what's going to tap you into your untapped potential that remains. And I don't know that yet Russell Wilson has fully embraced that. I really don't. He's got to embrace it, or he's going to be topped out. It doesn't matter whether he's here in Seattle or going somewhere else beyond this season. He will be topped out as a football player. He's got to learn how to hit those short and intermediate passes on a consistent basis. He's got to get better about moving the chains. He's got to get better in completing those third downs. He's got to get better at not holding the ball as long. Got to get better at stop walking into sacks. Got to get better at throwing with anticipation. These are parts of his game that have got to get better, Nolan, if Russ is going to get back to the promised land at any point in time, ever get back to a Super Bowl ever again. The good news is these are things that are all controllable. It's not a matter of he doesn't have enough arm strength, right? He can't make all the throws across the football field. Oh, it's his decision-making. It's just so broken. No, it's things you can control. That's the key I always come back to. But it's taking the responsibility, which has been the part that's been missing, to take that control. Because if you think the way you're doing it prior was all sunshine and roses and great, and nothing is broken, so why fix it? Well, then you're never going to fix it. And something is indeed broken. Thank you, though, Nolan, for both of your 2 great donations here at the end of the stream. I appreciate you doing that. You were awesome, brother. Anmol says, all right, peace, bro. Hope you have a good night's sleep. You too, Anmol. I appreciate you jumping in. Seahawks Rain says, DJ Reed's a Pro Bowler? I don't know if he's quite played at Pro Bowl level this year so far, but he's playing better. He's playing like he did last year, Seahawks Rain, where you got league average cornerbacks, and then you have Pro Bowlers, right? And I think DJ Reed's right here. He sort of splits the difference between those 2 spots, which is great for us. Right Joppa says, Russ is too short to be good in the short game, unfortunately. Maybe Royd. I look at a guy like Kyler Murray taking the step forward with the passing attack that's been built around him with the Arizona Cardinals, specifically the spread formation, and having a lot of success within it. And I think that if Kyler Murray, who's probably about a half inch to an inch shorter than Russell Wilson, can get it done and put up great stats within that offense, with embracing a lot of the short passing components of that offense, why can't Russ? So I think you've seen a baseline of it being done. It's hard to do. It's not easy always to do. Russ would have done it before if it had been easy to do. But I think it is possible. TJ says, player 420, that's Josh Gordon numbers. That's right. Josh would be the first to go to 420 if they did that. Seahawks Gaming says, who needs Odell when you have hands like Jamal Adams? That's right. That's right, my guy. CW Bedstuy, imagine if we had Derrick Henry. I'm dreaming, though. Derrick Henry would have been good. The problem I've had, you're not the only one that CWE. There's been a lot of people who come to my chat and said, man, we wish we had gotten Derrick Henry back in the day. I tend to wonder if Derrick Henry would have been effective on the Seahawks team. Yeah, he would have Russell Wilson and a great quarterback throwing, but you've not had the offensive line that the Titans have had that have opened up the holes for Derrick Henry that he've had. And Henry's a guy he's a build up to speed running back, meaning that if you can get him in the backfield, if you can stop his momentum getting forward and getting going, you can hem him up a little bit. But if he gets going, if he gets up to speed, he gets in that hole at full speed, he's gone. And I think the Titans have done a great job of putting an offensive line that can create those holes for Henry. Whereas I think that's been the thing the Seahawks have shown they've not been willing to do, is find those upper level blockers to get the job done. And that makes me hesitant a little bit to believe that Henry would be as good. I think he'd still be a great player with us, but this generation's running back, this generation's best running back, I don't think he would have ascended to that same height. Lolo says, I'm heading to bed. Got school tomorrow. Take care. May the Hawks find a way out of this pit. Subscribe and like, everyone. Thank you, Lolo. I appreciate you coming to chat and making this as engrossing as you do when you're ever in here. So thank you so much, brother. Seahawks Gaming. You now, Pete Carroll, going to roll over. Yeah. Now Pete Carroll's going to roll over 3 years of cap until Derrick Henry becomes a free agent and sign him. He's sitting in there waiting in the wings on Derrick Henry. He's like, they're going to be done with him soon. I'm telling you. And we're going to pounce, just like we're going to Eddie Lacy him. We're going to Eddie Lacy the hell out of Derrick Henry. I love it. Nolan Arvan says, preach. Thank you, Nolan, for another donation. My God, $20 of donations at the end of the stream. Thank you so much, man. You're awesome, Nolan. I really appreciate you, brother. He says, preach. I agree with all that. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, Nolan, and thank you, man. I love you guys. You guys make this stream the thing that I'm going to be able to do because of people like you, Nolan, because of the support you put on this channel. It just gives me these indications over and over again, bit by bit on this, that I'm going to do this one day or another. I don't care if our Seahawks are bad or good or indifferent. I'm going to wake up one day. I'm going to do this full time. I'm just going to say, F it. Let's come what may. Come what may. We're going to do this full time. And it's because you guys support this channel and the way it is. I got only getting up to almost 6,000 subscribers here soon enough, but I've got the most supportive channel of anybody for sub to dono. I beat anybody out the water. I take the Pepsi challenge on that one. So thank you, Nolan. I'm glad you're feeling me on it. Seahawks Rain says we need Alvin Kamara. I think he's going to be with the Saints at least another year, but I love Alvin. He's awesome. He's been one of my favorite running backs in the league since he's arrived, just because he's just so unique. Sid says, thanks for the great stream, Brandon. Thank you, Sid. I appreciate you, man. Thanks so much. Andrew's bias. You're right, Brandon. Russ needs to learn to flick the ball in short passes like Aaron did when he eviscerated the Hawks. Very much so. It's the part of Aaron Rodgers' game that's grown with LaFleur coming aboard there. That's part of his game that he's gotten back to, getting back to throwing those short passes, and he's done a good job with it. It's part of why I think Aaron's gotten back into the MVP state of things, moving on from McCarthy. His game was growing stale under McCarthy. His game was growing old under McCarthy. It's looking like he's going to get playing into his 40s. But then he got back with a new coach with a modernized offense, embraced that modern offense. Okay, it's not just that you it's not that you just put the new modern offense in play. It's that you get the quarterback to also embrace it. And those things happened with Aaron Rodgers. It's part of why I have optimism that it could happen with Russell Wilson. But if you're going to duplicate that kind of success, you got to use those same things, building the good offensive line, giving him, getting those things right, making him embrace it, those type of things. And that's the part we haven't seen quite yet. Jose says, if Pete leaves and Russ is completely done with Seattle, do you think Kaepernick becomes an option to be the quarterback starter or backup? No, I don't think. I've really honestly, at the end of the day, I think when Kaepernick left this league, when he left, I think for the most part, he was done with playing football. I think that there's been a little bit of window dressing on his part in trying to appear like he's really interested in coming back. We can unpack all of why that is the way it is, but I just don't think he really wanted to do much with football. He had other things that he had his eye on beyond the football field. As well as he's not played in 3 or 4 years. You bring him back, say nothing of Russ. The guy's 3 or 4 years older, less mobile. When he was on his way out, he was not performing great as a quarterback at the end anyway. No, he wouldn't be an option, Jose, unfortunately. Or not fortunately or unfortunately, just wouldn't be an option. Wouldn't help us. Damian Gross, how you doing, Damian? Good to see you. TJ says, even though Beast Mode retired after one season, TJ says, why would we draft Henry when we still had Beast Mode? Oh, TJ, they were close on drafting Henry. They were close on drafting Henry. And don't forget, you went out and put a second-round pick on Christian Michael when you had Beast Mode running in his prime. So they absolutely had Derrick Henry in for a visit at the VMAC. They were interested in it. The Titans just picked him ahead of us, but he might have been the selection for our pick if he had fallen all the way to us. Seahawks Gaming says it took Henry like 2 years to get where he is now, and I think the Seahawks had lunch and didn't look forward to that. Seahawks had lunch and didn't. Yeah, I guess not. But, I think they would have picked him if he would have been available. Seahawks Gaming, we wouldn't have known how to use Kamara. He's a receiving back with screens. It's well said, man. Maybe he probably wouldn't be as good. Well, he definitely wouldn't be as good with this offense with Russell and all that. I agree with you there, Seahawks Gaming. Well said. Very, very, very well said on that. You would have been lost a little bit here with Kamara, but man, he's such a fun player to watch with his balance and his abilities. All right, well, we finished. We're 6 hours, 17 minutes in the stream. I am definitely getting a little bit cross-eyed. I do want to thank all of the folks. So many folks donate on these channel every single stream, and you guys are so awesome for doing so. Again, you're not just donating to the channel, you're not just supporting the channel, you're not just helping this channel grow. It's indications to me as I've been starting to think more and more about just go on full on doing this full time, doing this 5 days a week, covering our Seahawks in depth 24/7 in that way. You step up to that line, it's a little bit like jumping off the high dive and you're up about 200 feet, you know, one of those real high dives. Not your high dive, you're up 30 feet, but you're up ones like, this might hurt my skin to hit this particular water. But you guys are doing that. You're showing me these signs of this. The feedback we're getting is just incredible on this channel. We're getting closer and closer to those days. So I hope you guys are ready when you do. I hope you're going to be ready there in the support and to watch this. So if you're going to get a lot of Brandon at that point, you get a whole hell of a lot of Brandon at that point. I hope you guys can take it. You hang with me for 6.5 streams, so I'm going to gather that you probably would. Either way, I do appreciate all of your support on that. And Nolan, you're gonna finish this off right, Nolan, huh? You're gonna finish this off right. Nolan coming in with 3 big fatty donations to finish this stream off right. He knows what's up. I appreciate you, Nolan. Thank you so much for that. He says a book from the Aaron Rodgers, Pat McAfee book club called The Alchemist, about how the universe helps those chasing their personal legend. Get it. Great suggestion, Nolan R. Vance, and I will check that out. I've heard of that book, and I'd love to read it. I need some reading material right now, so I will check it out. And I'm a big one about that too. As I get older and over, sometimes you just got to go for it. You know, sometimes you just got to stick your head up, throw your head back, put your chest out, and go for it. Like I said, come what may, man. You know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? That's what they tell you. And I think that's absolutely true. And as I get older, I'm getting more into like, let's just roll with it. Let's just see what happens. You know, people might get tired of me. My takes might get stale, or we might blow up. We might get big. We might get to really rolling with this thing like I really want to do. So I love this channel so much. I want to do more and more with it, Nolan. And thank you for your donations tonight. Thank you to everybody on that. I really do appreciate it. And we are getting closer, man. We are getting closer. It could come at any point. You might just see me pop up on a Monday morning here pretty soon where, hey, here's your hourly, your daily hourly Seahawk takes. So we are getting there, folks. I do appreciate it. Nolan Arvan says, get your personal legend. I'm going to do it, man. TJ, you have a good night. It's good to see you on there. TJ says, we drafted Carson when Henry was getting going. We did. We did indeed. One more thank you to, as well, the sponsor of the show, manscaped.com. Thank you for sponsoring the show. Hey, guys, go over there and get your junk, get your balls taken care of. Get those things gleam. Get those things shiny and new. Chrome shiny and new. Straight out of Mad Max, you know? Take care of your junk. Your lady will love it, right? She'll look at how smooth these are. Look at how she's got her hands on. That's great. You're going to love that. And you know what? You can go right now, take care of your junk. Stop cutting yourself up with those CVS shavers, with the stuff that's supposed to be meant for your face, not your balls. It's gentle down there. Save yourself 20%. Use the code NEST. Free shipping. Save yourself 20%. Save your balls some pain and suffering. Help out the channel. As well as I'd like to thank out all of the members of the channel. Seahawks Brendan Nelson, Washington Fistquest, Andrew Logan, Jeffrey A. Thistle, Jordan Chivas, Michael Venzer, Chris Gauss, Sector 7, Ground Knox 83, Cassie Family, Eric Cotter, Eric 99, Megan Gock Roger, Robert Jimenez, Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Big Mac V, Tiger, Jason McEward, Versace, Big Boy, Python, my rubber, Robert, my brother Pennington, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, Roxanne Roll, Phil Freeman, Mr. Ryan B, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, Barry Soy, Toro, Spencer Smith, Tim Shimmy, Joy Mendez, Preston Morrow, my two-time member of the channel, Doyle Robertson, Nolan R. Vance, Charles, Riley, Matthias 23451, and my patrons, Devin Martzall, Carmine D. Costanzo, James Tomlinson, Gary Schneider, and Emmanuel Mendhane. Thank you to all of you as well for all of your support that goes in the channel too. I appreciate you. I thank you guys. Now look. It's a loss. You lost in Lambeau. We've been losing in Lambeau for 20 years. This ain't anything new. Many are calling for a rebuild. Many are calling for Carroll's head. Many are calling for Russell Wilson's head. And even in these dark times, even in these times where it seems like we're going through the Middle Ages of dark periods, right? The Spanish flu is wrecking shop. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. But even in these moments of time, I do not want you to lose this faith. I want you to keep that faith. It ain't over yet. Has the mathematical elimination fat lady sung yet? No. She's still quiet. She's over there still eating a sandwich. There's still time. There's still hope. 2 of 3. Say it with me. 2 of 3. 2 wins against the Cardinals, who you play twice, and the Rams, who you play once. 2 wins of 3, and you're getting to the playoffs. There is still hope. There is still a chance. So even in these dark times, even when you're suffering, even when you're depressed, even when you're drunk and hazy and about to be hung over tomorrow, even in the moments, don't you ever damn well forget. You keep that faith, goddammit. You keep it. Never forget. Roha!